Bill Edwards, the Vice President, Lauren Hodges, the Treasurer, Tony Finley, the Secretary, and the late Leroy L.T. Thomas, who was the former Treasurer, for their efforts on the oldest neighborhood association in the city of New Orleans. So today we recognize the oldest neighborhood association because of what they continue to do over these decades to make our city a better one. And Gregory and Lauren, I'm going to come to take a picture with you, but I want to just say thank you for the work that you do and the continuing work. And I want you to know that the work that you do is so greatly appreciated. And again, not to be redundant, does make a difference in our city. We appreciate it. I'm going to ask my council president to join me.
I know. Thanks, y'all. I know, it's like, wow, look at that.
Thank you. Oh. I'm sorry I couldn't stay around. I had to go to the students. Wait, go on. Let me ask you.
Let my mother sit next to me because I want to mention her. I said, let my mother sit in this. Mom.
Should I send Gregory up?
Knowledge you. Can leave it on there. Some of people.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. It's so nice to see
morning.
all of you. So first, I just want to say we have a great announcement today because the city council today will be declaring the second Sunday of November, now known as Seniors Super Sunday. So that's exciting. And the celebration this year will take place. So the second Sunday is going to be November 13th at Congo Square, to be hosted by the Guardians Institute and the Congo Square Preservation Society. I'll say this was not my idea. This was actually the idea of Cherise Harrison Nelson, Queen Reese, to make sure that this took place this year and that we officially named Senior Super Sunday as the second Sunday of November. And so with that, I want to turn it over to our culture bearers to explain why this is important and what to expect on November 13th. And then I'll go through all of the different culture bearers, senior culture bearers who will be honored this year. Whoever would like to start, please go ahead.
Well, I'll start. I'm Cherise Harrison Nelson. I'm the Education Outreach Coordinator for the Guardians Institute / Donald Harrison Senior Museum. And our organization has a focus on youth and the elders. We have a museum and we do programming on site and off site. But what's exciting about it to me, and we're in your district, Councilman Green, is that the programs we have are world-class programs. We have artists who are widely renowned and celebrated, starting with my wonderful brother, Donald Harrison Jr., and my nephew, Christian Scott, what's the whole name? Ajua He has a free name, and I'm still tied to the old name. But Antande Ajua, he's been nominated several times for Grammy Award, and others. Luther has played there several times. Jamila is one of our faculty members for our Sankofa Saturday Scholars. So we have a youth program. And now I'm just gonna, for a moment, if you will indulge me, do a little bragging on my mother. She's not gonna like this, but it's okay, she'll live. Through the organization, my father was an avid reader. He read over 40 books a year. And my mother, who's 85 years old, in his memory, has given over 40,000 new books to area children. 40,000 new books. The majority of the books are Coretta Scott King Medal books, award-winning books, so they're quality literature for children of African descent and all children, really. And the program is centered on not only providing children with quality literature to enhance their English and language arts achievement and development, but we encourage teachers to align the assignments with the high stakes test. And in that moment, they have a cultural presentation. And then my mother literally has given away almost all of the books. We had to change that model and do something different. So now for our youth, our Sankofa Saturday Scholars, we made them ambassadors of culture and literature. And so now they give the books. They select an artist, and Luther's gone in a couple of times, and so as Chief Delco, and they present a lesson, and then they get to the books. So our children are very active, and if you all don't know them, they're cultural ambassadors for the city of New Orleans. They have gone all over the world, literally, to Malaysia, France, as young children, to present the culture of New Orleans. Most recently, they went to Arkansas, and I have posters for you all. They presented at a conference. And why this is important is the intergenerational aspect of it. The children selected the honorees. So the honorees are selected by our children. And I think that's a wonderful thing for us to do and for the children to do. And the children kind of they were the inspiration, because they would talk about the different faculty members in our program, Chief Delco, Mama Jamila, and Baba Luther. So with that, we decided to do this program. And before you go on, I just want to acknowledge Councilman Oliver Thomas. I've been coming here for a long time. And he was the first person. He wasn't my council person. He is my friend, cousin. Big Chief Rudy, whose birthday was recently, Big Chief Rudy Bougere Sr. And Councilman Thomas saw the importance when I didn't know how to get into government and talk to people. He made it easy. From the lower 9, I'm from the upper 9. And he would have the Indians come in and acknowledge them. But what is even more important, and I'm expecting you, Councilman Green, to join us, is out of most of the council people, even the people who were our district people, they didn't attend the events, but he attended the events and made comments.
It's who we are. It's our culture.
Right.
It matters. It matters when you're from it and you know it. And God bless you for keeping it going.
So I want to just say thank you for that, for creating the space for me to know how to do this. And so with that, I won't run my mouth anymore, but I have posters for each of you. And this is not all of our children, because some children participate in other things and others participate depending on what the program is. And so we have posters for each of you. If you'd like them, I don't want to give anybody more paper because I have a lot of paper in my life. But if you'd like a copy, we have copies for you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to say anything?
Well, why don't you speak on behalf of Congo Square Preservation?
Well, on behalf, first of all, a member of Guardians of the Flame and my children, from my oldest son to my youngest great-grandson, have carried on this tradition as a culture bearer in the city of New Orleans. And I want to thank the Harrison family for their dedication to keeping the flame, and that flame being the culture of New Orleans and shining brightly in the city. Honoring our seniors, voices often forgotten, knowing that they are our historical memory and that without them, we would not sit where we sit. So we thank them and we want to honor them on the second Sunday of November to let them know just how important they are in our lives.
And all I would like to say at this time not about myself, my late husband, or my family, but to thank all three of these people, particularly Mama Jamila, Muhammad, and Baba Luther Gray, who, when my husband passed away on December 1st, 1998, Luther was everything to me and the perpetuation of the culture around the world. The most important one was 2 weeks we spent in Africa. It was the highlight of my life. It was going home. It was my homecoming, but he was there. And Morris, FX Jeff, they were there with Brian, who was only 16 years old at the time. Singapore, Malaysia, just France, everywhere, bringing young children.
Wow.
He was the male presence. Sharice and I, we were doing it, but we didn't have that powerful male presence. And I didn't know I would ever get this chance to do this publicly, because I call him on the phone and I tell him all the time what I'm saying now, and he knows that. But I get a chance to say it to him publicly. He was the male presence in all of that. And I have pictures on foreign newspapers of 10-year-olds in Indian suits. But Baba Luther Gray was there. He was that male
Wow.
presence. And I thank you. And thank you also to the elder, Mr. Big Chief Clarence Delco. But it's Mr. to me because he carries that old time spirit that I found in my husband when he was a young man, and I met him at 19 years old. So he still carries that, what it meant, all of the nuances of this important cultural tradition is embodied in this man and the people that massed in that tradition during that time and period, and what it stood for, and what I found in it, and what it has given to me as 85, and Cherie said 85 years old. I like to add and a half. 85 years and a half. I want everything.
Amen.
Because I have lived such a wonderful life through my husband's involvement, his kindness, his generosity. It was just tremendous. And so I thank him today too for meeting and marrying me and giving me the wonderful life that I have had.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow. Anyone else? All right.
I'm
Now,
gonna put on the spot. I need to
Yes.
hear from Chief Dalcourt and Baba Luther.
I know I don't have too much to say. As I used to say a long time ago, I let my needle and thread do the talking.
yeah. Yeah.
And I'm up here around some good people. I've seen some people. This is not my cup of tea. Mr. Oliver and Mr. Eugene, you all know me. I'm in a culture that was created on our grounds here in New Orleans. And that's the culture I love. And I can't do it like I used to do it. I'm in different museums. Some of the museums, I'm happy because of these ladies here. They put me in it. And talking about Donald, which was my mentor, I learned a lot from him. When I got out of Vietnam, this was the only thing that I knew to to get my to get myself back together, and it has worked. I've been massing Indians 51 years, and that means a lot to me. I'm a 7th Ward person, the Boscoville, if nobody know about it, and that's where I come from. And it means a lot to me on how the culture goes beyond me and after me. It ain't much I can say. I say it like I always said, let the needle and the thread do the talking for me. And that's the way it has been. So that's the end of my story. Chin, chin, chin.
Mr. Gray.
I just want to thank the Harrison family as well, because you just, I remember after Hurricane Katrina, Mrs. Harrison, like it's a fact, thousands of books to young people. And I think, you know, the beauty about the culture of New Orleans through the Black Mexican Indian traditions and all of our traditions is that it helps our children to find out who they are as a young age. I think it was Ellis Marcellus who said that the most marketable age for a musician is 19, but you need to really get hold of a young person when they're in the 4th grade, when they're 9 years old. And so that would be, in our kids, we have to take a leap test when you're in the 4th grade. But what if you took a test to really help you and help your family identify your child's gift? And then your whole projection is towards what you want to be in life. And I think that's what this culture represents that you all have produced. And we need to be able to spread that more and more to our communities to really help our young people who are out here doing things in the streets, because they really didn't get the opportunity to know what their gift is, and the whole community to be behind them to make it a reality. So thank you all so much, City Council, and thank your family so much. You all have done so much in this community. Thank
It's
you.
really about the children. It really, really is. And it's about the importance of intergenerational contact that's positive, rooted in community traditions, and at its core, although the children may not know that, focused on academic achievement.
Yeah.
Being who you are and being who you can be simultaneously.
And
I'm gonna stop.
I'd like to add that my husband was an avid reader. He read, according to his biographer, Dr. Albert Kennedy, who wrote Big Chief Harrison and the Mardi Gras Indians. It was supposed to have been titled Barking Out Lightning, Roaring Out Thunder. But the publisher wanted it to have the title Mardi Gras Indian in it, which is the branding that have been placed on these men. But when I met my husband, he said, I'm mask Indian. So I will say that for the rest of my life. He defined what he was doing, masking Indian, because he was taking on a persona that wasn't necessarily his. He knew he was of African descent. But for me and for him, with him being an avid reader, we have toured the world through books. The discussions in our home to our 4 children was always about learning, needing to know things and needing to know the history of the world. And when he died, the book program is actually in honor of him and what he for.
to talk to kids in elementary school about the importance of our tradition. Mama Jamila, I don't know that there is culture without people like you. And Chief Delcro, you've carried that flame for a long time, even when you weren't at your best, even when you weren't treated your best, you masked, you taught us. Babaluda, it would be very difficult to tell someone that you are not New Orleans, because as someone who has loved this culture and adopted this culture, and the way we've adopted you, not only as our brother, but someone who has the essence of what this place is. As I sit and I listen to everyone talk, first of all, thank you for Councilmember Marino. It's been a challenge. Some of you may remember when Chief Montana gave his life here fighting for the culture. In a meeting, because there was an understanding of people who weren't from here about what Mardi Gras Indian was and what it meant to who we were. So we fought through those battles. And for my family's tribe, 9-1 Hunters, and my cousin, late cousin, Big Chief Rudy Bocage, and my cousin Romeo, and the rest of the fam, it's who we are. The only thing I can think of is if our schools matched our culture, if our opportunities matched our culture, if racism and sexism was as inclusive as our culture, then our children would represent our culture. Not the other things that we fight to get them back on track with. So our culture is the thing that 20 million visitors before COVID come here for. So thank you guys for keeping it solid. And as a little 9-ward boy, you can take the boy out the lower 9, but you ain't never gonna take all the lower 9 out the boy.
And the upper 9.
And the upper 9, baby. Will Browns always corrects me when I just say the 9, because being from here is our essence, and our culture is the essence that lights the flame. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you all for what you do to make me and my children more proud to be a New Orleanian. It's a very special place, and the way that you all perpetuate and put into place our culture is so important, and a lot of young people are watching. So thank you for the work that you do for young people. I know everyone, I do point out a couple of things. I go to many events where Baba Luther is kind of making sure that we remember our culture and we welcome our culture, such as at the opening of the Suno Museum of Art. Thank you for what you did there to make everyone there feel comfortable, you know, and also recognizing how important it was for us to be there. I could point out a couple of things, but I want to point out Chief Dalcour because I know him personally, and I want to thank you for something that you do. I don't know if you all know this, but when those white doves are released at events, they go back to Chief Dalcour's house. A very unique business, a very unique cultural addition that he has. Certainly it's a business, but most important is that he enjoys it. And I appreciate the fact that you do that and you contribute to our city in that manner. So when you see white doves being released at an event, they're going to New Orleans East, to Chief Dalcour's house. I don't know how you trained them to do that.
I can't tell you.
Yeah, you can't tell me, right? That's a trade secret, and you should keep that a secret. But thank you all for what you do in our city, and the Harrison family, you know, like
In your district.
in my district, and you know I'll be there I look forward now to the second Sunday in November every year.
And we have
Right.
events at the museum also. We will invite you.
Okay, absolutely. You know, and you know that
And you
I'll.
will be the first council person to ever actually come.
Well, there you go. Even if somebody calls me to be out of town, I better be in town. No, I will be there. Thank you very much. That's an honor. It's an honor for me to be there, and you know, certainly first or important too. I'll definitely be there, and I appreciate the fact that you are in District D and that you contribute so much to the district. So once again, just thank you very much for what you do. It makes a tremendous difference in our city. It makes our city a better city, and young people who want to make their homes here and their livelihoods here are watching and do appreciate the fact that you're making New Orleans even more special than it is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. If we can have you in front of the dais, we'd like to present you all with a proclamation on Senior Super Sunday and also proclamations for the honorees who are here.
Too many papers out here now.
All right, I want to honor a person who is here today, Ms. Tamika Watson Bryant. It is rare to have, come on up, Ms. Watson Bryant. You can either come to the podium or to the table. Whatever makes you more comfortable. Hey, Laura, nice to see you. Laura Mellon with us, formerly with Homeland Security, here with the City of New Orleans. So Ms. Watson Bryant, we wanted to honor you today because of the recognition that you received about being one of 2022's Women in Rail. And I think what we want to really recognize is the fact that there are so few women, in particular African-American women, who are involved in the rail industry. And you, ma'am, have gone to the very top. I want to say that Ms. Watson Bryant is one of the first. She is the first African-American woman to lead a short line railroad in the United States and is a second generation railroader and brings both operations and commercial experience to the railroad industry right here in New Orleans. So the honor that she recently received was Railway Aegis 2022 Women in Rail, which is something that should definitely be recognized. And the City Council wanted to honor you with a proclamation for getting this designation, this award, but also for how you have excelled in this industry with such few women involved in this industry. So if you'd like to say any words, we'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Council President Moreno, and thank you to the entire council for this acknowledgement. It is an honor to be recognized by the New Orleans City Council, along with my peers and colleagues in the rail industry, as one of Railway Aegis 2022 Women in Rail. As the general manager of the New Orleans Public Belt Railroad, I am beyond proud of the work that the team has put forth to make seamless rail connection in serving the New Orleans, the Port of New Orleans, and the Class I railroads and local industries. As a woman in rail, one of my personal goals is to continue to inspire others and make space for other women in transforming the rail industry. Today, I'd just like to thank Brandy Christian, our president and CEO of Port of New Orleans, Mike Stolzman, our COO, and Laura Mellon as well, our chief of staff. I'd also like to thank my family for continuing to support me through my goals, reaching my goals in the rail industry. As a second generation railroader and the first African-American woman to lead a short line railroad in the US, I know that the work I'm doing today will positively impact and shed light on the rail industry and and keep the American economy moving. So thank you today for this award.
Look, thank you so much. And I'll say this, and we have many wonderful, strong women in the audience with us today. But look, I'll say this, I just think it's always so important for us to showcase strong, successful women here in the city of New Orleans, particularly women of color who are excelling and being successful and really trailblazers in industries that have predominantly been led by men. Because I want little girls to see that.
Yep.
I want little girls to see you and say, that's who I could be one day. And so thank you so much for your leadership and for your work. And we are proud to recognize you. We have a proclamation from the City Council that we'd like to take a picture with you. And if anyone has any comments, Councilmember Green.
Ms. Watson, congratulations to you and thank you for being a trailblazer. It was a pleasure to meet with you as we did previously, and throughout District D, the rail industry plays a role. But also throughout our country, it's such an important part of the economic fiber of our city and also our nation. So you being in a position that you're in right now is going to present other opportunities for people to engage in that industry. And I encourage them to take a look at it because it's such an important industry in terms of economic development, job creation, and just impact. So thank you very much for what you do. And I look forward to working with you over the years. District D, you can look at it on the map and see that we'll be meeting with each other from time to time because of that district. But thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, let's get a quick picture.
This is a nice small group. I love it.
Next, we have one of the greatest organizations of all time. And if the representatives from Sigma Gamma Rho could come to the table, we're going to honor on November the 12th, Sigma Gamma Rho Incorporated will be celebrating 100 years of scholarship, service, and sisterhood. And their motto has always been, and something we need now more than ever, greater service, greater and greater progress. The ladies who are going to be representing or speaking, and we have proclamations representing every chapter that is here. Mayor Layson, you have your team? Oh, okay, all right. We're doing wonderful. This 100-year celebration for one of the great sororities, especially those chapters that are in our region, have provided some of the best service and some of the best volunteers ever in the history of this community. And Mayor Layson, are you going to start and identify everybody at the table? Who's going to lead us for comment?
I'm not.
Oh, we automatically go
Madam
back to the
Bachelor.
community mayor.
Not me, Madam Bachelor.
Madam Chair.
Good morning, Council. Thank you so much for recognizing us today. We bring you greetings from Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. We are celebrating our 100-year anniversary, our centennial, so thank you for the recognition. We bring you greetings from the women of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated with the various chapters throughout the greater New Orleans region. And I will give an opportunity for each one of them to introduce themselves, and then I'll bring back words of our involvement.
Thank you, Madam President.
Good morning. My name is Shauna Clouden, and I am the president of the Elegant Epsilon Phi Sigma chapter of Gretna, Louisiana.
Good morning, Demetra Danzler. I'm the president of the New Iota Sigma chapter. We actually span on the North Shore for Tangible Hope Parish, St. Tammany Parish, Washington Parish, Livingston Parish, and St. Helena Parish.
Good morning. I'm Barbara Layson Keller. I am Epsilon Phi Sigma chapter of Gretna, Louisiana. Yes, I live in New Orleans, but the chapter's in Gretna. Okay, don't get it twisted.
Good morning. My name is Jacqueline Shine. I'm a past president of the Epsilon Phi Sigma chapter of Gretna, Louisiana.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Dr. Theda Thompson, and I am the past centennial president of Epsilon Phi Sigma chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated.
Thank you,
Madam
my sister.
President, if you could just, back to you, the importance of this 100 years and the role that this great sorority has played in this community as well as this country.
Thank you so much. My name is Krista Rock. I am the president of the exquisite Epsilon Sigma chapter, the one and only New Orleans chapter that's serving you in this centennial year, and I am the centennial bacheloress. Thank you so much for the opportunity to bring you greater service and greater progress throughout the community. We are greater women seeking a greater world. We empower our youth, our organizations. We partner with businesses, local and abroad. We have national impact, local impact, and regional impact. Whenever you need service from Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated to inspire and to intrinsically build out the culture of New Orleans, because we are the New Orleans chapter, we want to partner with you in establishing your generational goals and aspirations for our youth and for our community. We believe in all of the culture of New Orleans. We believe in the historical impact of what we can do together. We believe that we are greater and stronger together, because we work together, we accomplish all things. So thank you for the opportunity for us to celebrate our centennial year here in New Orleans. Know that we will be filling the town with royal blue and gold, with not only partying, but partying with a purpose. We will be giving out scholarships to universities. Bayou Classic, you don't want to miss it. So for more information, to bond with us on our community service program, our impact program, you can visit our website at epsilon-sigma.com, because we party with a purpose. We do youth, we do senior citizens, and we do young adults. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the greater New Orleans area.
Before we read off and present proclamations for each individual chapter, council members, Councilmember Moreno.
I just wanted to say thank you for all that you all do. Have a history working, of course, with Ms. Barbara here on a variety of different community projects, and certainly know the impact that your sorority has on the city. And I can tell you this, I think what's also big is that, you know, whether it's a COVID emergency, whether it's aftermath of a hurricane, whatever it could be, whenever we have called on you all to please assist us, whether it's with, could be anything as simple as a water distribution to feeding to whatever it could be, you all always step up, and I'll never forget that. And I very much appreciate how you do put community first, and you do put service first. And I get it about partying with a purpose, but you always do put service and community
Yes,
first. Thank you.
Councilmember Morel. Then Councilmember Green.
I'll be brief, but we really appreciate y'all being here today. You are an example and role models for charity and for truly affirmatively being part of the city and encouraging everyone else to truly invest and be part of the city and address a lot of the social ills and the other things that plague us. And we're just so happy to be here today. Y'all have elevated the dress game today. I feel highly underdressed. Ms. Barber did not tell me to properly color coordinate today. I do not appreciate that. But thank y'all so much. Look forward to working with you.
Thank you, members of Sigma Gamma Rho, for all that you do in our community. It does make a difference. As I look out and see many people that I know, it reminds me of why I am so pleased to live in this city, and also to see the work that you all do, because it does make a difference. Thank you for your emphasis on scholarship and working with our youth. and wherever being needed, being available to our citizens to help them to enhance the quality of their life here. So thank you very much for what you do. And I am proud to present.
Yeah, Councilmember Green is going to read the
I'm gonna read
proclamation.
a proclamation.
But come up as the chapter and we'll present it.
Because this is certainly a special occasion, 100 years of service and sisterhood. So I do have a proclamation, and we have proclamations for each of those who are here today. But whereas the city of New Orleans is renowned for its food festivals, famous citizens, and foreign visitors, and whereas the city council takes great pride in paying tribute to events and activities, now therefore be it proclaimed by the city of New Orleans that the council recognizes Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc., commemorating 100 years of service and sisterhood, leading positive change and uplifting their communities with the motto, greater service, greater progress. So true. In the name of and by the authority vested in the city council, it's signed by all 7 members of the council at the request of Council Member Oliver Thomas. Thank you very much. Okay.
This is the one for the overall chapter. And then
Okay, now don't take that picture yet until I come. Okay, the elegant Epsilon Phi Sigma alumni chapter, The exquisite Epsilon Sigma alumni chapter.
I'll come over this way a little bit more.
I'm telling y'all, don't take that picture till I get down there. The outstanding Omicron chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. The glorious Gamma Epsilon chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. The radiant Rho Delta chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. Don't take that picture, Wesley, until I get there. The prestigious Pi Iota chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. Yeah, a lot of chapters. The notable new Iota Sigma alumni chapter of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority, Inc. Every chapter deserves the recognition. Every chapter is working hard. Southeastern Pi Iota chapter. UNO's Rho Delta chapter. Yep. Suno's Gamma Upsilon chapter. Dillard's Omicron chapter. Suno, UNO, and Dillard, located in District D, City of New Orleans. New Iota Alumni chapter. Epsilon Phi Sigma Alumni chapter. And drum roll on the last one. Epsilon Sigma Alumni chapter. Congratulations and thank you to all of the chapters of Sigma Gamma Rho. Yep.
Y'all ready? Turn around. Let's go.
Jack, give me your phone. Take a second.
All right, Madam Clerk, you ready? Got 1, 2, 3, 4. In the back. Waiting on one more. He's running down. Joe is running down.
Okay. Knock it out the park. All right.
Okay, you gonna have.
All right, Madam Clerk, we are ready to begin. Good morning, everyone. It is November 3rd, 2022. It is after 10 o'clock. No, Oliver's here. He's right there. We are ready to begin our full council meeting. We will begin with roll call. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Thomas, Councilmember Green,
Present.
Councilmember Morrell, Councilmember Moreno,
Present.
Councilmember King, Councilmember Harris, Councilmember Jeruso.
Here.
We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Our invocation will be led by Pastor Boutan. Good to see you.
May we all stand for a moment of prayer. Gracious God, our Father, how we honor you and we adore you and we thank you for the gift of life. We thank you for this day that you have given us. Father, we ask now that you would be in our midst as we come together to meet as a community and as a council, that you would empower each and every person that's in here, dear God. Give us everything that we need as we come together to make this city better for the residents who are living here. We just thank you. We give you praise. We give you honor, and everything will be done today in decency and in order, and you will get the glory out of all that we do. We ask these blessings now in your name we pray. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Our pledge will be led by Councilmember Green.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last
All right, approval of the minutes.
We have the approval of the minutes, October 6, 2022, October 20th, 2022, and October 25th, 2022 special meeting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can I get a motion to approve the minutes, please?
So moved, Green.
Moved by Councilmember Green. If I can get a second, seconded by Councilmember Druso. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous, all five of us.
Councilmember, are we going to the 10 o'clock matter or are we doing the consent agenda?
Let's do consent first.
Okay. We're on page 3. We have consent agenda, a communication from Aaron Spears, Chief of Staff and Counsel, Council Utilities Regulatory Office. This should be marked received. We have a communication from Alex D. Lambert and Nolan P. Lambert, Lambert and Lambert, a law corporation on behalf of Mercia Realty and Investment Company, 532 through 534 North Rampart Street. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 17th. We're on page 4. Communication from Amy B. Trepanier, Personnel Director, City of New Orleans, Department of Civil Service. This should be marked received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have the report of the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission. This should be marked received. Suggested hearing date is November the 17th. We're now on top of page 5. We have Council Ordinance Calendar number 33,902 by Councilmember Moreno, zoning docket 5222. We have Ordinance Calendar number 33,903 by Councilmember Druso, 59, zoning docket 5922. On top of page 6, we have motion M 22-478 by Councilmember Harris, adding Councilmember Moreno. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. We have motion M 22-479 by Councilmember Druso by request. The questionnaire was received. Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval. On top of page 7, we have resolution R 22-482 by council members Morel, Moreno, Druso, King, and Thomas. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R 22-483 by council members Moreno, Morel, Druso, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. The Utility, Cable, Telecommunications, and Technology Committee recommended approval. Those are all the matters on the consent agenda.
She kept saying page 7. She says page.
Councilmember, we have 2 comments online.
Hang on one second. Let me take Mr. Burnside first, and then Anita will take you.
With regret, Councilwoman Harris is not here because I wanted to take this time to thank her. Those of you who may have remembered the committee presentation of her 8 polls. I'm happy to bring to your attention that both Entergy and AT&T have completely replaced those poles, and my neighborhood has therefore taken an incremental step forward in trying to get ourselves a prettier place to live and somewhat slightly more storm hardened. So thank her and thank all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Anita?
We have 1 comment from Eric Rothschild with the New Orleans Trap Kitchen Food Policy Advocacy Council. He's commenting on consent item number 5, calendar number 33,902. While it's extremely exciting to see this permit come to fruition, we hope the administration, including One Stop, Economic Development, and Safety and Permits actively assists new businesses as they navigate these new regulations coming online. We hope that the administration will act with consistency and clarity as a slew of new applicants come in for pop-up permits and occupational licenses. We'd like to thank the City Council for their continued work on this permit and overall support of small business and the food ecosystem. We hope the administration matches the council's hard work on these matters. And the other comment is from Claudia Garofalo regarding consent agenda item number 7, motion number M22-478. Claudia says, I oppose. That's it for the online comments.
All right, thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Green, the consent agenda. If we can get a second, seconded by Councilmember Morel. Members, vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. 6 yeas, no nays. All right, you ready? All right, we can go to item 24 now, the 10 o'clock.
Okay. We're now on page 22, ordinance calendar number 33,913 by Councilmember Morel. An ordinance to amend sections 114 through 126, 114 through 135, and 114 through 204 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the employees' retirement system of the City of New Orleans to lower the retirement-assisted funded ratio threshold required to permit the Retirement Board of Trustees to provide one or more cost of living increases or bonuses for members who have retired, and increase the employer contribution to the retirement system, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. There's supposed to be an amendment. I don't have it.
Where's Keith? Amendment that's not there. Jesse, why don't you head down while we're doing that? We are handling a small logistical area. We're just making sure all the council members have copies of the amendment. Sure. Jesse, while she's doing the amendment, why don't you give a brief overview over what this does?
Sure, absolutely. Good morning, Council. My name is Jesse Evans, and I'm the Director of the City of New Orleans Employees Retirement System. This particular ordinance really does two primary things, two primary great things. What it does, it lowers the threshold which allows the board to actually grant a cost of living adjustment. Prior to this particular ordinance hopefully being passed, the board would have to reach a 95% funded ratio, which means the fund would have to have 95% of the funds needed to pay current and future benefits. There are no retirement plans that we know of that have a threshold that level requirement in order to grant a COLA. This particular ordinance would lower it to a much more achievable 65% level. We feel like that's a very, very strong standard, which will leave the plan at a very, very financially stable area, while also allowing us to grant cost of living adjustments. This ordinance will also allow for an alternative funding mechanism, which will allow the board to come to the council annually during the budget season to add an additional piece to the funding ratio to basically fund those COLAs. So right now, COLAs can only be paid through gains and losses. The fund actually had a historic high in assets on last year. But this particular ordinance would allow for an additional funding funding mechanism where those funds that come in can actually fund COLAs for the future. And those can be in the terms of one-time COLAs or actual increases in the monthly benefit. We feel like that, giving the board the flexibility to do that, will actually not only help current retirees, but we're talking about future retirees as well. So again, this ordinance does two things. It lowers the threshold at which the board can actually grant a COLA, and then also provides an alternative funding mechanism to grant COLAs currently and in the future.
Jesse, while the amendment's being handed out, why don't you discuss what the amendment does?
I'm sorry?
So while the amendment's being handed out, why don't you just address what the amendment does?
So again, the amendment lowers the threshold from 95%. Currently, right now, the fund has to be 95% funded to grant a COLA. This lowers it to 65%. Again, a much more achievable level in order to grant the COLA. And then it also allows the board of the fund to actually accept funds from the city. Right now, the board can only accept employee or employer contributions, save a small expense ratio. This actually allows the board to actually accept funds to specifically fund those COLAs. And just to put the COLAs in perspective as it relates to the board's historical payment of COLAs, the board has not granted an actual COLA or increase in the monthly pension benefit since 2008. Again, 2008 was the last time we actually increased the monthly pension benefit. We've not granted an actual one-time single lump sum COLA since 2015. So as you can see, it's been a very, very long time since retirees have actually received any sort of adjustment to their benefit payment. And again, as I said, this is not just for the current retirees, but these are for future retirees as well. It creates a mechanism and a method that will allow the board to actually grant COLAs now and into the future.
So I guess to put it in context, before us, we have during the budget process several proposals where the city will fund a one-time cost allowance benefit adjustment. Basically, rather than with some employees this year, for example, active employees, rather than give them a baseline increase to pay, the city's saying, we're going to give you some money this year because it was a hard year. Without this amendment, the city would not be in a position through the retirement board to provide a one-time benefit for retirees who are similarly facing inflation costs, for example, or like last year during a natural disaster, the board could not consider a COLA, and the board could not consider, even if it had the ability, to give a one-time adjustment because of the hardship.
Correct. Because the funding requirement was at 95%, the board had no authority to grant any lump sum, single cost living adjustment, or increase in the monthly pension benefit. Because of that 95% hard number within the ordinance, the board had no authority to actually grant any sort of adjustment to retirees' benefits.
And I want to really hit on that for people who are watching at home. Essentially, at a point in time, the council authored an increase to 95%, which essentially, logistically speaking, across the entire country looking at retirement systems, 95% funding is pretty much unachievable.
I would say one would have to live a very, very long time in order to receive a COLA if a funding level is 95%. I hope to live a long time, but I don't know that I would receive one upon retirement just because it doesn't move that quickly.
No, so essentially, by a past council doing that, they essentially created an environment where they could not give any COLAs.
That is correct.
So what we're simply trying to do is to give the board the ability to look at the plight of retirees, to look at the finances it has, the wherewithal, and whether it is fiscally prudent or available to them to provide either a monthly COLA or a one-time adjustment based upon inflation. And further, allow the board to receive money, for example, from the council to say, we've had a particularly hard year. Our retirees, who are all former municipal employees, just as we argue that we should try to make this city a great place to work, part of, and it's unfortunate we didn't have other representatives here at the previous meeting, I think we don't do a good job of illustrating to the public when you're trying to convince someone to work for a municipal government that has a specific defined retirement benefit. When you have employees you're trying to get to either come to a government or stay in that government, they watch how a city treats its retirees. Because if you join a system, you're joining its retirement system. And in a city that's established, we will not give COLA adjustments to retirees. We had testimony at our previous hearing that if that is the city of New Orleans' position, why would someone want to work here towards a retirement where if you have historic inflation, you know beforehand you're likely just going to be not taken care of.
I want to echo those comments because you're correct, council member. I receive calls primarily from seasoned employees throughout the state, throughout the country, who, when they're considering employment, they ask about the retirement plan. They want to know, if I work X years and my salary is Y, what will my Z benefit be? So that is very correct. For those more seasoned employees or seasoned individuals who are looking to transition possibly to city government, they look at the retirement plan. They want to know, if I work there, what would that benefit look like? And to your point, are there COLAs that are built into what those benefits look like? So the retirement system becomes a both recruitment and a retention tool for the city.
Right, and I think that just as we diligently believe that we should take care of our current employees, is equally incumbent upon the city and this council to also look towards the people who served here sometimes for 20, 30, 40 years, and make sure that those people, those individuals, are in a position where they also are taken care of during historic times like a hurricane, a natural disaster, or historic inflation that makes the buying power of the limited dollars they have actually go far. Jesse, could you give us a brief just hit at what is the average retiree's retirement benefit?
The average retiree's benefit is $22,000 per year. And that's, so when we talk about whether we give a one-time COLA or whether we give an increase in the monthly benefit, the board has discussed this, and we think initially probably the one-time lump sum is probably more impactful, because if you give a 1% COLA, we're talking about roughly $18 a month before taxes. So if we were to give something in the neighborhood of $300 to $500 as a one-time COLA, I think that's much more impactful to households as opposed to a 1% increase in the actual monthly benefit. Again, these are decisions that the board would definitely look at and kind of cost out, which we've done on a lot of these areas. But we want to be very, very prudent when we look at the financial stability of the fund currently, as we also grant those COLAs. But again, to your question, $22,000 per year is the average benefit for a retiree. And when I say retiree, I mean collectively those beneficiaries, survivors, and disabilities as well, who we also cover.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you ready? I caught you while you were, sorry about that.
There is an amendment
Okay.
by Councilmember Morrell.
I'll move we take that up.
Number one, on page 1, within the first line of the preamble, delete the words sections 114 through 126, 114 through 135, and 114 through 204, and replace with sections 114-126, 114-135, 114-204, and 114-205. Number 2, on page 1, line 2, after the words ordained, that, delete the words sections 114 through 126, 114 through 135, and 114 through 204, and replace with sections 114-126, 114-135, 114-204, and 114-205. Number 3, on page 2, line 13, delete the words subject to the exception provided in subsection E herein. Number 4, on page 2, line 13, capitalize the word in to begin section B. Number 5, on page 2, line 14, delete the words 200,000 or and greater. Number 6, on page 3, line 133, before the words "the board may" include letter A to begin the section. Number 7, on page 3, line 38, delete the word "shall" and replace the word "may." Number 8, on page 3, line 38, delete the word "only." Number 9, on page 3, under line 39, insert a new subsection B to read as follows. Number 10, B, notwithstanding subsection A, the board may be authorized to provide a cost of living increase or bonus to help adjust for actual changes in members' cost of living if the city appropriates sufficient funds to fully pre-fund the increase or bonus described in this subsection in the year the benefit is provided. Number 11, on page 4, delete the entirety of lines 57 and 58 and replace with the following. E, during the city's annual budgeting process, the board may be authorized to request an addition to the annual requested contribution rate, ARC, to specifically fund cost of living increases or bonuses. The funding shall come in the form of an increase in the city or other employer contribution rate. The increase shall be no more than half of 1% of the system's actual valuation. Number 12, on page 4, underline 58 insert section 114-205 to read as follows. Section 114-205, appropriations. On or before September 1st each year, the trustees shall file with the city council a certification of the amount of the contribution determined in accordance with section 114-204 hereof applicable for the immediately succeeding year, and the additional amount required in connection with the administration and operation of the system for such year. The amount so certified shall be included in the annual budget of the city, and the city council shall appropriate such amount as shall be necessary to cover the expenses and benefits payments, including cost of living increases or bonuses of the system prior to the first regular budgetary receipt. That is the amendment.
Thank you. I will move to suspend the rules to consider the amendment. Seconded by Councilmember Green.
Councilmember, we don't suspend the rules for amendments.
Okay, well, never mind. Move to motion on the, well, the motion on the computer says suspend. That's why I said that.
Okay.
So, the motion to adopt the amendment, seconded by Mr. Green. Well, you have a comment on the amendment or on the bill? Well, okay. So, motion to adopt the amendment. Please vote your machines on the amendment. 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted. We do have a card from Mr. Burnside on the underlying bill.
I do have a comment.
So retirement plans generally aren't very exciting unless you happen to be a recipient. But I did read a letter to the editor recently that there's 2,100 employees who receive retirement benefits from the city, and that they had not got their COLA since 2008, which sparked an interest and sent an email. I have to say that the difference between $500 as a lump sum and $18 a month is that if you plan on living for more than 2 years, it's better to take the 18 bucks. The other thing I want to say is that a 1% COLA is a bitter, bitter joke. I mean, Social Security is doing like 8.6% this year alone. So somebody somewhere needs to do the math to figure out whether we should even be running a retirement system if we're only going to give COLAs a 1%. Because a lot of these retirees are going to be better off just taking Social Security. And the last thing I want to bring to your idea is the idea of the unvested. I don't know enough to say this is a statement, so I'm going to say it as a question, but it's not rhetorical. I spent 4 years in the Army. If I had stayed in for 20, I'd have got a retirement. But I didn't even get 4 years of Social Security for the 4 years I put in the Army. So if you guys have a vesting level somewhere of a certain number of years and people are leaving before they get vested, you're doing an unfairness to the young employees that you're training up in this city government. And I don't know what the vestment period is for the city, but really, somebody somewhere needs to do the math, because I'm suspicious that Social Security wouldn't be a much better deal.
Mr. Green.
Thank you, and those comments are well taken, and I will emphasize that this is the beginning of something that certainly is long overdue. It's not a perfect situation here, but there's much to be considered. Council Vice President Morrell, I respectfully request the opportunity to be added as a co-sponsor. This ordinance touches on an area that I touch on often, why honestly it is a good thing to work for the city of New Orleans. Each job pays retirement benefits, each job pays health benefits, There are many jobs where the box has been banned at the request of the public, yet we still, and no job pays less than $15 an hour. Most jobs pay much more than that. We're looking for city employees right now in areas that range from cutting grass to being engineers, to working with streets jobs, to serving as attorneys. We have over 900 jobs still available. It may be lower than that because I understand some departments are doing a great job of reaching out to the public to hire. I just want to say that this is yet another example of why working for the city of New Orleans can have benefits for those who fill those jobs. And I encourage citizens to go to nola.gov/jobs, be committed to applying and also taking the civil service exam, because now today what we're saying is that the city is going to be more flexible relative to granting cost of living increases, which is a great incentive for persons who might consider a job at the city of New Orleans. No longer will it be the case that for 14 or 15 years there's no granting of a cost of living increase, that there will be considerations given by the council. So in general, I'd just like to encourage members of the public, if you know someone who's looking for a job, if you're looking for a job yourself, if you're retired and you want to join the city of New Orleans, we have hundreds of jobs available that pay these benefits, and today you're seeing an enhancement of the opportunity to receive retirement benefits. I just want to encourage our citizens to fill these jobs.
Thank you, Mr. Green. A couple of points. So vesting starts at 5, Mr. Burnside. What I will say is this, and this actually applies to both employees and retirees. The city of New Orleans is one of the few, if not the only cities in the state that for all of its employees does not provide a cost of living increase on an annual basis. So that's not an issue just for retirees, that's an issue for employees. And to that end, what you see happen in 10-year cycles is essentially the city will not do COLAs, and then every 5 to 10 years, there'll be an option like you're seeing right now proposed in the current budget to do sudden pay increases of 5% here, 10% there, then not do pay increases for an extended period of time. One of the challenges you have filling positions in municipal government is that if you go to the city of New Orleans and you want to be a municipal employee, and it's got a okay starting salary, but beyond actual promotion, which is always limited to specific positions, the inability to have the assurances that you'll have a cost of living increase on an annual basis, that is what may probably make people go from city of New Orleans to city of Gretna, Jefferson Parish, other neighboring parishes that provide a cost of living increase both for their employees and in their retirement systems. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Burnside, and it's well taken, but I think it goes towards a larger problem that we have institutional financial problems that are based upon the budgeting principle of robbing Peter to pay Paul. And that rather than budget to pay for things, which we know are basic requirements to make the city a good place to live or a good place to work, we put Band-Aids every couple of years over problems without addressing the problem that if we simply looked at the budget itself, budgeted for cost of living increases, and budgeted to make people whole, we wouldn't have this tremendous inability to fill positions in government that we then have to increase salaries well above market rates because we're compensating for the fact that people don't want to work here because we don't provide cost of living increases. So I hear what you're saying. The comments are all well taken. What we're trying to do today, as a simple matter of fact and a matter of decency, is to empower this board to at least consider COLAs.
Correct.
Because right now, it's not even an option. Once the fund is at 95%, which is an untenable number, they cannot do a monthly cost of living or an annualized adjustment. They can't do anything. And I would argue that anyone who did something like this, knowing that this board would never hit 95%, fully intended for retirees never to get a COLA. And that is beyond reprehensible. So what we're doing today is simply allowing those individuals on the board to have consideration And I hear you on those underlying issues, Mr. Burnside, and that's something we'll look forward to in the future. So I will move as amended. Councilman Green seconds. Please vote your machines.
And Councilmember, I'm sorry.
Online?
Are we an online comment? We have any, okay.
Somebody said something?
We have four yays, 6 yays, 6 yays, no nays. The ordinance is adopted. Thank you, Jesse.
I think, just want to make one quick comment based on the comment. Our plan is one of the few plans in the state that also contributes to Social Security. So employees who work for the city of New Orleans, they do receive the full Social Security benefit as well. So they pay into that benefit also. So the comment is raised to Social Security, they get their pension benefit and they also get the Social Security. Whereas if you work for the state and you don't contribute to Social Security, but then you work on another job where you get the 40 quarters of 10 years to qualify for Social Security, when you go to draw that benefit from that plan, they will offset, i.e. reduce your Social Security benefit because you're receiving a benefit from a plan in which you did not contribute to Social Security. Our plan does not do that, so members get the benefit of both the Social Security and the pension benefit.
Okay, thank you, Jesse, for that clarification.
Council members, we're now going to go to page 17. At the top of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,893 has been deferred to 11/17. At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar number 33,897 by Councilmember Morrell, an ordinance to establish the Gordon Plaza Environmental Equity Relocation Assistance Fund as Division 48 of Article 3 in Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans, to ordain Section 70-415.1 through 70-415.4 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This ordinance is pretty straightforward. In our previous meetings, as well as the Gordon Plaza Task Force meetings, there has been a concern regarding moving costs for those individuals who will be relocated. This simply creates a fund. There's no money actually in the fund yet, but it creates the fund to try and figure out how we can find funding and provide for reasonable moving costs. That's what the bill does. I know that there is an individual or several that would like to speak on this. Mr. Burnside, your card is in first, so you're free to speak first.
You speak very, very calm words, Councilman. How to find the funds and reasonable costs. And therein lies some of the problems, of course. So I will be calm and reasonable. It would be nice if there were numbers in this bill. It would be nice if there were caps. It would be good to know whether only the current property owners are eligible to receive relocation or if renters are. It would also be nice to know if any of the past property owners are going to be reimbursed. The morality of the situation at Gordon Plaza is that they live in the second most cancerous census unit district in the state. And so it becomes a question, what is a census unit or a census district? And they vary in size. They can be as low as 1,800 people, and they can go up to about 8,000 people. But on average, they have about 4,000 people in them. We're not dealing with those 4,000 people. Those 4,000 people are all suffering the same cancer rate as Gordon Plaza, by definition. And they're completely ignored. We're unhappy about an elementary school that was closed. 1/2 mile away is an active, being used high school. I've read the EPA reports. The poison is mostly lead. The poison mostly came from the incinerator that burned waste products, specifically wood covered with lead paint, for decades. For decades, an incinerator burned wood that was covered with lead paint because we demo houses and we send our wood off to unknown places that are magical. In this case, we burnt it, and lead is heavy, but it attaches itself to fly ash. There are plumes that covered a lot more than only the dump. We're not talking stuff that was buried. We're talking stuff that was burnt. And a smokestack spewed that all over the place. So you've got an entire census district with 4,000 people in it that have the same cancer rate as Gordon Plaza, and you haven't bothered to test anything, including the local high school. So your morality sucks, and your math doesn't exist.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Moadi. Mr. Moadi? Mahdi. I apologize, Mahdi.
This is George Mahdi.
Mahdi, all right.
Neighborhood Unity and Merge. You know, historically, we've had these problems exist with housing, and they still exist. And the problem is you're catering, enabling the old guard real estate people to gentrify this city for whites only. That's how the situation came about in the first place. Sitting people on waste dumps, schools on waste dumps, particularly black neighborhoods. And, this is something that has to be addressed because it affects every aspect of our social situations in terms of affordable housing, what's being done about that. Increased rents, people are being forced and live in heavily dense populated areas where crime will happen because you're not addressing the job issues, the work issues. And, we feel that, as representatives of the people, so-called representatives of the people, that's what you should be doing. See, because, this is a government of the people. If we're going to have a democracy, if we're going to have a commonwealth, everybody has to be involved in it, and everybody has to share in it, or we're going to continue to have the same problems that we've always had. So when you're dealing with these issues, and now you're trying to undermine the people that, knowing that they won't have enough to pay off to move under these guidelines that you're doing. That's just part of the same process that's been going on, from decade to decade and generation to generation. And then we talk about, wanting to be concerned about the crime problem and all this. When are we going to address the roots of crime, the roots of education failure? Because that's going on too, So yes, it's incumbent upon you because you are supposed to represent us. You're elected to represent us. And if you're not, we have to take matters in our own hands. So this is what we need to focus on right now, to do the right things, because if you do the right things, good things are going to come up. A tree is known by its fruit. And we don't see any good fruit happening here. Thank you.
Mr. Parker. Parker.
Good afternoon, Council. I don't live in Gordon Plaza, but being an old man and having witnessed all the environmental racism that we've had, wouldn't it be great for this council to take the opportunity to do something about the environmental racism that so many of us who are black have experienced? I am in support of this particular amendment. Thank you. Please vote for it.
Thank you. I don't have any other speakers. if you have a speaker, I do not have a card in, so there's some, all right, there's the cards. All right.
Good morning. City Council, I find myself here after 17 years, representing as president, legally reinstated Section 8 board. I would like to speak to you. I represent thousands of residents that's on Section 8 voucher holders. And I want to say it too hard, and the city council need to know that public housing residents are not being addressed by handle. Mold and mildew run through the units of public housing.
Ma'am, I think your comments are for the Healthy Homes Ordinance.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Please just listen, okay? It's about the residents that live in this city and what they're going through. It's a part of housing, sir. Dealing with life and what's going on and the needs and the concerns of residents that live in this city. And this is part of some of the crime and condition of this city. You know, and they need to hear this and be held accountable and address this situation. So can I please finish, sir? I would appreciate it.
I respectfully ask if you're going to refer to the Gordon Plaza amendment.
Garden Plaza is,
You are talking about a protest relative to the Housing Authority of New Orleans and Section 8 recipients. I'm asking you if your comments are going to refer to Gordon Plaza and the situation that is on the agenda.
no, but I,
Can I ask you then if you would at another time be able to present your
When?
comments?
today,
Yes.
I think your comments would actually be perfect for the Healthy Homes Ordinance, which is coming up right at noon, which actually deals with housing. It's already 11:21. So at noon, we're taking up the Healthy Homes Ordinance. So if you want to talk, comments are about housing,
okay,
that would be the appropriate time to do that.
I will stay here for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, I don't have any other comments on this particular ordinance. Is any individual council members want to comment?
I'll second.
Very briefly, I do appreciate Mr. Burnside's comments about the funds and the like, but typically speaking, in the history of this council, when you create a fund to receive money, once money is identified, then you can come back and put specific limits or requirements or the like on the fund. This is simply establishing the fund so that we can go forth and see what monies are available to potentially put in it. So it's a first step in a process.
Second.
That being said, I will move. Mr. Green seconds. Please vote your machines. Six yeas, no nays, and the ordinance is adopted.
Thank you. You have additional cards? I see Mr. Perkins. Next item.
Jesse, were you trying to speak on this item?
Yeah.
We just voted on the item.
Excuse me?
We just voted on the item.
Hold on a second. Can we still make the statement anyway?
Two, personal privilege, 2 minutes.
I can't do this in 2 minutes.
Then, Mr. Perkins, members, we have a tremendous amount of bills to go through today. I'm in receipt of your email. I think all the council members need to read it, but if you could hit the high points in the email rather than read the entire thing, I've read it. I think you can hit the high points and do it in 2 minutes, Mr. Perkins.
Okay.
Okay? So
Okay.
personal privilege, 2 minutes.
Okay, cool. All right, today, we are here to talk about appraisals, antagonisms, and advancing this process forward in simple and seamless ways. 1, the city of New Orleans continues to push the law and state it needs an appraisal for the city to buy out our homes and land. Well, we have no problem with the law being attended to, However, we have made it clear from the beginning that we do have a problem with appraisals that are clearly used to discriminate against us as black people in the black community. So in an effort to ensure that non-devaluation and non-discriminatory practices were prioritized in our situation, we requested a team of legal, environmental, and real estate experts to come together and present the City of New Orleans a replacement cost analysis report to serve as a clear methodology that would not include anti-blackness into the evaluation, because racism is so very intentionally woven throughout this entire system and even internalized by people who look like us. We know that it will require a double down on intentionality to reject racism in the many ways that it is showing up throughout this process. Environmental racism is exactly why we are contending with this issue to begin with. So we refuse to pretend like it did not exist. And it is not the very reason we are here once again fighting to move this process forward. 3, in an effort to cooperate with the expectation of the law, we demanded that only one home be offered up for a sample for the appraisal to give the appraiser a fair chance at using the full range of tools in his appraisal kit to ensure, according to the law, that the appraisal process could transpire without exploitation and anti-blackness being a part of the methodology. 4, despite our greatest efforts, the appraisal came back questionable, whether it be the form itself or our non-flood zone status being compared to flood zone status, or ignoring the minimal 7% increase of the complete brick makeup of our homes, or the neighborhood selection for comparable, all essentially being in one area, or the inaccuracies. We could go on, but the main point here is that whether these appraisal choices were intentional or not, the result is still the same, and results in this kind of practices that have material consequences for us which devalue and discriminate. I'm gonna stop and say, no good. We're not gonna stand for it. Point blank. Thank you for allowing me to say what I said.
Thank you, Jesse.
I wish you would have let me read the entire thing for everyone to hear.
Well, I read the entire thing, and I encourage everybody who receives it from y'all to read the entire thing.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Perkins. Next item, Madam Clerk.
Are we going to the regular agenda now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're now on page 8. We have the HDLC appeal of 5919 Ferret Street has been deferred to 11/17. On page 9, the VCC appeal of 440 Bourbon Street has been deferred to 11/17. Zoning docket 1622 has been deferred to 11/17. On page 10, all matters, zoning docket 6322 has been deferred to 11/17. Zoning docket 6422 has been deferred to 11/17. On top of page 11, zoning docket 7222 has been deferred to 11/17. On page 12, zoning docket 7322 has been deferred to December the 1st. Zoning docket 7422 has been deferred to November 17th. Page 13, zoning docket 7522 has been deferred to November 17th. On page 15, legislative grouping, zoning docket 7722, American Federation of Musicians, Local 174-496, requesting a zoning change from an HURD2 Historic Urban Two-Family Residential District to an HUB1 Historic Urban Neighborhood Business District. The parcel is also in an RDO2 Residential Diversity Overlay District, Small Multifamily Affordable Short-Term Rental Interim Zoning District located on Square 320, Lot M, or Lots 56, 57, 2, and 2 undesignated lots in the Second Municipal District, bounded by Ursuline Avenue, North Dergenwall Street, Governor Nichols Street, and North Russia-Blade Street. Municipal addresses is 2553 through 2555 Ursuline Avenue. The recommendation of the City Planning Commission being for approval. Motion M22-481 by Councilmember Green, granting the applicant zoning change request on zoning docket number 7722.
I'd like to thank the American Federation of Musicians, Local 174-496, for the consideration and for reaching out to the community to make sure that there was buy-in and that ideas were shared. This is a request for a zoning change from a historic urban two-family residential district, HURD2, to a historic urban neighborhood business district, HUB1A, at 2553-55 Ursuline Avenue. I know that our City Planning Commission representative is going to say more, but I would just like to say that the site is a multi-unit building, 3,722 square feet. The building is currently being used as a meeting space for the American Federation of Musicians, Local 174-496. The purpose of the rezoning is to allow a portion of the already existing commercial building to be used as a dance studio and a small child care center. I'm asking for the council's support. It'd be great to have those businesses at that location. We have a representative of the City Planning Commission to tell us more.
Thank you, Councilmember Green. Zoning docket 7722 is a request for a zoning change from HURD2 to HUB1A. The property is a historic commercial structure located at 2553 to 55 Ursulines Avenue at the intersection with North Dorgenwall. The building occupies the corner portion of the site, while the remainder of the site is occupied by a paved accessory parking lot containing about 6 parking spaces. The building is currently being used as a meeting space for the American Federation of Musicians Local. The owner would like to rent 2 small tenant spaces within the building for use as a dance studio and a small child care center. The property currently has residential zoning despite the fact that it is a commercial building, and this zoning prevents the new tenants from operating within the structure. To address this, the property owner is seeking to rezone the property to HUB1A Neighborhood Business District. This district is intended just for this type of property, a small, historic commercial structure located within an otherwise residential neighborhood. The zoning district allows for small, low-intensity commercial uses so that these commercial buildings can continue to provide neighborhood commercial services while also remaining compatible with the surrounding residential buildings. For this reason, the Planning Commission finds the zoning change appropriate and recommends approval. At the CPC public hearing, the applicant's representative spoke to the request and there was no opposition.
Thank you. I appreciate the City Planning Commission's work. I appreciate the New Orleans Musicians Union for consideration to have these potential business locations. I invite Rachel Van Voorhees, who is representing the New Orleans Musicians Union Local 174-496, to come forward with comments.
Hi, I think everything has been presented to you all. My name is Rachel Van Voorhees. I'm actually the principal harpist of the Louisiana Philharmonic and a proud member of the union. We really appreciate your consideration. During the period of COVID, many of our members were not able to pay their dues, and having these 2 tenants would be both beneficial to the tenants and extremely beneficial to the health of the Musicians Union. So I just wanted to thank Councilman Green and the council for their consideration of this matter. Thank you.
A dance studio and a small child care development center. That is great news. I ask council members to support, or at least to vote. Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councilmember Giruso. Thank you for asking.
Our duty to fight for our freedom. Our duty to fight for our freedom. Our duty to win. Our duty to win. Love and protect each other. Love and protect each other. Nothing to lose without change. We have nothing to lose without change. It's our duty to fight for our freedom. Our duty to win. Our duty to win. Love and protect each other. Love and protect each other. We have nothing to lose without change. We have nothing to lose without change. It's our duty to fight for our freedom. It's our duty to fight for our freedom. It's our duty to win. It's our duty to win. Love and protect each other. We must love and protect each other. We have nothing to lose without change. I said we have nothing to lose without change.
I'll ask council members to vote their machines. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you very much for your support. And once again, thank you to the American Federation of Musicians, Local 174-496 for your consideration. And again, for working with members of the public and making sure that they were aware of the changes. Thank you, council members.
We're now on top of page 15, all matters. Ordinance calendar number 33,671 has been deferred to December 1st. Ordinance calendar number 33,866 has been deferred to November the 17th. On top of page 16, ordinance calendar number 33,885 has been deferred to 11/17. Ordinance calendar number 33,886 has been deferred to November 17th. We're now on top of page 18, but we're going to do the bottom of the page. We have ordinance calendar number 33,899 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend Claire, are we still going forward with this one? I don't know what this is.
Councilmember Jeruso, your ordinance is up. You're going to defer it? Okay. Temporarily defer it, Madam Clerk.
Okay. We're now going to go.
I said temporarily defer it until you come back. Yeah.
Okay, we're on top of page 19. So this one is gonna have 2 more. 30, and then put another for later. Okay, so Councilmember Morel, are we going forward right now with number 19? Okay, we're on top of page 19. We have ordinance calendar number 33,900 by council members Morel and King. An ordinance to ordain section 146-36G7 establishing minimum neighborhood meeting and public hearing requirements by the Department of Public Works prior to installation of new bike lanes and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment. We have an amendment by council members Morel and King. On page 1, within the preamble, after the words "an ordinance," 2, delete the words "ordained section 146-36G7 establishing minimum neighborhood meeting and public hearing requirements by the Department of Public Works prior to installation of new bike lanes," and add the words "to amend and reordain sections 146-36B and 146-36G7, establishing minimum community meeting and public hearing requirements by the Department of Public Works prior to projects anticipated to involve a major operational change to a roadway. Number 2, on page 1, lines 2 through 3, after the words "ordained," that delete the words section 146-36B and 147-36G7 of the Code of the City of New Orleans is hereby amended, and add the words section 146-36B and 146-36G7 of the Code of the City of New Orleans is hereby amended and reordained. Number 3, on page 1, line 4, delete the words section 146-36, complete streets program, and add the words section 146-36, complete streets program. B, definitions. 1, crash data, as used in this section, means data included but not limited to location, severity, demographics regarding crashes involving vehicles and/or pedestrians. Number 2, major operational change as used in this section means the removal of a travel lane or parking lane for another use for a distance of at least 1 block or as determined by the city traffic engineer. Number 3, user mode shared data as used in this section means the number of users or percentage of users for particular modes of transportation such as private motor vehicles, public transit, bicycling, or walking. Number 4, vehicle as used in this section means every device by which persons or things may be transported upon a public street, highway, or bridge. A bicycle or a written animal shall be a vehicle, and a trailer or semi-trailer shall be a separate vehicle. Number 4, on pages 1 through 2, lines 13 through 14, delete the words "in consideration of the installation of bike lanes prior to the consideration by the New Orleans City Council or any expenditure of funds. The Department of Public Works shall A, conduct a public hearing on a proposed bike lane installation at least 50 days from the planned installation, and add the words, when a project is anticipated to involve a major operational change to a roadway, the Department of Public Works during the pre-construction phase shall conduct the following. Number 5, on page 2, lines 18 through 25, delete the words. B, hold no fewer than 3 public neighborhood meetings, and C, appear at no fewer than 1 hearing by the City Council Transportation Committee, and D, work with the Neighborhood Engagement Office and the Office of Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness to ensure the advertising of neighborhood meetings regarding proposed bike lanes at least 2 weeks in advance of the neighborhood meeting, distributed via email, text message, and physical paper. And add the words, A, hold no fewer than 2 community engagement meetings. B, appear at no fewer than 1 hearing by the City Council Transportation and Airport Committee, City Council Public Works, Sanitation, and Environment Committee, or other City Council committee. And C, work with the Neighborhood Engagement Office and other city engagement channels as necessary to ensure the advertising of community engagement meetings regarding proposed major operational change at least 2 weeks in advance of the community engagement meeting, distributed via email, text message, and physical paper. That is the amendment.
I'll move adoption of the amendment. Is there any comments on the amendment, Anita? No. All right. On the bill, wait first, vote on the amendment, I'm sorry. Councilman Druso? Oh, who are we missing? Councilman Thomas? Oh, there you go. 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment is adopted. On the bill itself, I know Councilman King has some comments, but I'll start. Do we have any cards? Any comments online? For the bill? Okay. Why don't we do the comments online first, and then I'll provide my closing comments.
We have 1 comment. Hold on 1 second. We have 1 comment from Brad Ott regarding ordinance calendar number 33900 to mandate a specific public notice process in advance of new bike lane installations, including holding a hearing before the City Council Transportation Committee. This is worthwhile, but why not also mandate the same practice for City Council legislation on bike lanes? Recent enactment of legislation to undo 2 bike lanes at Algiers did not go before the City Council Transportation Committee. Please amend this legislation to also mandate the same practice standard to include the City Council. That's it for the online comments.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments, Mr. Ott. I'd like to begin by thanking Department of Public Works. They have worked very diligently with me to put this ordinance in a posture that they think is achievable and worthwhile. Essentially, what we're trying to do, ladies and gentlemen, is that as we continue to move forward with the Complete Streets program, as we continue to push for other modes of transportation to have equity, we want to make sure this is a process that everyone can participate in and that everyone has notice of. What we found working together is that it is appropriate that we encapsulate in ordinance what the requirements are so that everyone knows going into it that once that process has begun, once that notice is done, and everyone has given a fair chance to speak, that if individuals do not choose to speak during that period, at least there are receipts that an attempt was made. So, like I said, I want to thank DPW for their hard work with us on this. It was a good collaboration. I want to thank Councilmember King and his office for working with us on this as well. And with that, I will move as amended. Councilman King seconds. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays, and it is passed.
Okay, council members, could we please just finish the bottom? It's for
Let's finish the
Councilmember
page.
Caruso.
Let's
Well, I
finish the
can't
page.
finish the page because I have to go do that middle one at noon.
That's okay.
All right,
Just finish the page with 21.
all right.
Yeah.
We're at the bottom of page 19. We have ordinance calendar number 33,906 by Councilmember Jeruso, an ordinance to amend and reordain Chapter 154, Traffic and Vehicles, Section 154-2, to ordain Chapter 154, Traffic and Vehicles, Section 154-13 and 154-14 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to prohibit personal delivery devices on the public right-of-way and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, and there is an amendment by Councilmember Jeruso. Number 1, on page 2, line 13, before the word nothing, insert A. Number 2, on page 2, line 13, after the word from and before the word personal, delete using and insert operating in lieu thereof. Number 3, on page 2, line 14, after the word the and before the word boundaries, insert contingent. Number 4, on page 2, line 13, add paragraph letter A before nothing in this chapter. Number 5, on page 2, line 14, after the word campuses and before the word each, insert the following text. B, when a public rights of way are within otherwise contiguous boundaries of a university or college campus and a university or college wishes to operate personal delivery device along or across these rights of way, the university or college shall enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement with the City of New Orleans defining the campus boundaries, operation, and responsibilities of the university or college. C, any personal delivery devices operating on university or college campuses shall operate pursuant to the Louisiana Revised Statute 32-210. D, number 5, on page 2, line 17, after the 3 asterisks, insert the following text in a new section, that this ordinance shall become effective on May 1st, 2023. That is the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This involves personal delivery devices or little robots on college campuses. The competing interests here are that colleges are evolving and want these on their campuses, but at the same time, the city wants to ensure that even though college campuses are generally self-contained, that these devices do not find themselves in rights of way and then become problems of the City of New Orleans. And so they are working to strike a balance with not having these everywhere in the City of New Orleans, only on college campuses, and then the universities themselves are going to be responsible for them where they are within city limits. So there will also be a cooperative endeavor agreement between any university and the city that wants to operate these machines. So with that, I'll move on the amendment and have a second, please. seconded by Councilmember Green. 6 yeas, no nays, and now the ordinance as amended.
Councilmember Drusa, I think Healthy Homes is going to run a while, so if you want to do sanitation first, I defer to you.
Okay, well, why don't we do if you don't mind? Thank you. Why don't we do that, because I don't think sanitation will take terribly long. Yeah. Thank you. 5 yeas, no nays. 6, thank you. All right, can we go to sanitation? Thank you.
Wait,
I think it's number 16, the one I had to miss. 18, number 18.
we're at the bottom of page 18. We have ordinance calendar number 33,899 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 28,863 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2022. To reduce the 2022 general fund appropriation to the Department of Police and increase the appropriation to the Department of Sanitation in order to fund additional sanitation expenses in 2022 and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is the last matter remaining for mid-year budget adjustments. Boy, the board's already lit up, and the people at the table haven't even spoken yet. So I wanted to give the Law Department and Sanitation the opportunity to present on what's going on, where we stand, what's happening, the perils of not funding this, where we are in the bankruptcy matter. And so, I know our ultimate thinking here was trying to see if we had something from the bankruptcy judge letting us know or having some guidance today. I think there was a conference this morning, so maybe we have a small update there as well, but the floor is yours, gentlemen. Good morning.
Yes, there was a status conference with the bankruptcy court this morning. We currently have a trial date of January 12th and 13th. The city's filed a motion to lift the stay. The Metro has filed a motion to assume the contract. Those two motions are going to be heard on that date. There's also going to probably be a couple more motions that are filed. The parties agreed to commence discovery now. Discovery will be submitted early next week. I believe it should be in by Monday. The court reserved a hearing date of November 22nd, should there be any discovery disputes. There was also discussion about the potential to mediate the matter, which the parties agreed to explore, and the bankruptcy court is going to call some colleagues and potentially provide a mediator for the parties.
All right, Mr. St. Remy, I appreciate that update very much. Can we just take a couple steps back, though,
Sure.
for the non-lawyers, just to make sure we understand? So just correct me if my timeline is wrong at any point here. Metro has filed for bankruptcy, and then as part of the bankruptcy proceeding, Metro essentially has two choices. One is to reject the contract, one is to assume the contract.
Correct.
And then Metro has filed a motion saying that it wants to assume the contract, and not only in saying it wants to assume the contract, it's going to abide by all of the obligations as set forth when the contract was originally. Go ahead.
Let me cut you off right there.
Good.
Metro's argument is that the contract has been modified, so the contract that, as written, is no longer in force. They're saying that it's a different contract. In other words, Metro's claiming that the contract is now 1 day per week trash pickup. no recycling pickup. And to be quite honest with you, I do not know whether or not they're actually arguing that they're only responsible for picking up less than, how much are they picking up now?
Metro is currently only picking up half of the once-a-week trash collections.
Yeah, so they're arguing that the contract has the terms of the contract have been modified. Of course, the city's contracts provide that any modification must be done in writing, and that, of course, has not occurred.
All right, so let me maybe get to this question, which is, we have a tension here, right? I mean, the city wants Metro to perform the contract, and at the same time, we want trash to be picked up. And so if Metro can't perform, then citizens aren't getting what they want. If we deny, I guess Mr. Torrey and Mr. St. Raymond, this is for you, if we were to deny this today, what happens to trash pickup in service area 2, which is the Metro area?
I guess just to kind of make sure we're all on the same page as well. So as Corwin alluded to, for the past year, Metro Service Group has been unable to fulfill their contractual obligations. That was true pre-Hurricane Ida, post-Hurricane Ida. It's certainly true post their bankruptcy filing on October 6th. They're only currently performing 20% of their contractual obligations, half of once-a-week trash. No recycling collection, as we all are aware, in service area 2 or 3. Over the past year, the city's received over 17,000 miscollection complaints, and we've had over 5,000 cart requests go unfulfilled by Metro. I think many of those complaints have been amplified by your council offices on a daily basis to me, and I think we all can agree that this is absurd, that we continue to deal with this. The city enacted emergency contracts following Hurricane Ida to prop Metro up and to be able to provide a core service of at least once-a-week trash collection. We continue to provide those services to supplement Metro services at a cost of almost $150,000 a week, so over $600,000 a month. In addition to the Metro contract, we're paying to supplement Metro service just to ensure that once-a-week trash is happening on a weekly basis. That doesn't even begin to touch other services, the enhanced services, the improved quality of life, or curbside recycling, which we want to happen. So I think the city and the Department of Sanitation's position is clear. We moved forward with executing our new contracts for Service Area 2 and Service Area 3 last week with Ivy Waste and Waste Pro. These contracts were competitively bid. We had 5 respondents, 3 local, 2 national companies responded to those. We believe we picked the best and most qualified respondents to provide the enhanced level of services that residents deserve and that residents have been patiently waiting for over a year. So we ask that this council, move forward with providing the required funding to provide those services for the remainder of the year so that we can provide those enhanced services so that curbside recycling can resume as we've been talking about for so long, and that residents no longer have to worry about will their trash be picked up, will trash be left in the street, will they have a cart to contain their trash on a daily basis, and on and on and on. On all of the complaints that you all share with me on a multitude of times every day, we want those to go away starting November 7th with these new contracts.
All right, let me make sure I understand a couple other things. You're very clear that recycling will resume if this were to pass. What is the cost, if you know, Matt, per month for IV and Waste Pro as opposed to the emergency contracts?
The total cost for the new contracts is around $1.6 million per month.
Per month?
Per month.
Okay. And then will the city stop paying Metro if the new agreements are passed and are funded?
No. No.
Okay.
Until the judge, the automatic stay is lifted and the city terminates those contracts. We were clear in the federal bankruptcy court this morning that we will continue to honor the contract as we're required to.
Okay. All right. I'm going to go. Those are my questions. I appreciate you all being here, particularly on short notice, and I know you were in court already, Mr. St. Raymond, so we appreciate it. In order, Councilmember Thomas, Vice President Morrell, President Moreno. Councilmember Thomas.
Thank you, Councilmember Giarrusso. I just have a few questions. If we vote for this, does this mean trash pickup day or put your trash out day?
Can you repeat that question again?
Yeah, I said, if we vote for this, does this help increase the chances of trash pickup day or put your trash out day? Because trash pickup day, when we put our trash out, that doesn't necessarily mean it gets picked up.
I think if you, I mean, the new.
Does it increase our
It does-
percentages?
I think it increases your percentages exponentially to ensure that your trash is picked up on its scheduled day in its entirety.
Okay, so then my next question is, does it mean that all your trash is picked up that day, or just a certain percentage of your trash is picked up that day? Because put your trash out day not only doesn't mean pick up your trash day, but for the last few years, it doesn't mean pick up all of your trash day.
This means that all of your trash gets picked up, council members. So as we've been clear, these contracts were written with the intent to provide additional equipment and new types of equipment to ensure that the trash is picked up as scheduled in its entirety on those days. And we've talked about this in Public Works Committee, right? These new contracts move from a 6-day-a-week collection schedule to a 5-day-a-week collection schedule, Monday through Friday. No trash collections on Saturday, your trash and recycling happening on the same day to minimize the amount of truck traffic in your neighborhoods. And all of that is possible because these contracts afford for additional equipment, enhanced equipment, different equipment types, and they all come with the technology, the GPS, the cameras, the route management software that allows us to monitor and ensure that those services are provided.
Okay, so we have put your trash out day. This increases the chances of pickup day, and then it increases the chances of pick up all your trash that day. So then my next question is, does it mean pick up all the different kinds of trash that day?
Absolutely. So the means.
Oh, wait. Say that word again?
Yes, absolutely, 100% yes. We have 3 different types of equipment that'll be servicing your house on any given week. You have your regular garbage truck, you have your boom truck, which is the claw truck, and you have a flatbed truck. So whatever you put out, we have the equipment now to handle what you put curbside and pick up on a weekly basis.
So they're gonna pick my crawfish up, they're gonna pick up my regular trash up, and they're gonna pick up the bags that's next to my crawfish and my regular trash all that day.
All that, they're going to pick up your furniture, your mattresses, your pile of vegetative
I need my
debris.
mattress right now.
Just anyone who might put something out on a daily basis. The equipment that we have via this contract is set up to make sure that your curb is clear by the end of your collection day.
All right, now you know the consequences if that don't happen.
Yep, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Thomas. Vice President Morrell.
I will try not to belabor this point. It appears from what you've told us, briefing us on today's hearing, there was no movement by the court to give the city any pre-warning or indication that it intends to prematurely terminate the Metro contract.
No, they're of course going to hear
In
the
January.
trial. Yeah.
Right. So, and let me ask you a question, Ms. Torrey. How much are we paying for under emergency contracts for pickup currently?
We're
Per
paying
month.
$150,000 a week for
A week.
emergency collections via contractor and via the transfer station.
Okay, so that's $150,000 per week. That's just the whole citywide.
No, that's only for the Metro service area.
So that's $600,000 a month. Okay, so right now we're paying Metro's current contract plus $600,000 a month to pick up trash.
Correct.
So under the current scheme, we would be paying $600,000 a month plus the full Metro contract. If we were to authorize those contracts today, we're paying $1.6 million on top of the Metro contract.
Correct.
I guess I'm kind of confused because I understand and this is certainly not something that I lie at this administration's feet because it goes through 2 administrations. The reason why this Metro contract and these trash contracts are a mess is because when the contracts are substantially altered, they're not being altered in writing. What is Richard's current pickup schedule per week?
Contractually?
No, what are they currently doing?
Richards is currently capable to pick up trash once a week. They're not doing that on schedule. And once a week recycling, they're not doing that on schedule.
Permission to treat as a hostile witness?
I just asked your question.
Okay, the question I asked, Richards is picking up once a week, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is a deviation from their contract, correct? From the actual contract that they have is a deviation, correct?
The city allowed our contractors to move to a once-a-week trash collection post Hurricane Ida because they weren't capable
Counselor.
of providing their services.
So the city has established over an extended period of time that it has allowed Metro and Metro and Richard to pick up trash at less than what is contractually allowed. And they did not do that. Did they do that in writing? Was that verbally?
I don't know. There was no contractual amendment done. No.
Okay, so the city chose non-contractually to allow contractors to pick up less than what was required under the contract.
I would suggest it's not allow, it's more the city was forced into that position.
Well, I mean, if we're prematurely terminating a contract with Metro for cause, because we're saying that they cannot provide what is contractually allowed, and now we're entering into a contract with another third party that is going to also go to 1 day week trash pickup, we have contemplated and understood that the city of New Orleans cannot afford 2 day a week trash pickup with recycling at market rate, correct?
I mean, we elected to go in the new contracts with once-a-week trash and once-a-week recycling, yes, and cost was certainly one variable as part of that decision.
So if cost was a factor, when the RFQ went out for trash, did we contemplate allowing or bidding 2 day a week trash pickup?
Yes.
Did we get responses on 2 day a week trash pickup?
Yes.
And the city chose not to go with 2 day a week trash pickup?
Yes.
I don't do bankruptcy law. I'm just going to put that out there. But in my experience, oftentimes your first trial date does not end up being your trial date. How sure are you, with absolute certainty, this trial is going to go in January?
Well, you know, as a lawyer, I can't give you absolute certainty, but I will tell you, I was at the hearing and it seemed pretty clear that the judge was interested in hearing these arguments very quickly, and she said it as soon as she could, which is January 12th.
Okay.
And the fact that she set conflict resolution for discovery issues, she pre-cut out a date for that. It seems that she's heading straight for trial.
And based upon what you said today, there seems a willingness of both parties to enter into some attempt at mediation, correct?
Yes.
So as things stand right now, we are paying $600,000 extra per month for emergency contracts. And should we vote today, we'll be paying $1.6 million extra for pickup per month.
Correct.
And
But if I may, the city, the residents will be getting more services than they're currently getting.
who is the emergency contractor currently doing the work?
IV Waste.
Okay. And does IV Waste have all the vehicles currently to provide this exceptional once-a-week service?
Yes.
What prevents IV Waste from, under its current emergency contract, providing that service, considering that when this litigation is resolved, they will have the contract?
So IV Waste is currently supplementing Metro to provide half of Metro's once-a-week trash collection, as we've stated. So IV Waste owns the contract for Service Area 2, which is only roughly 2/3 of the overall Metro contract service area, with Waste Pro having the contract for the other third of that area. That contract is for trash and recycling collection, with recycling collection not happening. So I don't have an definitive answer to your question, other than they have the assets to provide their contraction.
I will tell you frankly, Mr. Budget Chairman, I really don't see, I'm very concerned about paying 2 sanitation contracts simultaneously. Contrary to popular belief, as we go through this budget process, the city is not made of money. We don't have a money tree behind the building we shake, and we're not the federal government. We don't print money. And what's being put before us is basically a proposal to fully fund 2 contracts, where we'll be paying Metro Disposal, IV Waste, and Waste Pro to simultaneously cover the same area to some degree. And I'm very concerned that there is distinctly a possibility that if we waited 2 weeks to see how mediation went, we might be in a position where we're not fully paying 2 contracts. Because there are a tremendous amount of needs our citizens face. And before signing up to pay 2 contracts, let me be more basic. When did the mayor notify the council she was going to sign the contracts?
I'm unaware of that date.
I'll tell you, I was notified when I got a press release saying the mayor was signing contracts. For the city council to now be embroiled in this lawsuit where it seems to be an escalation on the both sides is personally offensive to me. If we're in the same boat as a council and a mayor doing what's best for the city of New Orleans, then having antics like having public signings posing on trucks where the citizens of the city are now going to pay for 2 trash contracts while not keeping the council involved in these negotiations, but expecting us to fund it, that is ridiculous. So from my position, Mr. Chairman, I think that based upon the fact that the federal judge has given no indication that we are not going to be stuck paying 2 contracts, it's worth waiting for a deferral for 2 weeks to take up at that time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice President. Madam President.
Thank you. Good morning to both of you. So if we move forward with this today on the 1.6 million, and Metro still is part of this contract as well, what will Metro be doing?
Metro is under their motion to assume the contract is representing to the court that they are prepared to perform the contract. Whether or not they can, they've also asked for a time to perform. So they're continuing to only provide once per week trash pickup for a limited area of the area that they're supposed to pick up, and they're requesting, suggesting that they be given additional time to assume the contract fully. I don't know whether or not, it doesn't seem to me, based upon my discussions, my understanding of their facilities, what they have access to, that they can even do that. So I would mention too is that as far as the city paying for 2 contractors, and I'm no bankruptcy lawyer, I was just there with counsel that's representing the city in this matter. We do have a claim against Metro, for what it's worth, to recover funds that are provided to them for non-performance of their contracted services.
But I just want to understand this and just so that I know what type of work is happening out on the street. So we would be paying for the Metro service area for IV to take over that area fully. Is that correct, Matt?
So given the current state of the bankruptcy proceedings, we are obligated to pay Metro their full monthly invoice of $900,000.
But it would be IV that would be doing the full service area. Is that right?
We have 2 contracts, right? IV Waste for Service Area 2, Waste Pro for Service Area 3. So both IV Waste and Waste Pro will be beginning on Monday, November 7th, and performing their new functions, trash and recycling collection, beginning those days. But we would be required to pay both of those contractors. We can't stop paying Metro through the bankruptcy.
Right, so that's my point. So you can't stop paying Metro. So you're paying Waste Pro, you're paying IV, you can't stop paying Metro, but then what does Metro do? We pay them to do nothing?
No, Metro has to continue to provide their contractual obligations.
Okay, so let me get to that point. So from what I understand, IV Waste has, brought in new cans for people, things like that, so that their trucks are fitted to pick up specific cans. How can Metro meet contractual obligations when people no longer have Metro cans? They now have different cans that it's only for IV to pick up.
I'm not sure where that information came from. That's not correct. The cans.
Well, there were commercials that IV Waste put out saying like, hey, we're going to be sending out new cans for everybody. And
that is correct. So what IV Waste and Waste Pro did, basically through goodwill and at the direction of the city as part of the new contracts, is to deliver over 3,600 cans last month to residents over the past year have requested a cart from Metro and have not gotten it. These are the exact same carts that everybody else has in the service area. Nothing's changed. Same cart provider, same stamp. You wouldn't know it was a different cart. The only difference is that IV Waste and Waste Pro delivered the 3,600 carts that residents have been waiting for a year to receive from Metro so that
So-
they could have something to contain their debris.
So then on November 7th, when Waste Pro and Metro start hitting the roads, Waste Pro, thank you. So on November 7th, when Waste Pro and IV start hitting the streets, what does Metro do? Follow behind them?
No, they don't have to follow behind them, but Metro has to provide their contractual obligations, and Waste Pro does too. So yes, you're alluding to
But
it.
that's the thing. It's like, so how do you know who's fulfilling their contractual obligations? Let's say Metro, I'm just hypothetically speaking, gets up extra early, and they're now the ones picking up the cans. But now you have IV who wasn't able to pick up their cans, or Waste Pro who wasn't, because Metro picked up the cans already. So now is it IV or Waste Pro that aren't fulfilling their contract?
No, but let's be upfront and clear first, right? Metro runs currently 8 to 10 trucks a day, barely. Their contract requires them to have 27 trucks. Metro can't even provide once a week trash collection for their area right now. So there's no scenario in which Metro is capable or able to provide trash and recycling collection for 70,000 households in service area 2 and 3.
But I guess, look, to what Councilmember Morrell was saying is, we won't really know, because if you have Waste Pro and IV out there collecting cans, we can't really tell if Metro was able to fulfill their contractual obligations or not.
Well, no, we do have ways to know that our collection companies ran their routes and performed the function.
But that's what I'm saying. So they can just follow behind trucks, and you can see that they went certain routes, but you can't, you don't know whether or not they were able to fulfill their contracts or not if IV and Waste Pro are also on the street.
In a scenario on solid waste collection, in the half of the area that Metro, you're right, is currently picking up from, there is a scenario, right, where 2 different companies' trucks might drive by a house on the same day. Metro is not providing any recycling services, so I don't think that point is even relevant.
Yeah, this is definitely a difficult and tricky situation, which the council has been put in, but I don't see how a 2-week deferral where we could see what occurs through the mediation process, would really hurt this issue. But I do think it would bring more clarity to some of the questions raised today. So, Mr. Chair, I would actually like to make a motion to defer this to our next council meeting.
I guess,
Substitute motion defer.
well, I want to ask a couple of questions first. So, the mediation is set for when?
There is no mediation set at this point.
Right. So I guess I'm asking, what does the 2-week deferral do if the mediation isn't set? I'm not opposed. I know what you're asking. I'm not necessarily per se opposed to deferring, but if the mediation isn't going to occur, then we're just not really doing anything.
If it doesn't occur, then
Yeah.
we can vote.
Yeah. Didn't you say that you were interested in moving forward with mediation when Councilmember Morrell was asking you questions?
Well, absolutely. The parties have
everybody's
agreed that they will
And when
engage in mediation. However, the question was, has a mediation been set? Which the answer to that
Could you
is
set
no.
it within 2 weeks?
I cannot set anything. The judge is going to call colleagues, I believe, from the Western District Bankruptcy Court, perhaps maybe other jurisdictions, and facilitate a judge as a mediator. That's going to all depend on those judges' schedules and the availability of the parties. As far as a time period, I cannot provide that today.
Yeah. Well, I would still urge the deferral so that we could get more clarity on potential next steps.
Mr. Jory, you want to say something?
Yeah, I just want to make one point clear. Councilmember Druso and council members, right? So whether it's $600,000 a month or whether it's $1.6 million a month, we don't have that funding. It's a deficit. So the Department of Sanitation will need to be made whole one way or the other. I think what I want to hear from the council is when we receive complaints from you all, from residents saying that their trash wasn't collected, their recycling wasn't collected, what do we tell residents? I mean, we've been delaying this. So what is our response to residents? Why improving their quality of life is not a priority to provide this funding?
I would let the vote play out, and let's see how that goes.
I just want my trash picked up.
That's exactly where
I think
I'm
that's what all
All
residents.
right, so there's a motion to defer. Wait, there's a,
And since Mr. Torrey felt necessary to throw out a flippant comment, I will respond to that. What I would tell the people of the city is that the administration chose to allow the contractors to modify their contracts to 1 day a week pickup. The administration chose in 2020, when contractors went on strike because of a union and not meeting living wage, to do nothing. You cannot ignore the fact this trash problem is not recent. It's been happening since 2020. When this council passed a living wage, the previous council passed a living wage, that budget chair could have came with the Department of Sanitation and said, hey, you know what? We need to modify these contracts so these hoppers are getting paid a living wage. You didn't do that. So what we're seeing right now is we are reaping what the inactivity of this administration has sown. So we're not here today because trash stopped getting picked up last week or the week before. Only after the administration got new contractors that they preferred, that they could pose in their trucks taking pictures for photo ops, did they suddenly care about expediting this process? They could have expedited it years ago. That's what you can tell them.
And I will also just add to this whole issue is, with Metro, the problem too is that the city, you all never cited them, and therefore the contract was never canceled. And that's really why we're here now. I mean, how many times did you cite them when you were having so many problems with Metro?
Council member, we sent numerous letters to Metro.
You sent them letters. You never actually cited or even threatened to cancel their
Council
contract.
member, we sat before you and the council numerous times following Hurricane Ida, myself and the representatives from Metro Waste talking about the issues at hand. I think, in all honesty, let's be clear.
You absolutely talked about it, and and what you did is you tried to find different ways to help them. Yet you never cited them. You never said that they were in the wrong or at fault. And that actually has us in the position that we are here today.
How does that have us in the position that we're here today? I don't understand.
This absolutely has us in the position where we are today because now Metro's contract still hasn't been canceled, and that's why they're able to argue now that they can proceed with this contract because you all never cited them.
No. So Metro strategically declared bankruptcy 31 days before the new contracts were about to start to prevent us from terminating their contract. They didn't declare bankruptcy to assume the contract or perform the contract. It's clear they have no intent or capability to perform the contract. And the impact of that is on the residents of the city of New Orleans. We can argue about how we got here or what got us here. The point is how do we move forward to provide the improved quality of life and services that residents deserve? Metro can't provide it. How do we do it? We do it via the new contracts.
all right, I think we have, unless anybody wants to comment further, a motion
I
to
could
defer.
too. I mean, look,
I know, but I'm trying to be respectful of the time and Healthy Homes being next. And
Yeah.
there's a motion, I think in procedure, motion to defer trumps the motion on the table. So Councilmember Moreno, if you want to make your motion.
Sure, I'll make a motion to defer. I don't think, 2 more weeks of just really trying to get some of the people's questions answered is going to impact the process, but may bring more clarity to this. So I'll make a motion to defer.
All right. Oh, sorry. Well, the speaking cards are towards Mr. Burnside. Are you speaking on the motion to defer or on the substantive matter itself? I do have 2 speaking. I got one. I got your card, ma'am, but they're on item 18, not on the deferral. So I was going to let you speak. I will. If you all want to speak now on the deferral, you're more than welcome to. Ms. Jones and Mr. Burnside. I have Darlene Jones.
Real quick,
Excuse me? On the funding itself. That's what I thought you wanted to talk about.
real quick, I have a question, Mr. Torrey, Mr. Burnside.
I want to talk to you about the
Burnside.
Wait, Mr. Burnside, hang on 1 second.
I have
Councilmember King has a
I
question.
have one question, Mr. Torrey, just one question. How much is Metro's current contract per week or per month, and how much is the awarded contract to IV for the same amount of time?
So Metro's current contract is approximately $900,000 a month. The combined cost of the new Ivy Waste and Waste Pro contracts is $1.6 million per month.
Is that the same amount of trash being picked up?
It is once a week trash, once a week recycling. Obviously, a significant increase in types of equipment and technology and resources. So the new contracts afford for full-time employees with benefits, which was a point that Councilmember Morell alluded to around, fair wages for employees. A big part of the new increased costs associated with these new contracts is that it requires that all employees be full-time employees of the companies and receive benefits. So certainly that is going to factor into new costs that went along with those as well.
All right, Mr. Burnside, 2 minutes, sir.
So I'm not a lawyer and I don't know the difference between a deferral and a real talk, but if it's deferred, then it's open to the idea that maybe there's not going to be any talk. So I wanted to get my ideas in the public because I think my ideas matter, even if I don't. One of which is contracts in this city are not dealt with well. I think the roadwork NOLA is an obvious example for all of us in this neighborhood that the contracts are not written well and they are not enforced well, and it has been habitual for a very long time. The next thing I want to mention is this idea of cited. There seems to be a willingness to work with people, and I will remain unnamed, and not cite them as part of working with them, but it is possible in my mind, perhaps as a non-lawyer, to work with people you've cited. So it is possible to try to set yourself up in order to have a position at a legal standing while still working with people. It doesn't mean that you have to immediately just abandon them if you've cited them. And this includes code enforcement and property owners and others, and particularly landmark buildings that are falling down and full of heroin addicts near my house. What do I want? I want to learn, I want to grow. But stepping aside from what I want, I learned from my council people, I learned from Mr. Morell, and I learned from Mr. Thomas. And I think I will learn from Mr. Thomas in public. Are abandoned waste tires part of the pickup regime for this new order of business? Thank you.
Thank you.
I can answer that question.
Yeah,
So,
sure.
As part of this contract, yes, there is a requirement or service to pick up to 4 waste tires per household per collection week. The addition of the flatbed trucks is directly related to that, to allow the contractors to pick up those 4 waste tires, as well as the addition of the pickup of electronic waste, which is something that never happened curbside. So when you put out your TV or appliance, it gets picked up via that flatbed truck, which was not a part of the previous contracts. So to answer Mr. Burnside's question, yes, up to 4 tires per household per week.
Thank you. Before we vote, I just want to confirm, Ms. Jones, you want to wait until we get to the matter itself, or do you want to comment? You can comment twice, too.
While she's coming up, Mr. Torrey, while she's coming, is there a stay by the federal court because of the bankruptcy?
There's an automatic stay with regards to Metro's contract, yes.
Good afternoon, Council. I don't know whether, okay.
So the stay is basically the court saying, let's pause everything while we figure out Metro's bankruptcy proceeding, correct? Just layman's terms for people who are watching. Or explain the stay, Mr. Legal.
The stay is basically Metro has,
But
the stay
It's
sets,
taken by the court, right?
yes,
Okay.
it maintains status quo. So the contract that's in place, as Mr. Torrey alluded to, everyone knew that the city was going to cancel Metro's contract. We were, request for proposals was sent out. Metro knew, everyone, any contractor that works in trash knew. And so the stay allows Metro the opportunity to prevent the city from canceling the contract, which was the intent as of November 7th.
So it was a legal maneuver. Okay, well, so the court put in a stay to keep Metro's contract, stop me if I'm wrong, and if approving the contract today, would that violate the court's stay?
No, these contracts are non-exclusive, so the city has the right to enter into contracts with new contractors to perform the same exact services, should it please. So no.
All right, Ms. Jones? Sorry, now we're ready for you.
I might not be ready. Okay.
You do great.
Okay. So my question is, everybody's talking about having to step on the garbage and push the garbage down because it hasn't been collected in such a long time. So that's what I'm getting from back there. The trash is just atrocious all over the city. But my question is, I noticed that the police budget is gonna be decreased, and you want to also increase the sanitation budget. Is the money for the increase of the sanitation budget gonna come from the decrease of the police budget? Well, see, no, that's just no. Because the people have been fighting for a decrease in the police budget for how long now? And, then they finally got a name, the defund the police, but that wasn't really, we wanted some of those funds to be moved into the communities for counselors, for community services, for things that would benefit the community, even though it might have been still part or no longer part of the police budget. And so you're gonna take the money that the people have been fighting for to get from the police and give it to sanitation? We already pay for sanitation. I don't see what, I don't get that. And the trash isn't getting picked up, and we're paying for it. We are still paying for trash pickup that we're not getting anyway, But to have that money taken from the police budget and moved into sanitation, I think is unconscionable.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, on the floor right now is the motion to defer. Please vote your machines.
Three to three, the motion to defer fails.
All right, so now we go to the motion before us. All right, I'm just going to ask Mr. Burnside or Ms. Jones, do you want to speak on the substantive motion now? These are the only two comment cards I have. You're good? Ms. Jones, you're good? Yes, ma'am. All right, move for adoption. Second. Second by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines. Three, so it fails. So that's where we are. I will make sure that all of my colleagues receive all the trash complaints from District A going forward. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Councilmember Morrell? All right. We're now going to take up ordinance calendar number 33,898 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to ordain Article 13 of Chapter 26 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish a healthy homes program requiring the registration of rental housing property and inspections, enforcement, fees, penalties, and adjudications relative thereto, and to provide otherwise with respect thereto. The Governmental Affairs Committee recommended approval, and there is an amendment, and Adam is going to read the amendment.
We have an amendment to ordinance calendar number 33,898 by Councilmember Morrell. The amendment's voluminous. I believe there's a copy of a red line circulating if folks in the public want to see it. The first 61 of these will be in section 1. On page 2, delete the words "by providing for periodic inspections of certain rental units so that substandard conditions may be identified and corrected" on lines 14 through 15. Number 2, on page 2, delete lines 21 through 29 in their entirety and re-letter the remaining definitions accordingly. On page 3, delete the words "for a term of more than 30 consecutive days" on line 41. On page 3, insert the words "shall include short-term rentals but" after unit on line 42. On page 3, delete the words "permitted short-term rentals" on lines 43 through 44. On page 3, insert the following at the end of line 53. Quote, "The department shall promulgate regulations that set forth criteria for determining compliance with the requirements and minimum rental standards set forth herein." Number 7, on pages 3 through 4, delete lines 55 through 62 and insert the following in lieu thereof. A, there shall be no fee imposed for the timely registration of a rental housing unit or any renewal thereof. Number 8, on page 4, replace the words "an additional" with the word "a" on line 64. Number 9, on page 4, replace the figure $75 with the figure $50 on line 64. Number 10, on page 4, delete lines 66 through 68 in their entirety. Number 11, on page 4, replace the section reference 26-670 with 26-656 on line 74. Number 12 on page 4, replace the word rescissions with revocations on line 75. On page 4, insert lines 159 through 194 after line 75 and renumber existing section 26-670 as section 26-656. At the end of subsection C, currently line 171, insert the words "and shall be otherwise operable" after the word "water." Number 14 on page 4, replace the numeral 656 with 657 on line 76. On page 5, replace the words "the entirety of the calendar year for which it is issued unless otherwise rescinded" with the words "a period of 1 year from the date of issuance" on lines 83 through 84. Number 16 on page 5, delete the words "a certificate of compliance issued during the last 4 months of a calendar year shall be valid for that calendar year and the ensuing calendar year" on line 84 through 86. Number 17 on page 5, replace the word "may" with the word "shall" on line 88. Number 18 on page 6, delete lines 105 through 106 in their entirety and renumber the following subsection accordingly. Number 19 on page 6, replace the section reference 26-670 with 26-656 on line 109. Number 20 on page 6, delete lines 110 through 121 in their entirety. Number 21 on page 6, insert the following after line 21 and re-letter the remaining subsections accordingly. D, an applicant will not be eligible for a certificate of compliance if any of the following conditions exist. 1, there are delinquent property taxes on the subject property. 2, there are outstanding fines on the subject property. 3, there are open permits that would render the unit unfit for habitation. Or 4, there are open violations on the subject property related to electrical or mechanical code violations or to work without permits. Number 22 on page 6, replace the word "or" with a comma on line 122. Number 23 on page 6, insert the following after the word 26-670. Open quote, "or that any circumstance exists that would provide cause not to issue a certificate of compliance, comma." Number 24 on page 6, replace the section reference 26-670 with 26-656 on line 124 on page 6. This is number 25. Insert the words "that meets all required criteria" after the word "application" on line 126. Amendment number 26, on pages 6 through 7, delete the words "the certificate of compliance shall indicate whether the rental housing unit is subject to the exemption from periodic inspection provided in section 26-672 on lines 126 through 129. Number 27 on page 7, delete the word "further" on line 130. Number 28 on page 7, replace the section reference 26-670 with 26-656 on lines 131, 138, and 140. Amendment number 29 on page 7, insert the following after line 133. Subsection G, the department may rescind any certificate of compliance or renewal thereof issued in error on the basis of incorrect, inaccurate, or false statements or in violation of any law. Number 30 on page 7, replace the section reference 26-690 with 26-680 on line 141. Number 31 on page 7, replace the section reference 26-661C through E with 26-661C on line 146. On page 8, replace the section reference 26-661C through E with 26-661C on line 152. Number 33 on page 8, delete the words, provided that the co-owner shall be solidarily liable for violations of this article on lines 155 through 156, and insert the following after the end of the sentence. All owners shall be listed on the application for certificate of compliance and shall be solidarily liable for violations of this article. Number 34 on page 8, insert the following after line 156. Section 26-666, subleased and managed property. Only one certificate of compliance shall be required for property that is subleased or subject to a property management agreement. All sublessors and property managers shall be listed on the application for the certificate of compliance in the same manner as property owners. All sublessors and property management companies shall be solidarily liable for violations of this article. Number 35 on page 8, replace the reserve section reference 26-666 through 69 with 26-667 through 79. I'm sorry, that should be through 79 on line 328. On pages 8 through 14, delete lines 158 through 294 in their entirety. Number 37 on page 14, renumber Division 4 as Division 3 on line 295. On page 14, replace the section reference 26-680 with 26-670 on line 296. Number 39 on page 15, replace the word rescission with revocation on lines 311, 312, 314, 317, and 319. Number 40 on page 15, insert the following after line 311. Subsection F, the department shall have the right to subpoena records from lessors and lessees to enforce the provisions of this article. Number 41 on page 15, replace the section reference 26-681 with 26-671 on line 312. Number 42 on page 15, replace the word rescinded with the word revoked on line 321. Number 43 on page 15, delete line 323 in its entirety and replace with a period. Number 44 on page 15, replace the section reference 26-682 with 26-672 on line 324. On page 15, replace the words life, health, safety, or public property with life, health, property, or public safety on lines 326 through 3. Section reference 26-683 through 89 with 26-673 through 79 on line 328. Number 47 on page 15, renumber Division 5 as Division 4 on line 329. Number 48 on page 15, replace the section reference 26-690 with 26-280 on line 330. Number 49 on page 16, delete lines 348 through 350 and renumber section 3 17, delete the word or on line 374. Number 59 on page 17, insert the word or after the word cause and delete the period on line 376. Number 60 on page 17, insert the following between lines 376 and 377. 4, by showing that the lessee failed to make reasonable attempts to notify the lessor of the needed repair. Number 61 on page 17. Replace the section reference 26-692 with 26-682 on line 377. Number 26, in section 2 on page 18, delete the words set forth in section after the word ordinance on line 2. Number 63, also in section 2 on page 18, delete the word 2022 on line 3 and insert the following in lieu thereof. 2023, comma, except as otherwise provided in this section, period. Number 64, section 2 on page 18, delete the final sentence of the section on lines 3 through 4, insert the following in lieu thereof. Lessors shall have 45 days from the effective date to register rental housing units and to secure a certificate of compliance in accordance with this Article 13. No person shall be cited or otherwise found liable for a violation of section 26-660 occurring on or before August 14, 2023. And finally, number 65, after section 2 on page 18, insert the following. Section 3, the Council of the City of New Orleans hereby ordains that any rules or regulations implementing the terms of the Healthy Homes Ordinance shall be promulgated in accordance with section 2-1000 of the Code of the City of New Orleans. There shall be an additional requirement that the council hold a public hearing to review the viability and impact of the Healthy Homes Ordinance 1 year from the effective date of this ordinance. That is the amendment.
Before we adopt the amendment, let me describe what the amendment does, Madam Clerk, because obviously what you heard was a long list of text and numbers. Essentially the high points, because I don't want to necessarily go through line by line. This ordinance in its current posture, should the amendment be adopted, will create for a free rental registry. It will go from a regime based upon once per 3-year inspections to having dedicated code enforcement officers who will be there to enforce the Healthy Homes Ordinance. It further deals with giving further definition to retaliation protections for renters who report and have sustained complaints regarding healthy home or code enforcement violations. That's the bulk of what that giant amendment did for the most part. It shrunk the bill down to those particular serious issues. There is an accompanying motion which will take place after we pass this bill, should it pass as amended, where we will also have a study sent to safety and permits and code enforcement to specifically name those positions and give us a price on them so that we can take care of them in the current budget process. So that's generally speaking what the amendments did. I know that for those parties who are involved, every single group that contacted my office was put on a chain to get the red line of the bill. So many of the advocate groups that are here today, they're members of your groups that have the current versions of the bill, because we have been very generous in making sure and killing a whole lot of internet paper by updating people as regularly as possible on the status of the bill. So that is the current status of the bill as amended. And so the way this will work is that we will first vote on the amendments. Should the amendments be adopted, we will then go to the underlying bill. There are quite a few people, as you can imagine, who want to speak on the bill as amended. The plan there will be to take up those who want to provide information only first, those in opposition, then those in support. So that is the run of show. So are there any comments? I've not received any comments on the amendments. Are there any internet comments on the amendments? Hearing none, I will move for the adoption of the amendments. Mr. Green, you have something to say?
Mr. Morrell, and for the members of the public, I've made no comments publicly or in a forum such as this or online. I just want to make that clear for the record. I am recusing myself from voting on the amendment and the motion because I own a property management company, which I've owned for decades. And my firm tends to be impacted by this particular legislation. So based on advice that I've received, I will be recusing myself from the amendment and the also vote.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Also, for those of you who have not seen the red line, there are actually copies of the red line available at the table, so you can see the bill versus looking at the amendments and trying to figure out where they go. The red line actually has that. Yes, ma'am. On the amendment? Yes. If you had to come, you turn in a card? I can't hear you from back there. If you want to comment on the amendment and then turn in a card afterwards, that's totally okay too. So why don't you come up and comment and then just fill out the card afterwards and make sure you note you comment on the amendment. You want to comment on the amendment as well or on the bill, sir? Go ahead, ma'am.
It's more of a, my name is Leigh LeBlanc, work with the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA. I live on Oak Street. Just a general question. How can people comment on an amendment that was just presented to us about 5 minutes ago and it's not on the agenda? And I'm not talking about advocates that received it before, I'm talking about the public.
Well, the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance has a copy of the red line. They've been involved in the process, so they would know.
How can they comment if it's not on the agenda though?
Amendments are typically presented the day of, and the amendments incorporate the red line, which the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance has had before, well before this meeting.
What about the public?
The public has access to the.
If it's not on the agenda, what were we supposed to write on our paper?
Well, what you can write on your paper is to comment on the bill as amended, if you would like.
Gotcha.
Once the debate begins on the underlying bill as amended. So that would be the appropriate way to comment
I just would
on it.
like to suggest moving forward that it's put on the agenda before the meeting starts.
That's not really how amendments work in the process.
It should.
That's
all I'm saying.
I appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Is there another comment on the amendment? On the amendment of the bill, sir? Okay, Mr. Levin.
Andy Levin, 1210 South Rampart Street. I live in an area where we have a lot of homeless issues. There's one thing worse than bad apartments for people. That's people out in the street. My concern is that the result of this proposal may be that instead of rendering these properties serviceable, that people will be forced out.
I think you're wanting to comment on the bill. This is just the amendment. We haven't gotten to the bill yet.
Okay, but point being that the more restrict, if it ends up with more people on the street, more homeless people, that's something we don't want. And I'm afraid that would be an unintended consequence.
And what does that have to do with the amendment?
I'm not sure what the amendment is. I mean, I just heard.
I think your general comments seem to be towards the what you believe to be the restrictive natures of the bill. And so your comments.
Well, I'll comment whenever you want. I mean,
and your comments don't seem to be for information only. They seem to be against the bill.
I'm really not understanding what I mean. There was a little.
A white card typically is for those people, typically governmental entities or specific nonprofits that want to give a comment, but don't have a position on for or against the bill. If you want to fill out a card that's against the bill, what you want to do is you want to check whether you're in support or opposition.
I'm really
so that
not,
you can be
I'm
properly
really not for or
positioned.
against it. I just wanted to post to say that there can be unexpected consequences of bills, as we know in New Orleans, when unintended consequences occur because we try to do good things. It sounds like a good thing, but the consequences potentially could be something not quite.
So you're concerned that if this bill passes, there'll be less affordable housing?
Are you? Excuse me. Did you hear what I said? Did you listen to me?
You said that you're concerned that there'll be unintended consequences.
Landlords, problematic landlords who are forced to make repairs, rather than do that, will just evict the tenants, and we'll have more homeless people. Are you? Well, unfortunately, that's we're dealing with why don't they just do their jobs? Because they're trying to make money, and this is, I mean, I don't understand the question.
Okay, well, I appreciate your comment on the amendment, and we'll put this down as a comment on the amendment.
So there should be consequences if they decide to then evict tenants.
That is part of what's in the bill, which deals with retaliation. But you can't simply retaliate against someone who makes a valid complaint against you. That's included in the current bill, as amended.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. All right. On the, Mr. Valle, I'm gonna be very clear. If you want to comment specifically on the amendment and it's not on the bill, that's fine. But if I will tell you, because I'm not in the mood today, that is simply to have two comments against the bill without dealing with the amendment, I'm just gonna turn your mic off.
Mr. Chairman, I hate to say this, but we've got a lot of people out here that has a lot of capital investment in this community to the tune of billions of dollars, and you're getting ready to.
What does that have to do with the amendment?
I'm going to talk to you about that.
Okay, let's talk about the amendment.
As far as the amendment goes, we just received our copy this morning at 8:15. It's a little difficult for the 7,500 landlords that we have to address any changes that you've made on this thing. Now, we met with your office and we discussed in detail certain changes that would be taking place in these amendments, and they're not in these amendments. Specifically, the Landlords Association that deal with Section 8 and tax credit properties are already subject to a city agency where they're being inspected, have complaint problems, and all the way through with a process. I think that was brought to y'all's attention, and that's not in these amendments.
There are no longer inspections in the amendments. In the meeting we had, the concern that was raised also publicly at our last meeting was that certain individuals who already have inspections did not want to have additional inspections. However, what is currently in the bill deals with code enforcement. Every building, every residence, business in the city of New Orleans is subject to code enforcement. It does not matter what the nature is of your rental or anything else. If there is a code enforcement violation, code enforcement can investigate. So as far as the concern that was brought to my attention about duplicate inspections, there are no inspections in the bill as currently structured as amended.
Well, we already have a contract with a city agency that approves us, and we have a federal contract with them on project base. This is just another duplication of those efforts. We went through this in 2017, 2019, and we talked about it over the time.
Okay. I appreciate it. You have any other comments on other amendments that you have concerns with?
I'm not speaking for the tenants, but what you did in this bill guts what they were trying to accomplish.
Oh, so you're concerned about tenants now? Okay.
I just said that. I'm speaking for the tenants. We need code enforcement. And we need to put monies into code enforcement, which the mayor said she's going to put $20 million into that. That needs to be addressed, not put more regulation on us. Etc.
Mr. Valle, in the bill, it contemplates having code enforcement, new code enforcement dedicated to addressing issues for renters. So I hear you and I appreciate it.
I only got a copy of this morning at 8:15.
I will talk to my staff. I am very clear and I'm very sure, and I'll get the timestamp that you got a red line on this bill before 8:15 today.
I'm sorry?
I will talk to my staff, but I am very confident that you got a red line of this bill before 8:15 today. But I'll talk to them to make sure.
Mr. Councilman, I'm gonna challenge you on that.
Okay, I appreciate you. Thank you. Any other comments on the amendments? Yes, ma'am.
I believe this is a comment on the amendment, since I believe the amendment just turned this from a rental bill and landlord bill to a short-term rental and short-term rental operator bill. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
You're completely incorrect. Basically, the only language dealing with short-term rentals was to include them in the original bill. So basically this applies to everyone, including short-term rentals, because the goal was we did not want to create a regime where short-term rentals were subject to different enforcement than regular rentals. So There's one provision that says all this applies to short-term rentals too. That's it.
So, I mean, it does sound like that's part of the amendment, is that it wasn't including them before
It
and
did-
now it is included.
That is correct. It,
So I am correct.
no,
Okay, cool.
no, you said this turns it into a short-term rental bill.
No, includes short-term rental.
That's not what you said. I apologize if I misheard you.
Included short-term
Okay.
rental in the bill.
Yes.
All right, I just want to make that clear because that wasn't on the agenda earlier. That's what the amendment is for. I just want to make sure I know what we're dealing with.
In every previous meeting that I had, including the last one, I publicly stated that I was including short-term rentals in the bill. Unfortunately, the way the council process works is that we can't amend bills once they're filed until you get to a full council meeting. If this were a traditional legislative process, you'd have amendments at the committee level, and those amendments would be adopted before you got to the full council level. But the reason why this all kind of turns into this weird quagmire is because we can only amend on the day the bill is actually heard. But I have been very clear to everyone who's been at these meetings that short-term rentals were going to be included, because I did not want to create a scenario in which you incentivize people who do not want to follow the healthy homes regulations to say, well, I give up, I'm going to do a short-term rental instead.
Okay, my only concern is that I'm new to this level of civic engagement. You know, it sounds like the Healthy Homes Initiative is something that I would support. Sounds like it's full of great ideas. I'm concerned that this amendment and adding that intention to it is a bit of a poison pill from my perspective. So I'm just making that as a public comment, is that
Can you please make sure to say your name and address, please?
I have that.
No, you have to say it out loud when you come to speak. I'm sorry. The clerk wants people to also say their name and address when they're speaking for the record, in addition to the card. That's all.
My name is Sarah Oakley. And that's 5926 Chaptulas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Right.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Good afternoon, council. I do believe what I have to say is with regards to the amendment. And so if you feel it's not, just feel free to stop me.
Okay.
Good afternoon, council. My name is Devon Jarrett. I'm an attorney here in New Orleans. I predominantly represent residents and tenants who have been exposed to uninhabitable conditions as a result of slumlords. These conditions range from extensive water leaks, a widespread mold, feces throughout the apartment, roach infestation, rat infestation. Just a little over a month ago on September 29th, I, along with other safe, fair housing advocates, spoke in favor of passing the Healthy Homes Ordinance at this council's governmental affairs committee's meeting. And we spoke in favor of passing the ordinance as it was proposed then. And during this meeting, many individuals spoke on behalf of, gave testimony and experience, detailing how our residents and tenants have been subjected to uninhabitable living conditions. We heard from one attorney who represented a tenant who sustained or suffered a miscarriage as a result of living in an uninhabitable property. These testimonies and experience were conveyed to stress upon the council the importance and the need of holding these slumlords accountable. Notably, as the ordinance was initially proposed, and I think we spoke of that previously, the ordinance contained many stipulations and provisions as it relates to periodic and routine inspections. And proponents of the ordinance felt confident that these provisions and these stipulations will hold slumlords accountable. However, as I stand here today, and as you mentioned earlier, there are no stipulations, provisions, or regulations as regards to inspections, not routine or not periodic. And I personally find this highly disheartening because we may continue to hear of residents' experience of suffering miscarriage or any other severe long-term health problems. Keep in mind, the name of this ordinance is the Healthy Homes Ordinance. I don't know if we can confidently ensure our residents and tenants will have properties and rental units that are indeed healthy. We all know that the city is in a housing crisis, excuse me. And with that being said, we look at the news every week. There's a new news story detailing how residents and tenants have been subjected to slumlord property owners. We also know that just recently, the House NOLA gave their annual report where the city received an F for the third straight year as relates to housing. And so with that being said, also too, I personally sent the email to each council member. I don't know if you got it, but in that email, I detailed the harm that can be caused by not having these properties be inspected. And in that email, I attached a video showing a client of mine who had a maintenance worker come to her apartment, and he strictly painted over the mold that covered her bathroom ceiling. I think that's kind of what's happening now with this amendment. We have a glaring problem with this. Our residents and tenants are being subjected to inhumane living conditions. And I think the ordinance as amended is just painting over that glaring problem. I will say this, I do appreciate the progress that has been made on this Healthy Homes ordinance, but I think our residents tenants could greatly benefit from keeping the language as relates to the inspections. Thank you.
Thank you. I see no further comments. I move adoption of the amendment. On the amendment, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Clevenger, I appreciate it. There's been a motion and a second. We're voting now currently. I would encourage you to make your comments on the bill itself, since we're already in the motion process. This is a vote. Yeah, recuse yourself. I have to recuse myself. We need all of it. You can still vote to recuse yourself. All right, you need to vote on the amendment. Just hit recuse. All right. Please vote your machines. Ready. Oh, we have. All right, so four yeas, one recusal. The amendment is adopted on the underlying bill. First up, we will take those individuals who have cards filled out for information only. First up, we have Mr. Mahdi. You're up first. After Mr. Mahdi, we have W.C. Johnson and then Sharon Jasper. I'm sorry. We had one individual who's going to go before all of y'all who spoke up during the previous provision. You come up, ma'am. No, ma'am, come up. Come up. You gonna let him go? After him, will you come up, ma'am, please? Okay. So Mr. Mahdi, you're first. Mr. Mahdi.
George Mahdi, Neighborhood Unity and Merge. You know, from what we heard from about all these inspections and difficulties that people are having with this housing, we have to admit that there's a problem with the housing. And that's why I wanted Ms. Jasper to speak first, because you know, she's a central figure in helping people with these problems with their housing. And you know, we talk many times about problems that these residents have had. And we asked Hano to establish a complaint center or have some type of complaint process where people can come and have the problems addressed. But Hano has refused to do it. And Ms. Jasper, who's the resident council, has been under pressure and from Hano because the certain problems the people presented at a meeting last week. So she's been used as a scapegoat, you know, to contravene these problems that the people are having. And see, this is just intolerable that Hano keeps doing this. And we know what the problem is. The problem is, you know, that the old guard real estate people are trying to decentralize, regentrify the city and move the Black residents out to the margins of society, you know, where that's where we having a problem with density of crimes and all this other stuff going on. So they're not in the mainstream. The jobs are not there. The housing is not there. And plus the housing that is there, they're not getting adequate response to the problems of these things. So that's just another form of ghettoization. And you know, after ending public housing as they did, you know, Now they replaced it with the short-term rentals, and now all these other things are popping up. So what does that tell you? That tells you that we have a racial problem in New Orleans, you know? And you know what that means. That means that these problems will never get solved unless we have a system in place where people can come and adequately have their complaints addressed. And, you know, it's up to you to make sure that these people needs are being addressed. This is what we have to do as a people, as a society, to make it work. So they got rid of Miss Jasper because she spoke out. She was a public advocate. That position was created to address public complaints. So here we again, what is the purpose of having a complaint system, a resident counseling system that is not going to represent the people? We think that is wrong, period.
Ms. Jasper, can you come on down for me? Thank you, Ms. Jasper.
Good afternoon. Today, I've been here before so many times, so many years ago. And as I sat there and listening and looking at the resident council and looking at the audience, I couldn't wait until I was old enough to vote, because my mother and father told me the importance, especially my father, the importance of voting. It makes a difference. And this is something we have come a long ways looking at you all to vote, because we couldn't at one time. Putting our trust, listening to you, coming to our communities and letting us know that you are going to be there for us. But today, I'm back here again. And I feel so bad because I have been on this battlefield a long time, reaching out for the residents, speaking out our residents, looking at this system and the corruption in this city. I never thought I would see today. Our fair children, our families' home divided, taken away from them, their children divided, our children getting killed on the street. Nothing set in place to rebuild this city and these community and developments. All the promises that were made that they would be there for us and replace decent, affordable housing for the people of this city, one for one, so they can come back and be rebuilt. But now I look today and see the corruption, me trying to be a part to make a change, breaking these chains that's holding us back and down, back and shutting us down so we can't make a difference. But I want to know, where's the accountability in this city? What is it going to take? You know, Katrina been 17 years ago. You know, why they haven't brought back our communities, our developments, allowing the people in this city to have a voice over their lives and developments they live in. Their needs and concerns are being met. Living in deplorable housing developments, some with no maintenance, calling me day and night, and I'm there. I'm older, I'm wiser and I'm stronger. And it hurts me. It hurts me greatly to see what I'm going through. We need you all. The corruption have to stop. We have to get on our job. We talk about, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna be there for you. But when you get there, where are you? We need you. Our families, we are struggling and we are suffering. And I'm the only one. I am president. I had a board organized. President of the Section 8 board. And once they was running me into brick walls, so I would be appalled. Because I have always been an advocate for decent, affordable housing for our people. And I'm there, office space, but I'm speaking out. We have a board. I sat on the board of commissioners. You know, I once former member. They took me off with no reason, because I'm at a meeting, people speaking out. The people are tired of this system. They're tired of the way they're being treated. You know, something has to be done. I'll go to the executive director. You know, I'm being blamed because the people are calling me. I said, well, the public meetings are open now. Nobody informing these residents that we have public meetings now. They were closed because of COVID. COVID is over with. Inform these people. Get it out to the management in these developments so they can come forward. Hear them, just don't hear them. But let's do something about some of these things they're complaining about. Maintenance, living in deplorable housing, families broken, no replacements, wonder with our people that been moved out this city. Our families broken, our children know we had resident councils in every community where our children was able to come after school programs, where we had students came from the different universities. They helped them with their homework and we gave them a hot meal. They don't have that anymore. The parks that was once open are closed, where different people, men come from work and they work with football teams and basketball teams. It's gone. You know, and some of these same people that I see representing CEOs, they come from those communities, the best. They're human beings with human rights. Housing is a human need. Treat everybody equal. We are hurting. We want to see something done. You know, it's how you expect it to get better. Bring back. You know, bring back, show our children. They don't have to steal, rob, and kill. Let them see that we are interested. We care about them. So open up counseling. You know, help those that's with addiction. You know, just look, it's time. You know, we voting and see what make me feel so good and make me so determined. Days I feel bad. When I think about, and I say it, they don't want to hear me say it. When I think about Harriet Tubman, I read about, and so how she ran and fought for her freedom. She's one of my, if I was back, I'd have did the same thing she did. And Rosa Parks working hard. She had to sit on the bus because she's tired getting up. I deserve a seat just like everybody else. Come together, work it out. Don't try to take me away because I'm not gonna stop. If you could, you're not gonna stop my voice. You can say, oh, you're no longer commissioner, whatever. But remember, I'm about the people and the building of the city, doing something about it. We voted for you all. You know we couldn't vote. We couldn't do none of that. Sure, don't just say it when you need a vote. When you get in, do what you say you're gonna do. Please, we need you. Take it and look. Go to handle. See what's going on. We on the outside. We're looking at all these development communities. Oh, they're beautiful. They this and that. Go in the inside and see what's going on. The condition of them and how the people are living. Children are taken sick from mildew, mold. in these apartments. Management don't want you to say nothing. The people are intimidated by the manager, by the managers, that if they say something, they're gonna be retaliated against. That's a shame to live like that. You know, I'm saying today, I'm staying, I'm tired. I'm tired. Do something. You know, don't wait till something happens. As always, I've been there. I've seen them come before. Some council members or people working there come in the community and they come after something that happened. But if they would listen and go before it happened and do so, we wouldn't be going through what we're going through. All I'm asking you today, we are here for a reason. You are here for a reason. We need you to show up and show out. Let's not talk about it. Do something about it. That's it.
Thank you, Ms. Jasper. Next up, we have, sorry, wrong pile. Next up, we have, she just spoke, Ms. Jasper just spoke. We have
W.C. Johnson.
There you go, Ms. Johnson. I'm sorry. My list is all messed up. And after Mr. Johnson, we have Ms. Clevenger, and that's everybody on the info list.
Council, I want to greet you this morning or afternoon, I should say. The legislation that you have proposed, is this legislation include Hano?
Yes. As far as every unit having to be in the Healthy Homes
Yes.
Registry, and as far as code enforcement
Yes.
being dedicated to go on a unit, it does include all properties.
Including third-party management?
As far as like, we mean third-party management, you mean as far as if there's a property manager at a property?
No, party management is within the Hano
Yeah,
system.
if you have a rental unit, you're in the rental registry. There's no exceptions.
Good. So with that being stated and understanding that, I'm having a problem because it seems like the council here says, they're telling me this morning that I didn't realize that you have no jurisdiction over Hano. Is that correct?
That is correct, as Hano is a federal agency. As far as us a state agency run by a state, we don't have direct authority over Hano as an entity.
So then how are you going to?
Because we're not regulating Hano, we're regulating the property owners. that own
Property
the
that they haven't. Needed to know that.
Okay.
I want you to really understand what Ms. Jasper was saying. I'm counting here, there is 5 out of 7 council members who at some point in time identify themselves as being Black. If I go back 50, 60 years, there was absolutely none. So with that being stated, I would think that the ones that are up here now should have a duty to the Blacks in this city to do everything humanly possible to make sure that we're not only receiving equal rights, but we are being treated as human beings. And when I look at housing, whether it be Hano, whether it be private, that's not the case. And hopefully this legislation is going to address the beginning of what this council is going to do for the tenants in this city to provide them with decent, humane conditions for them to live in. And I'd like to find out, especially since you're the chair here, is that the intent of council with this particular legislation?
This legislation is the first. You look at this council and what we've done in our 10 months, we are trying to tackle a variety of issues dealing with the humanity of people in the city and the way they're treated. As you know, 2 2 weeks ago, we took up sewage and water board billing because sewage and water board billing is completely out of control. We had to go fight at the legislature and change the law just so we could weigh in on sewage and water board billing because sewage and water board is a state agency not run by the city of New Orleans. So we had to go pass a bill fighting with the administration so that we could have some authority to deal with the ridiculous bills people have been given for sewage and water board. Because to your point, just that as an example, sewage and water board for too long has treated people like piggy banks and not people. And it is ridiculous that not only will they get your bill wrong, but they'll threaten to cut your water off unless you pay the wrong bill. So we're tackling all the variety of issues that plague the city. But like you kind of intimated, it's like we're eating bites of an elephant, a bite at a time, because there's so many issues. So this is just one area of many in which we're trying to bring some accountability to government to the people that are governed.
And I would ask this council to use that same kind of incentive and energy and getting bills passed in the legislature that will give you some kind of authority and jurisdiction over Hano. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to those in opposition. First, we have Mr. Domingo Correa.
Councilmember
I'm sorry,
Morales.
I misplaced your card, Hannah. You're right.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I did submit a card for information. I'm happy to resubmit it if need be.
No, it's up here. I just misplaced it, Hannah. I'm sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Morel and all council members. My name is Hannah Adams. I'm a staff attorney at Southeast Louisiana Legal Services. We're here today to provide information to the council about the impact of the proposed ordinance on our clients. We're not here to weigh in for or against the ordinance. And thank you to Councilmember Morel and his staff for including us in this process for informational purposes. As you know, our clients are some of the most vulnerable people in the community. And I've shared with this council before on many occasions that we do get dozens of calls every week from low-income tenants who are living in dangerous conditions with no recourse. Our clients are often afraid to ask their landlords for repairs or call code enforcement because of fear of retaliation. We've discussed before how if our clients are month to month, there's nothing stopping a landlord from evicting them with 10 days notice for no reason, even if the real reason is retaliation for asking for repairs. The proposed ordinance contains an important protection for tenants in the form of a rebuttable presumption of retaliation. This will allow us as attorneys to defend retaliatory evictions in court where previously we have had no recourse. I will say that this protection will not protect all of our clients. The current version of the ordinance does remove all affirmative inspection requirements and places the entire burden on tenants to enforce the law by calling in complaints. The retaliation protection will not protect our clients who have maybe fallen behind on rent because they missed 2 weeks of work
Hannah,
when they had COVID.
Just as a point of clarification, it does also allow for non-tenants to make complaints. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. And that will certainly help us as advocates, even calling complaints on behalf of our clients. But however, our clients who may have fallen behind on rent, missed a couple weeks of work because of COVID, maybe had to come out of pocket for a funeral, fell behind a month or two. Normally the landlord might work with them to get rental assistance or offer a payment plan if they're only a month or two behind. However, once a tenant calls code enforcement, there's nothing to stop the landlord from refusing to work with them in retaliation. So the protection will not protect our clients who are not in quote unquote perfect standing with their landlords. I will also say in addition, 2 or 3 or 5 tenants who have the courage to call in a complaint resulting in citations for those 2 or 3 or 5 units will not stop a 350 unit complex like Oakmont Apartments from deteriorating to the dangerous conditions we saw this year. That disaster, I don't have to tell you, cost the city millions of dollars, not to mention the human costs. Without affirmative inspections, there's nothing preventing another disaster like Oakmont, Willows, Park Fontaine, Laura and Howard Russell, all of these properties. So thank you for your consideration of my informational comments. And for the Hannah Adams Southeast Louisiana Legal Services, we're at 1340 Poydras Street, Suite 600.
Thank you, Hannah. Next up, we have Domingo Correa in opposition.
While Mr. Correa comes, Mr. Vice President, I just wanted to say, because we heard this a lot about enforcement, and I know you have a motion under suspension about giving or study to allow more full-time positions dedicated to this. I would A, like to add myself as a co-author to that, and B, also say that I'll be offering a charter amendment to make code enforcement its own separate department. Right now, it lives in 3 or 4 separate places, and it needs to be a single place. And I know that's been one of the things we've heard that a lot of is enforcement is part of the answer. And my concern is because it's spread out so many places, it's not serving people who need it as well as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Domingo Correa, 205 Germain. There's no question that the safety of the tenants is the most important aspect of my job as a landlord, and that bad landlords should be exposed. I think we all agree with this principle. There are 2 main issues with this legislation as I see it. First, themselves in New Orleans to create a supply of housing to help with the housing scarcity issue. Even with the amended changes, there's no guarantee that once implemented, the old language, bureaucracy, and fees would not be added later, further disincentivizing housing development. This brings me to the second issue of the retaliation language, which is a further disincentive to housing development. The fact that an expired lease could potentially be forcibly renewed, or that rents would be forcibly kept from being increased, is plainly a disincentive to housing development. To my knowledge, no other parish in the state has implemented such measures. There's an answer to keeping tenants safe, creating more housing, and keeping costs low. Effectively enforce the laws already on the books. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mr. Birdsong. That's Mr. Birdsong.
Mr. Burnsong is not Mr. Burnside.
No, Mr. Birdsong is in opposition.
Good.
Sorry, he's actually, Birdsong is not a mispronunciation of your name. Did you have a card in for information only, Mr. Burnside? Okay. I appreciate it, Mr. Birdsong.
Thank you. I'm here today as a landlord and on behalf of the, I would assume 80 to 90% of the landlords who have never had a problem with code enforcement. The proponents say that this bill does nothing more than apply what usually people have to do when they have to apply for a occupational license with the city. But let me ask you, does the normal person who has to apply for an occupational license have to give their home address, their phone number, and their email to every client they deal with? Does someone who is dealing with a regular occupational license have to be subject to the city regulating how much they charge and what their prices are? These are issues that really would come under this ordinance under certain circumstances. There is a problem with substandard rental housing in the city of New Orleans, and you can't correct a lack of enforcement by simply enacting new ordinances and creating new regulations and bureaucracy if the city doesn't do something with code enforcement. And I applaud you what you are trying to do with figuring out a way to make code enforcement do their job. The ordinance targets all landlords, not just the bad actors. I might support the provisions of this ordinance if it provided that it only applies once a landlord has been found to have been violated one of the minimum standards ordinances. Other than that, it's just going to be a hindrance to other people coming into the city and trying to do business. I ask that you vote against the ordinance, or at least defer it until we can keep working to the point where we can determine a way that this doesn't affect all of the good actors as well as the bad actors. Thank you.
Mr. Valet, and as you come up, I will issue. Okay. You All right. Ms. Morris, would you like to come up? Now, Mr. Valet, once we get past Ms. Morris, you're the last speaker. So if you choose not to go, I'm sorry, you were an information only. I forgot to get you. I'll pull you up in a second. I apologize. After, you can wait till after Mr. Clevenger, but after Ms. Clevenger, we're going to go to proponents. So you should have the ability in that time period to be able to have more council members out here. Go ahead, Ms. Morris. whenever you're ready.
And Ms. Jasper, Kamana Jasper also had a card in for.
Ms. Jasper, you didn't have a box check for which thing you want to speak on. Your card got checked for in favor. It's on the card I have from you. It does not have a box check as to which part you want to speak on. Okay, you want to come up here and just fill it out right quick? Check the box. Go ahead, Ms. Morris.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Andronika Morris. I am president and chair of the Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance, and it is I knew today that we would come here and that we would have to have a conversation, and I can't imagine having to put in a card opposing a healthy homes ordinance offered by the city of New Orleans and on the docket for approval by the city council. But we find ourselves here today after this very effective and very essential piece of legislation has been effectively gutted after the vote that you just took. So we rise in opposition. You will also have a card in the stack in support of it because we were in support of the original version of this bill. What you have today is not good enough. It's not good enough for the people of New Orleans. The people of New Orleans need a real healthy homes ordinance, a bill that serves real people, people who died in Hurricane Ida, the mothers of children who passed out over this summer in this record heat. This is not what the people of New Orleans need. And we are not going to sit here and say, good job, this is good enough, when it's not. It's simply not. There was an opportunity here to send a message to landlords to educate them about the fact that this is necessary for them to be productive members of this community and for them to make good business decisions. If this was the law of the land, maybe landlords would have been treated like businesses during COVID if we could only get them to accept that the folks that they house are their customers, their clients, and they have a responsibility to them. We just heard a landlord exclaim having to share contact information from somebody he would want money from. Anybody else run a business and don't give the people they want to get paid their information so they can get a check? That's not how this is supposed to work. That's not, and this isn't good enough. So we oppose this, and we would like you to go back to the drawing board and come back with a real healthy homes ordinance. Thank you.
Ms. Morris, well, very seldom do I respond to someone who had such an eloquent speech, but I think it's important that I do respond. You remind me of a story, something I went through as a young legislator in 2008. In 2008, Walt Leger and I, there was an issue in the state of Louisiana with juvenile lifers. I see my friends out there and vote. You may recall this, that juveniles in the state of Louisiana were given life in prison, their whole life. As in 2008, Walt Leger and I busted our tails to negotiate a compromise with the sheriffs and the DAs and all the different groups to get juvenile lifer down to 50. And an advocate over the Juvenile Justice Project told us that's not good enough. That's not good enough. You should not do that. Now, was this advocate in jail for juvenile life? No, it's an advocate. 10 years later, after waiting on the Supreme Court, do you know what the compromise was? It's 50. So for 10 years, people were in jail for 10 years because somebody decided it's better to wait to get everything they want and not get anything. In current law, is there retaliation protection for renters? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. In current law, are there dedicated code enforcement people to respond specifically to healthy home complaints?
No.
So your position is if I can't get everything I want nothing.
So since you asked me a question, I can answer it, correct?
You can absolutely answer it.
So that is not what I'm saying here. This is not everything. What was proposed was the compromise. That was the compromise. This is less than the compromise, Councilmember Morel. This is not, we are
Ms.
saying. it's
Morris,
not
as
good
the
enough.
author of the bill, who are you compromising with?
I'm sorry, who are we compromising
No,
with?
you said the original bill was a compromise between who? I was the author of the bill, given the
Between what
bill.
the people asked for, between the commitments that you all made when you were running for office to support a healthy homes ordinance. That's the compromise. There was already a compromise. This bill, the original bill, is not everything that we would like, everything that's necessary. It's not the Cadillac version. It was a good enough version. It was a beginning. It was good enough. You've gutted it. You've changed it. You've made it less than. And again, I find the example that you use really offensive because yes, the example that you're using was that children who were going to be in jail for the rest of their lives could get out within 50 years as opposed to spending whatever the lifetime was. That is totally understandable. What we're talking about here is, is this really going to provide the protections to renters who desperately need them? Is it really going to serve the tenants we have seen our friends and neighbors and family members struggle with these issues in the last year alone? Will it stop people from dying? And that is what we're saying is not good enough. We have to get to the place where you are seeing net positives, that you are seeing real good. And this is not good enough. It's not good enough, Councilmember Morel. We can agree to disagree, and I'm happy to do so. But again, this is not some fly-by-night childish advocate standing before you. I know this work deeply. I'm a renter myself, in case you're wondering, and if that was a part of your analogy by comparing me to an advocate around children's juvenile justice. And again, I do not struggle with the quality of life issues that too many New Orleanians struggle with. You all have put together a policy that also has the added benefit, as you talk about anti-retaliation, that can be used by neighbors against renters they don't like. Without the process in place to routinely look at units on a structured system, someone could call and say that property is raggedy over there. And yes, the anti-retaliation is a decent step, but it also doesn't protect tenants in the long run. It doesn't protect tenants who might be behind on their rent and from retaliation. We have seen with the eviction moratoriums, loopholes that the landlords have driven through COVID. People marveled at us having an eviction moratorium during COVID and the evictions for Black women and their children going through the roof because the policies that were put in place weren't good enough, like this ordinance.
So your position is, if you cannot get everything you want nothing.
No, that is not my position. My position is.
That is absolutely your position.
You asked me a question. The answer to your question is no. We are not being childish. We are not being foolish. We are not exaggerating these issues. We are evaluating this based on its impact.
At no point did I ever say you were exaggerating the plight of renters. That's not what I said. What I said is there are provisions in here that provide a benefit. Your position is that if these provisions don't provide all the benefits which you seek, you would prefer to go back to the drawing board.
No, that's not what I said.
That's exactly what you said. You said this is not good enough and you prefer it go back to the drawing board.
And we're not asking for everything. We're not asking for everything. That is the distinction. That's the delta. That's the nuance. Your characterization is that your original bill was everything that renters needed in this city. Every possible protection, every possible need could be met in that bill. Is that your assertion?
No, my characterization is I was given a bill and I'm an author who filed a bill by request and pursued what was given to me. As far as what prior negotiation took place to that, I'm not privy to that because I wasn't involved.
Well, I'm talking about your knowledge of the needs of renters that you represent. Do you have some idea what renters need before you just took a piece of paper and introduced it?
My position is I worked with advocates and committed to file a bill. In my success as a legislator through time, it's been with working to take bills and make bills that can be successful and provide a benefit. your position, and I appreciate this dollar, your position is that you do not believe this provides enough of a benefit to be worthwhile.
Correct.
Okay, we can agree that's your position. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have two other individuals who want to speak after Ms. Clevenger for information only. We have Kawara Jasper as well as Mr. Batiste.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you. We have a quorum now that can listen to all of our concerns, both the tenants, the advocates, and the landlords as well. I think many of you all have known me for a long time. I've been a housing advocate in the city for probably 30 years. I've been dealing with Hanno. I deal with the Office of Community Development here. I've been on various state housing boards. I've been in charge of blight boards that we've taken care of all the blight within the city of New Orleans and downtown. So we are looking for, quote, a healthy community. And that goes a lot of ways. Unfortunately, what's happened is the deterioration of COVID and the rest of places that we don't have enough employees around. We don't have enough people that were trained properly. I can tell you, I've worked with Ms. Andronica Morris. She was on my board at the Housing Authority. She advocated with us. Laura Tuggle, who works for New Orleans Legal Aid, was a member of our board that we invited as a landlord. We worked for years with Hanno. We were formed primarily because the federal receiver that took over the Housing Authority got tired of listening to all of us complain, tenants and landlords both. And he basically created the only and the first landlords association in the United States with the Public Housing Authority. In doing so, he commanded us to create what we call a three-legged stool. The landlords, the tenants, and the housing authority. Without one or the other, we won't survive in this community. We have worked with the Tenants Association, Ms. Helen Lang, who's deceased now, worked with us. She was a member. We advocated. We listened to the problems. They listened to our problems. And we worked with the Housing Authority as well as to come to humanality. What we're seeing today is nothing more than you have laws on the books that have not been maintained. I was a commercial banker for 25 years. I've been in the real estate business. I've been in the ship repair business. I've traveled all the world bringing business to the city. All we need is for you all to put together some resources, give the mayor her $20 million for code enforcement. Let us go put together a form of alliance of both tenants and landlords, both, to bring together what we need to do and what's wrong and what isn't working and how we can perfect it. One of the suggestions was even having the housing court to do these things, that we have some enforcement. Being a banker, I recognize the problems that the code enforcement has had, that when you foreclose or when you try to close up a big property that has problems out the east, they protect themselves under the bankruptcy courts. Well, most people don't know how to go after the bankruptcy court. It's easy ways. We, as the people that are in the business that have invested billions of dollars in this community and want to stay here and serve the tenants, we know how to get around those things, but nobody wants to talk to us. The suggestions that we said, it's like all the landlords that we have 7,500 landlords doing business with the Housing Authority, 18,000 vouchers serving over 55,000 people. We want tenants. We don't want to lose a tenant. If there's a problem there, they can report it to the Housing Authority, and it's either corrected on a 24-hour notice or within 30 days, or they cut our money off. Now, there's simple solutions to all these problems, and I hate to see you all get jammed up. It's like Ms. Morris just said, what's there is not what should be there. And I agree with you. The first thing you heard me say when it came up to the amendments, y'all gutted what they wanted. I'm sorry?
So you're in support of the bill as it was originally situated?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I'm suggesting.
I just want to be clear because you say you agree with Ms. Morris, so you're in support of the original bill as I was, because that was her position. So
You asked me a question. I didn't interrupt you. If you please don't interrupt me. Now, excuse me, we have a decor that we all practice, the legislature and the public. And I respect his position and that, but I will not accept rudeness. Now, Mr. Chairman, in all fairness to you, I've heard her say she'd like to go back to the drawing board. I didn't say she was opposed to it. I'd like to go back to the drawing board. I think we need to table this thing, defer it, throw it out the window, and let's start again. Let's figure out what's wrong. And what we haven't heard from It's that third-legged stool. It's code enforcement. Where's the problems? What do we need to solve here? And it's simple. And I'm gonna stop right there. I probably still have more time on it, but I'll take any questions from any councilman.
There are no questions. Thank you, Mr. Valet.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Miss Jasper. Then after that, or Mr. Jasper, I'm sorry. And then after that, we also have Mr. Batiste. Oh, and Miss Clevenger, you're in that queue as well. And you're for information only, correct?
Yes.
I apologize for having these next three on information only come up during the opposition period, but I missed the cards. They were mis put in my piles. So go ahead, Mr.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself as Kawana Jasper, Vice President of the newly reinstated Section 8 Resident Council Board. To ensure and safeguard healthy homes that will birth healthy communities within the city must comprise the residents of that city insight and participation. If that process lack that as being mandatory protocol, then the goal of achieving a healthy way of living in a healthy home will never be met. Today, the city of New Orleans political leadership, Mayor Cantrell, is intentionally denied the residents of New Orleans that opportunity to reside in a healthy home and to live a healthy lifestyles by the illegal decisions that are being made and the illegal actions that they're taking based upon person word and not doing the proper investigation that should be taken legally. What you all are showing the residents of New Orleans that we're not looked at as equally as you say. Your actions contradicts what you're saying verbally. If the city of New Orleans has no authority over handle, then how is the city able to pick the members board of the commissioners as well as unlawfully remove a member of that board of commissioners? This previous Sunday night, there was an email sent to Mayor Cantrell as well as to the members of the City Council of New Orleans in regards to the unlawful removal of Ms. Jasper from the Board of Commissioners. And we haven't heard from you all yet at this time. I would like to say this. I'm an advocate for affordable housing, civil and human rights. Prior to me standing firm diligently and being persistent in advocating for these various things, I was never incarcerated, had never been in jail. But saying that to say, my advocacy led to me being falsely arrested, bogusly convicted, criminal-wise of 2 violent crimes. So right now, that makes me a felon. Mentally, I deal with this every day. I'm a hands-on mother of 3 kids. 2 have graduated out of high school. 1 said my advocacy work inspired her to become an attorney. She's in college right now. My son, he's 16 years old. He was actually here November 7, 2007, when they decided to demolish public housing. And I'm saying this to say it makes me a felon. I wish that I could have the opportunity, like Mr. Thomas, to be on a board of this nature or any other board. But we know that really won't be able to take place. The red tape I will have to go through. Right now, I'm just so overwhelmed with the day-to-day activities that have been going on with the Housing Authority of New Orleans. A lot of unlawful and illegal things are taking place at a daily, at a high rate. Nothing being done about it. Don't get me started about the landlords. I had a landlord that wanted to enter my home during the midst of the pandemic, the peak of the pandemic, with no mask or anything.
Ms.
She
Jasper,
called down to my caseworker. I know I'm a little off track, but all this
no, I mean, I
is
was
with
gonna say,
healthy homes.
You're over time. I want you to finish up.
The guy that was just up here, he was overtime too.
No, he was actually below 2 minutes.
I'm looking at the clock, sir. And when he said that, I didn't say anything. I just.
I have a clock right here, which counts down.
Okay.
He was well below 2 minutes. I did,
Well,
however,
I
allow.
appreciate you allowing me to go over my time.
So I'm just saying, can you begin to wrap it up? That's all.
Okay, I will. But see, this is what a lot of people don't like to come in because we feel we're being rushed by something that will impact us on a lifetime. So I'm just saying these things to let you know I'm a voice of many, because many are fearful of the retaliatory acts that's being done. And we're not allowed to be a part of the process verbally or physically. And you know, a lot of y'all say, y'all don't feel our pain. You don't. If you want to be a positive impact, y'all have to get more out into the trenches, not just at election time, on a daily. We won't have the success as a city if you don't. And I see this verbally, I say this verbally, that we have to see how things could impact us, our family. The same crime that others are getting, we all are getting. Unfortunately, it's heartbreaking. A lot of things you said in the past, Mr. Thomas, I'm not pinpointing you out. I just see you walk in my shoes before, but you're grateful to have the opportunity to pick up where you started off. Unfortunately, I don't have that opportunity.
Ms. Clevenger, I know you've been waiting. After Ms. Clevenger, we'll have Mr. Batiste. I want you to be the caboose. Go ahead, Ms. Clevenger.
Oh, okay, all right. Good afternoon, y'all. I've been listening to everything and I've skimmed through this amendment. I have to agree first with Ms. Jasper. The way she put everything was absolutely correct. Until we decide as a city that we want our people to live well, they don't necessarily have to live rich like some people do, but live well, live healthy. We will never solve the problems of this city, ever. So that does include not just healthy homes, but healthy environments, safe parks, activities, all of that. But I, as a renter my whole life, and my parents were renters for most of their lives, we worked very, very hard to become homeowners. I didn't become a homeowner until Katrina, because I worked for 3 years, 70 hours a week, in a hard hat and steel-toe boots, cleaning up this city. That's how I became a homeowner. And I live in a neighborhood where we're fighting to protect longtime Black homeowners and New Orleans homeowners who are constantly being under attack because they can't afford to keep their houses. And these are mom and pop landlords, often renting to family, good actors. I got so many texts and so many emails and so many phone calls in the last couple of days about this, because they're concerned that with the mounting issues they face as longtime New Orleanians, as longtime homeowners, that's the only asset their family has. But they want to make sure good actors are not punished. And Ms. Morris made a really good point. There are people in this city now that will call on somebody else's neighbor in a minute to get them out of that neighborhood. They love calling code enforcement every day. And we've seen it push Black families and other families out of our neighborhood. It's horrible. It's disgusting. So until we get code enforcement right, that's another issue. But I'm here today to support a real healthy homes ordinance. I do have concern that this amendment does appear to gut whatever was on the table prior to this. So I worry about the trust that we can have as a city, as citizens who come here and try to advocate for our communities, that work hard in our communities. We need to trust you guys that you're working with us and that when we show up and pay to park and take off work, that we're not confronted with something just totally out the box that we didn't work for. So I thank everybody here today for working so hard to try to make this work. And I think we need to continue to work on that. Thank you.
Mr. Batiste.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm here to speak on behalf of Ms. Jasper. Ms. Jasper has been over the Resident Commission for 3 years. The mayor and our attorneys have moved Ms. Jasper. Now, the mayor have been in the media talking about she's a Black woman. Well, Ms. Jasper is an elderly Black woman. And the mayor has declared war on Ms. Jasper because Hannah has been reckless. Kids gotta live in feces. Kids gotta live in molded house with rats and everything. So I gave all y'all a copy of Ms. Jasper press release. But I'm asking you, council, y'all said that they are with the feds, right? But y'all are the council. Y'all can call a hearing and hold Hannah accountable for what they have done to a soldier that put her life on the line in the 60s, that have fought for us. And what I'm asking you, Oliver, what I'm asking you, JP, Freddie King, Georgia Russo, Helena Moreno, Leslie not here. We're not going to call Mr. Green because we know he's the mayor's puppet. We know he goes with the mayor. I'm going to call it like it is. But y'all must hold a rotten mayor accountable. We know LaToya Cantrell can't tell. But what she did to an elderly lady, moved off the board because she's fighting for people that's being evicted. This lady go in her own pocket to help people and help kids. So what I'm telling y'all, council, I don't want to hear that is federal. What y'all should do, and I called y'all out because y'all are doing some excellent work, but make Ms. Jasper whole again. And if you can't hold a mayor accountable, stand with Ms. Jasper with a press conference and tell a rotten mayor she wrong. Because what she did, remove this lady from a board and she's fighting. And what the vouchers, they have threatened the residents. So Ms. Jasper, when the residents came to the meeting, they told them they're gonna take their vouchers. Is that right? Miss Kawana Jasper represents the council. They wouldn't even let her in the building, man. It's wrong. It's wrong. So y'all as the council need to step up to the plate and set a meeting with Miss Jasper and stand with her. I don't want to hear the mayor a Black woman. Miss Jasper is a Black woman. So we must hold this mayor accountable. And what she did to her, I'm telling y'all, I'm stepping up with the recall. And if y'all don't step up, I'm going to recall some of y'all.
Ms. Katzen, you checked like all the boxes. So which particular box would you like to speak on?
It changed midway through and I submitted my comment card at the beginning. I apologize for that. I suppose actually information is probably most appropriate.
Okay.
I have a sort of nuanced take.
That's fine.
I agree that we need to find compromises generally. I think that we are very often, I think, especially in this room, willing to throw away the perfect. Willing to let the perfect be the enemy of the good. My concerns on the amendments is that they may not go far enough to protect people. And in particular, that if this is a starting point, what's the next step? What are we measuring to see if it works? What are we keeping an eye on to see if we need to adjust? And as we move forward, will this come back up again? How do we ensure that it comes back up
It's actually
again?
inside of the current bill, and it's as it's currently amended. There is a requirement, one, that there be hearings during the rule promulgation process after the RFQ goes out, and additionally, after 1 year of the ordinance being in place, there is a mandatory meeting to evaluate the effectiveness of the ordinance. So there is actually built in a process where we have to come back in and see if it's actually achieved what it sought to achieve. That's actually all built into it specifically.
I'm excited to see that and offer our continual support in figuring out what that is and how to tweak it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next up, we have Leah LeBlanc.
Hello, I'm Leila Blanc. I live on Oak Street. I would like to express our disappointment in Councilmember Morel for attempting to water down this ordinance and would like to encourage the full council to vote down on his proposed changes. Speaking as a former Josh Bruno tenant, knowing that our elected officials could have done more to protect me from a neglectful slumlord through a full healthy homes program, including regular inspections, is beyond disappointing. It's disgusting. It's as disgusting as the living conditions I was subjected to, including rats during the day, no working AC in the summers, termites swarming my heads at night, and then losing all my belongings to bed bugs. It took me a long time to stop blaming myself for the environment I ended up in and not see myself as disgusting. The council should be doing everything in their power to ensure safe and healthy living conditions for vulnerable renters with no protections. Otherwise, you are reinforcing the idea that deplorable living conditions are the tenant's fault and perpetuating the false narrative that renters are trashy. I know my worth, and I am worth the full protections under the original Healthy Homes Ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yvonne Jarrett. Okay. Maxwell Cornell.
We're in supporters now? Just checking. Okay. Just wanted to make sure my card was in the right place. Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardulo with the Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. I've been working on this issue for over 8 years, and ageist rental properties have been plaguing your constituents for far longer than that. What we put forward in September was a real solution and probably would have been the most important housing protection New Orleans has seen in decades. I'm still confused about why we went from what was introduced to what's before you today. And we're especially disappointed about the removal of all regular health and safety inspections. It's a missed opportunity to finally fix our broken complaint-based system and protect renters and neighbors of slum properties. Still, the registration, new enforcement tools, and specifically the anti-retaliation provisions that remain in the ordinance are too important to walk away from. With this, New Orleans will join 43 other states with existing anti-retaliation protections for renters who ask for a repair or report a health or safety violation in their home. Renters who make requests or file complaints should now have some protection against retaliatory evictions and rent hikes. So because of those provisions, we ask you to support this ordinance, and on behalf of our clients and those who live in slum properties and the hundreds of people who spoke up in support of healthy homes, we will continue to advocate for comprehensive protections, and we hope that we can work with some of you to achieve that and look forward to doing that in a year. Thank you.
Robin Grunfeld. What's that? Okay. This is Yasin, Frank Southall. Jason. Please correct me if I mispronounce names, because I am certainly not infallible in that regard.
Yeah, my name is Yasin Frank Southall. Yeah, that's how you pronounce it, Yasin.
Okay.
Most folks just call me Frank though. Good afternoon, everyone. Yasin Frank Southall here, 2533 Columbus Street. I'm the organizing community engagement manager at the Jane Place Neighborhood State Millionship. I'm also the DSCC representative for the 94th District, located in Mid-City. I'm also a proud member of New Orleans Renters' Rights Assembly. The ordinance is much needed. We are grateful that it's being voted on. Passing this ordinance brings our city to 21st century in regards to housing policy. It also shows our city is a leader of much needed housing reforms in the Deep South. The tenants I've worked with desperately need these reforms as well. At Jane Place, we are proud of our city council for pursuing this, but we do have concerns. We know that in regards to amendments, it will make our work a little bit more harder in terms of educating the community about making complaints. This is in part because it makes it really hard when there's not routine inspections for tenants to feel confident to make complaints. And that's just a fact. That's something we've heard directly from tenants when we've talked to them about this ordinance going back 4 years ago. So I definitely want to say that. That being said, we will always pursue more reforms to bring us the most comprehensive reforms our city can have. Also, I want to say that I know that this proposal will make renting units harder as hogwash. Developers and slumlords are attracted to city from coast to coast. Explain to me how Laura Russell can rent out a one-bedroom apartment for $1,400 that's leaking ceilings and black mold. If it's going to make it harder for her to rent, then I want her to get out of that business. Just straightforward. Again, we support this ordinance moving forward. The anti-retaliation piece being kept in is very important to us, but we definitely would like to make routine inspections a part of this ordinance, and we will be back in the future to bring this back up. Thank you all. God bless y'all, and have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Southall. Patrick Dorio, if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, please correct me.
That was perfect pronunciation. Thank you. All right. Well, my name is Patrick Dorio, 1334 St. Rock Avenue. I'd like to start actually by thanking Keith and Crystal, who were in Councilmember Morell's office, for doing a really good job of staying on top of. There's a lot of red lines in this, a lot of amendments, and I appreciate their ability to keep me updated with those emails. I'm here mostly because I work in an architecture office, and I care deeply about affordable housing. And frankly, the reason why I'm here in support of the Healthy Homes Ordinance is because we all know that we need affordable housing. And frankly, we're not building enough. I know that as a fact, there's nothing on my desk right now that is an affordable housing project in the city of New Orleans. That's very concerning to me. I fully appreciate that this ordinance is going forward today. We need this, and we need other protections for renters in our city in order to ensure affordability and an expansion of safe rental housing. But I think like others, I'm very disappointed as well that the amendments have weakened this significantly. Specifically, the inspection provision that's no longer in this is concerning. Inspections definitely need to come back to this at some point. Self-reporting is definitely insufficient. From work that I've done with the Renters' Rights Assembly, organizing with tenants as well, going to Josh Bruno's properties, I've seen that people are really actually very afraid to self-report. And the anti-retaliation amendments don't recognize, I think, fully the conditions that tenants face. All that to say, I also think that that something should go forward today, and would like to revisit this in the future, especially as resources become available to strengthen it. So I'd like to thank JP and also my council member, Freddie King, for voicing their support for this, and hope you vote yes and strengthen it in the future. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Next up, we have Keith. It says Twitchell, is that correct? I could also be reading handwriting improperly, so please correct me if my interpretation of your handwriting is incorrect.
I did not ever win penmanship awards in school. My name is Keith Twitchell. I live at 3023 Ponce de Leon, and I'm a small landlord. We all know how severe and widespread the problem of blighted, uninhabitable rental units is in New Orleans, and the rental registry legislation needs to result in the most comprehensive solution possible. I want to point out that beyond the obvious fact that we should never ask our fellow New Orleanians to live in places that none of us would let our dog live in, there are other multiple benefits to passing this solution to the problem. Children will not be sickened, causing them to lose much needed school time. Our workforce will be more productive because workers will not have to stay home caring for sick children or because of their own illness. Fewer sick people will reduce the burden on our already overtaxed healthcare system. And reducing the number of blighted rental units in our city will protect property values for everyone. I urge you to pass this legislation in its strongest possible form. Tenants must have the highest possible level of protection and resources when they seek to address the livability of their apartments. If the legislation is weakened, the only people who will benefit are exactly the same people who have created the need for this legislation in the first place. Meanwhile, responsible landlords will be among the beneficiaries of the legislation. Adopting a meaningful rental registry is one of the most significant actions this council can take to improve the quality of life throughout our city. As a small landlord and as a concerned citizen, I urge you to move forward with it promptly. And I thank you for your leadership on this issue, and I look forward to working to continue to improve it in the opportunities the legislation affords. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Kwame Jukai. I could be pronouncing that incorrectly. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Kwame Jukai. Okay. Next up, I have Victor Pizarro. Victor Pizarro, oh, there he's coming. All right, Mr. Pizarro. After Mr. Pizarro, I have Daiquiri Jones. So please be on deck.
Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Victor Pizarro. Good to see everyone. I'm going to keep it really succinct. I work for a BIPOC health equity program through Ashe Cultural Arts Center and New Orleans East Hospital. It is our intent to impact the socioeconomic determinants of health and longevity, because in New Orleans, there is a 25-year age disparity between the life expectancies of Black and white populations. It's a huge number. One of the most important things we can do is to ensure healthy homes for people. I'm also a landlord, completely in support of this. I think there's a difference between small landlords with 1 or 2 properties and the people that were up here earlier talking about building coalitions. Those are investors. And I think that if the smallest among us can believe in healthier homes legislations because we care about our fellow New Orleanians, I think it's a really important thing moving forward. So I just wanted to voice my support for that and say how important I think it is as a New Orleanian, as a landlord, and as somebody who believes in health equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Daiquiri Jones. And after Daiquiri Jones, we have Kimberly Diaz.
Hi, my name is Daiquiri Jones. I work for Jane Place Neighborhood Sustainability Initiative, 2533 Columbus Street. I am here to express my very unenthusiastic support of the current state of the Healthy Home Ordinance. I mean, I think it's great that you are doing what's necessary. I thought of the metaphor earlier of having a hammer to do a job, and you have the blunt instrument, but without a handle, it's really hard to accomplish the task that you want. And I think that we're in a situation where we're left with that. You used the metaphor earlier of achieving a victory by preventing juveniles from being served life sentences with only 50 years. I don't think that was the best metaphor to use. I haven't seen my uncle ever because of a crime he was convicted of when he was a juvenile. I think that the metaphor that we're using, the framing that we're using of being happy with pieces that can prevent the worst situation it's just self-defeating. You know, the Nina Simone song, Mississippi Goddamn, the idea of slow progress isn't, I mean, what can I say? I'm happy that we are moving forward at the rate we are moving forward. It is disappointing. So yeah, my unenthusiastic support. I hope that we can have a more comprehensive plan in the future. I mean, I don't want to make negotiations with mostly white wealthy landlords who don't care about us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Lane Tripp. I'm sorry, Ms. Diaz, you're next. I jumped ahead a second. After Ms. Diaz, we have Lane Tripp. Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
Hi, City Council members. My name is Kim Diaz, and I live on Dante Street in Joe Giarruso's district.
I'm only 22 years old and I've already faced the neglect and the lack of protection that this city has for its renters. It is an embarrassment to see how the city treats its renters and allows for landlords to keep houses and complexes in conditions that none of you would ever live in or even allow your family to live in. I and all renters deserve to come home to a house with working AC in this Louisiana heat, a house with plumbing and hot water that works in the winter. I deserve to come home to a house with no mold that doesn't get me sick every single day. And that is not okay. These are basic needs and necessities that should be met and should have been met had the city and you all been ensuring that renters were living in habitable housing. I should not fear that my lease will be terminated should I voice my concerns. Renters make a majority of the city, and it is not fair that we are only seen as a percentage and not as real people. This shouldn't be good versus bad or landlord versus renter. This ordinance is about protecting renters and making sure landlords are creating healthy living spaces and being held accountable for their actions. Inspections for a rental property should not be this controversial, and I'm sure it wouldn't be if landlords were keeping track of the issues occurring in their properties and not just leaving there to get sick. I shouldn't have to ask for an inspection to be done. They should be done regardless of anything. If you and these landlords wouldn't live in these poor conditions, then why should I have to live in these conditions? And why should anybody else in the city live in those poor conditions? Thank you.
Wait, before you go away, I'm sorry, right here, Joe. Will you give me your address again?
2115 Dante Street.
Got it. Thank you. We're going to follow up on that.
Ms. Tripp?
My name is Lane Tripp. I live at 1418 Short Street in New Orleans. I am torn. I am just torn. Perhaps I'm in the same boat as the gentleman who spoke 2 persons ago who said an unenthusiastic supporter. And my position is on the fence based on, and I apologize if this is out of order, but the process of allowing us to follow the amendments. In other words, the bill, the supposed red line, black line that was on the table had no bearing on what was read. It was, and I'm shocked.
To be clear, I don't mean to interrupt you. The red line is basically an engrossed version of the bill. When you do amendments, you have to do them line by line and word by word. The reason why the red line is a far superior way to follow it is you're seeing all the amendments incorporated into the bill.
I understand that.
So I'm just saying that's the reason why we normally don't provide red lines, but I provided a red line today specifically because if you looked at the amendments in a vacuum, it is.
Nope.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree. I'm not faulting that process. I'm saying that what was put out on the table, just like the last version that I saw that was sent to some of the coalition members of Justice and Beyond, had no bearing to what was read as amended before, in the very first part of this hearing. I was trying to follow on the red line, looking at the changes, the deletions, and I was most of the time lost because it didn't track. I'm just saying you didn't have the most recent red line out there. And I just want to draw that to the attention.
I'll talk to staff. The most recent red line should have been there.
It's got to, surely you all have the most recent red line. Okay. That said, when I realized that the regular cyclic inspection process had now been dropped out, removed from the bill. I mean, in that respect alone, I feel like it was gutted. I'm supporting the bill with grave misgivings, and this is where I'm not sure whether I'm out of order or out of line. I have 2 questions, and maybe I should have submitted 3 cards or something to cover all bases. But may I ask the 2 questions right now?
Absolutely, absolutely ask 2 questions.
Thank you.
But we are over time. So if you want to ask them really quickly,
I will.
and I will try to answer them very quickly.
Thank you. If this is not passed today, if the bill as amended is not passed today, can it be funded in the in the current budget that's
I mean,
being?
if the bill is passed today, will it be funded next year's budget?
It
Is that
will.
what you're asking?
If it is not passed today, can it even be funded?
The bill contemplates creating specific code enforcement individuals to follow and enforce healthy homes. If there is no healthy homes law, then you would not specifically fund code enforcement to just respond to healthy home complaints.
I understand. I wasn't clear. If a bill were to be passed in a month, could it be funded in the 2023 cycle?
The budget process is over at the end of November.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you. That's one question. The other one quickly is, if this bill is as amended is passed today, is it true that it cannot be amended until at least a year?
No, theoretically, a bill, you could file a new bill. That requirement, you have to wait a year, deals with zoning, not with general legislation.
And so we don't have to wait until, for example,
There's no particular waiting period for any bill that's not zoning.
even though the evaluation period is mandated in this bill as in a year.
The evaluation period after the bill goes into effect is to give everybody the opportunity to review, kind of give a year in review of how the bill and how the ordinance has performed.
Okay, so in closing, I reservedly support the bill mainly and only really because it finally does enact an anti-retaliation measure, which I think is not perfect. It's not good enough, but it's more than we got now. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this may be a point of clarification. If the bill is funded from fines, if collected because of.
It's not funded from funds.
Okay, it's funded from general fund.
Funded from general fund. And I'll speak to that in my closing.
Thank you.
Next, we have up Mr. Burnside, and after Mr. Burnside, our last speaker is Rachel Brown.
He's got a little thing. Hi, my name is Michael Eric Burnside. I live at 2215 Felicity. And I find myself a little bit of a coward. I didn't really want to come up here. I think I'm going to unenthusiastically oppose, although I'm not sure. And I'm going to use a word that I don't usually use in the South because I'm not from the South. And I realize that Southern people have sensitivities that I don't share. But I'm going to use the word slavery in public. I think that market capitalism only works in a moral context if consumers have choice. In the absence of consumer choice, I don't think that the capitalistic market works. I think the capitalistic market exploits slaves in the absence of choice. So choice can be derived many different ways. You can have choice of a family. You can always go back to the family farm or whatever and live there. Choice can come from your church. Your church can love you enough to provide you housing, particularly in your old age. Choice can come from the marketplace if there really are competing landlords who want you as a tenant and will offer you, say, first month free, right? There's actual competition in the marketplace. Then the capitalistic marketplace can be ethical from my point of view. But in the absence of choice, I believe that the capitalistic market creates slaves. So the question becomes, what does the government do to protect slaves? Because you're dealing with people who don't actually have choice. Nobody that I know of would accept Josh Dean as their landlord. Nobody I know would pay rent to a Josh Dean. Everybody I know has white privilege or has families or has churches or has competition in a marketplace. Anybody I know would have left Josh Dean an empty building. But then I don't know all people, do I? And I don't know their condition. And I don't know their pain. But you're their government. You're supposed to somehow or another protect them from the predators that prey on them because they believe they live in homes But the landlord has only offered them a house.
Thank you. Last up, we have Ms. Brown.
Good afternoon. I know the decisions that you make as a council are far more complex than we, the general public, can comprehend. Nobody expects you to be able to wave a magic wand and fix everything. I have a lot of empathy for that. That being said, most, if not all of you, Morel especially, ran your campaigns with a boots to the ground attitude and activism and fighting for the people. And speaking of photo ops, you took every opportunity you could last year to take as many selfies, social media posts of you throwing garbage out when it was voting season. So all we're asking is that you uphold a modicum of the integrity on which you based your platforms when you're asking us to vote for you. There is there's no time left right now. So I just am asking to at least maintain some sort of continuity between the versions of yourselves that you showed us during voting season and the versions we're seeing today. And Morel, especially, you've been so condescending and combative for this entire meeting. So really, we would love to see the version of you that's actually fighting for the people, the one that you showed us when you were, once again, campaigning for yourself and asking us to vote for you. Thank you so much for your time.
I must have missed it. Could you speak and then submit another card? It might have got lost in all these piles. I apologize.
Hi. I'm really nervous, so forgive me if I stutter a little bit. I rarely speak publicly, but this issue is deeply important to me. My name is Sylvia Byrne. I live at 2454 Dauphine Street. I'm from New Orleans. I've lived here for the majority of my life. I've worked here for the majority of my life. I've rented here for the majority of my life. In all that time, I have never felt that I had really any rights or agency as a renter. I have always been at the mercy of landlords to keep the home I pay them to live in safe and habitable in exchange. And whether it's been through harassment, negligence, or just straight up abuse, there's always been an imbalance of power that landlords have held over the renters in this city. I have never felt safe to speak up without the possibility of facing some level of retaliation. That is a problem. I agree that this ordinance as it stands is a shell of its original form. The Healthy Homes Ordinance as it was introduced would have helped us, your constituents, gain some real agency and see long overdue accountability for slumlords. And in case the passionate speech you gave in support of this ordinance at the hearing on September 29th has lost any of its meaning, Mr. Morel, I am happy to remind you how much you yourself advocated for it. I distinctly remember hearing you speak and thinking, wow, this guy really cares about us. I haven't forgotten that. Despite all of that, I support anything that gets our foot in the door. I fully expect we will continue demanding accountability until renters are given all the rights we deserve. This is a deeply personal and emotional subject for me, as it is for many of us. After losing my housing after Ida, I wasn't sure I would have the strength to come home again, because that meant fighting to find yet another place to live in a city that often feels unlivable, unaffordable, and unsafe for its residents. I realized that slumlords like Ron Jondron, who owns small 1 to 3 unit buildings primarily, might never be held accountable. When I learned that this ordinance might become a reality, it helped me begin to heal from my loss. It gave me hope for the first time in a really long time. I'm so grateful to the Healthy Homes Coalition and its partners for giving us that hope, and to you, Mr. Morel, for a chance to share our stories and finally be heard. I know I'm just one voice in a vast sea of supporters of this cause. I'll finish up now. I also know that I will personally keep supporting and speaking up for this until we have the agency we deserve. the right to live healthy, prosperous lives in a city we love, and to be able to trust that our council members and other public servants are willing to stand up with us and to say no more. I sincerely urge you to pass this ordinance as you pledged you would and to help us continue this fight. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not have your card, so if you could fill out another card just for the record, I'd appreciate it. The board is clear. So has any comments? We have comments online? Okay.
Yes.
How many comments?
We have 8 comments.
Okay, read the comments.
First comment is from Wallace LaFont Jr. As a member of a property management group, I support with amendments the Healthy Homes Initiative. Tenants should have protection from retribution and healthy living establishments. However, I am not in support of the registry as I don't believe it will have its intended effect. Safety and permits is already overwhelmed and struggling to process permits in a timely manner. This flood of new permit requests and inspections will bottleneck the safety and permits department. This bottleneck will result in housing units being vacant while waiting for permits or inspections, making affordable housing harder to get in New Orleans. Next comment is from Lydia Cutler. As a responsible owner and real estate agent, I have some challenges with the proposed Healthy Homes Ordinance. This proposal makes it less desirable for homeowners to continue to rent to fellow citizens, provide quality housing, and pay property taxes, which are an investment in city services that benefit both homeowners and renters. The city should focus efforts on, 1, helping more of its citizens understand the process of home buying, saving, budgeting, debt management, and the responsibilities of homeowners, repairs, maintenance, estate planning, insurance. 2, investing in public safety and neighborhood amenities so that citizens will feel comfortable living on any block where homeowners or renter. And 3, instilling confidence in employers and retailers that they can establish or expand their businesses in the city. We have pitted renters against homeowners for years instead of recognizing that there are many owners who have done the right thing while going through periods of not receiving rent during the eviction moratorium, making post-hurricane repairs while not receiving insurance proceeds, paying increased property taxes on time, and contributing to their communities. Here are a few issues with the ordinance as written. The requirement that a lessor justify an increase in the rent at the end of the term to avoid being presumed guilty of retaliation, the requirement that a lessor show cause to not renew a lease to avoid being presumed guilty of retaliation. The anti-displacement fund is too vague as to which cost can be subsidized and for what period of time. Right to privacy, the certificate must state the name, physical address, not just a mailing address, but one where the property owner can be served. Phone number, email for the lessor. Pursue irresponsible property owners with existing code enforcement policies. The next comment is from Zoe Johnson. I urge you to please pass the Healthy Homes Ordinance. As a renter for 10 years in New Orleans, I've seen the consequences of the lack of regulation of these properties firsthand. New Orleans is miles behind other comparable cities in quality of rental housing, in part because there is little incentive to make necessary repairs. This ordinance will help create some accountability for landlords to repair and maintain desperately needed rental housing in our city and will provide quality of life for the approximately half of our city residents who rent their homes. Rebecca Justice, representing the Hendricks Group. Family Resources of New Orleans. Paula says, in support of Healthy Homes resolution. And finally, comment from Emily Rhodes, who says, while the council's stated support for Healthy Homes is commendable, Council Member Morell's amendment will leave all citywide tenants unprotected, the opposite of what an effective ordinance should do. I would encourage the New Orleans City Council to reject the Healthy Homes amendments and to support the original Healthy Homes ordinance. Renters deserve a decent standard of living in New Orleans. And those are the e-comments.
Thank you. There are 2 council comments. Mr. Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank everyone for the debate, the advocates, those pro and for. I want to thank Councilmember at Large, Morell, for at least agreeing to tackle this issue. It's really one of those perfect at-large issues because it has to do with the entire city. My colleagues remind me a lot that I've been around here a while before and then again now, and I don't know that I've ever really seen something that you're not sure whether everybody's against anybody's for. And in listening to the debate, it kind of swung back and forth, and I think this is one of those issues where the public needs to know why you vote a certain way, whether you're for something, whether you're against something, or how you feel about it. But we know that something has to be done. It's probably the first time I've heard people who said they were for something, said they're really against it, but we want you to be for it. It's not the first time that I've heard folk who may be against something talk about their positions. But negotiating, political negotiating and compromise from some veterans involved in this business, I learned that sometimes the legislation or public policy of the moment can be something that starts a conversation or something that each side is uncomfortable with, but uncomfortable enough to give us something that we can begin to work with. I was going to vote against because we consistently heard folks say that they thought that the legislation was gutted. But then as you look at the body, when you're talking about legislative politics, numbers matter, 4 or 5 or 2/3. So it was obvious that when the amendments passed, and it was the intent of this body that this would pass, not the original ordinance, but the amended ordinance, which told me this is where we are politically now. So with this body, and I think it was one of the speakers who said, may not be happy with what this is, but at least we have something that maybe property owners are uncomfortable with, renters and housing advocates are uncomfortable with, but gives us something that we can at least have to build on to deal with accountability. So for that reason, because we have something that deals with accountability that everybody seems to be not happy with, maybe we have something that can start public policy and a conversation about how ultimately we can begin to have some accountability amongst people who actually own property and who rent property. So for that reason, I'm going to vote for it, but I've never been more confused.
Ms. Moreno.
Thank you. I don't know if I can follow that, but let me try. So I am going to vote in support of this. And the reason why I'm going to vote in support of this is because it does accomplish some things. And the other reason why I am in support of this is because I know that there's so much other work that is also happening. For example, we heard some public comments about Hano and Hano inspections. One of the things that I find incredibly frustrating is that, yes, Hano does hire a third party to do inspections of apartments, but did you know they don't turn that information over to code enforcement? So who cares? So Hano does inspections, but it never heads over to code enforcement. And conversations that we've had with code enforcement, they tell us that they're supposed to, yet for some reason that has never happened. So there's a couple ways that we can tackle this. One, we can take a look at the CEA between Hano and code enforcement. Or number two, we can go to the legislature and ask our New Orleans delegation to move forward with a bill ordering Hano to ensure that when they do inspections, and in particular, Hano finds apartments that are not inhabitable, that information immediately gets sent to code enforcement so that there is a significant fine put on these apartment complexes. Number two, another big issue that we're working on has to do with some properties that are owned by nonprofits, including the Willows in New Orleans East, including Park Fontaine in Algiers. And this particular nonprofit is out of the state of Tennessee. Well, guess what? Even though these two apartments have had consistent code enforcement violations, this apartment slumlord continues to receive tax exempt status from the city of New Orleans because the Louisiana Constitution says that a nonprofit does not have to pay property taxes. So even though he's a slumlord, he pays no property taxes to the city of New Orleans. And therefore, when he gets different fines from code enforcement, he doesn't really care because he doesn't have a tax bill. So our good friend, Representative Jason Hughes, has agreed to partner with me and author a constitutional amendment in the legislature this year to ensure that slumlords who are operating as nonprofits have that property tax exemption eliminated. So that'll be coming up in the legislature. The other piece too is I think we have to get really serious for those that have consistent violations and really putting people in harm's way and who don't really care about the fines and don't really care about the lawsuits, and start looking at criminal penalties for slumlords. I think that that's like where we have to start heading. If you are going to put people's lives in danger, then you too have to, have much more harsher penalties. And I can tell you that myself and Councilmember Thomas have both been in the Willows apartments. And one time when I was there with code enforcement, we went into an apartment where literally the woman who resided there had her second floor ceiling came in. It had been tarped, yet water was pouring in, and it had been in this condition for so long that code enforcement said we need to step outside of this apartment because they worried that it could be in potential danger of collapsing on us. So if you are going to be putting people in those types of conditions and you don't care and you won't fix it, then you should also face criminal penalties. And so I plan on working on that as well. So the reason why I bring these issues up, because I think it's important for everyone to realize that healthy homes is one step, but there is a lot more work that's coming down the pipeline. Thank you.
Councilmember Morrell and members of the public, I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank especially the members of the public who are here today, who commented online and who continue to send in their comments. It's important to recognize that your voices are heard, and though I may be conflicted legally relative to this matter, the bottom line is that I will continue to share your comments, to read your comments, and to members. So, but especially thank you, members of the public, for coming out and also and getting engaged with this process. Whatever the vote is today, this is the beginning of a process that will last for a while, and your input is going to be appreciated throughout the year and beyond. Thank you.
I will close. I want to begin by apologizing to Ms. Morris. My tone was out of line. I did get defensive, and that was inappropriate. So I know she's not here. I'll apologize to her in person when I see her. I also kind of mangled the through line in that story. The reason why I brought that example regarding juvenile lifer is that there were almost a dozen people that would have been eligible for parole in 2008 that had to wait 10 years. And when you talk to people's families and you have to explain to them 10 years later that had we acted with what we knew we could do versus what we wanted, it could have resulted in justice being brought 10 years sooner, that haunts you. And I mean, it was very formative in how I go through legislative policy. I want to start by saying something very clearly. I appreciate many of you said, some of you said, a few of you said, I'll knock that down to a few, that issues that appear simple on the front end as they're debated in public at a council meeting can often be more complicated. I am committed to healthy homes and trying to improve the lives of the renters in the city. I think it's important to note that just because people are not physically here does not mean their voice isn't heard. And to that end, I cannot tell you how many renters reached out to my office and I met with in person who told me they were adamantly against any increase in their rent. Whether it be $5, whether it be $10, they said, I don't care how you do this, opening this door where I have government now applying additional taxes to my rent, I can barely pay my rent as is. I had a lot of tenants reach out. Let's not forget, in the original ordinance, small units 4 and under were exempt from inspection. That was in the original ordinance. And as many of you spoke today, you said, I'm from a smaller unit, or I'm from a unit that is not covered. It became very important to me that when I was trying to find a solution to the variety of problems presented, that I came back to one simple fact. If healthy homes is a priority for the city of New Orleans and renters are taxpayers in the city of New Orleans, why would we pass these fees through to people? The reason why you saw us move away where this registry is now free and not paid is because the city of New Orleans is going to absorb that cost. When you hear the examples that both Mr. Thomas and Ms. Moreno have cited of code enforcement and its challenges, the reason why specifically, and we have an ordinance, a motion under suspension that will follow this, it's not sufficient to just put this on code enforcement as a whole. Code enforcement is tasked with enforcing all code violations of the city of New Orleans. It is a large, monumental task. This ordinance contemplates not throwing this in that pool, but carving out specific code enforcement officials to just police this. That is tremendously different than what we have now, because I don't believe code enforcement has to respond to neighbors putting their trash out on the wrong day, to grass being too high, and to other things such as that. Whether a home is habitable, whether a rental unit is collapsing on people is a priority. And it's why within code enforcement, you should not be in the same queue as my neighbor's grass is higher than 18 inches, which is why we did that in this ordinance. There's a line by Voltaire that we all massacred at certain stages today. I believe Nelly came the closest to being correct. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I certainly appreciate the passion of everyone here. I will stand by every day my legislative record in the legislature. I will stand by raising the age for juvenile offenders. I'll stand by ending non-unanimous juries. All of that required me to go into very antagonistic situations and try to figure out a way that was a path forward that made things better. I appreciate, for many people up here today talking with them, like, man, no one likes what you're doing. And I was like, you're right. No one out there likes what I'm doing. And honestly, to be candid, I've been in this place before. I've passed tremendous legislation that people in retrospect go, man, that was great. And I have to remind them, you hated that when I filed it. You hated it. You as an advocate were against it. You as an opponent were against it. But after it passed, when no one was there at that table with me, it turned out great. I've been here before. So the fact that everyone is kind of upset with the way things are turning out, as an attorney, when you leave a mediation and everyone hates you, but you have an agreement, that tends to be a successful mediation. This is not what everyone wants. I can say quite candidly that many council members, including myself, are very conflicted with what's in front of you. But when I see the current plight of people and what is achievable and how I can improve their lot currently with the tools presented in front of me, this is a step forward. I will tell you, as much as it's not represented here today, and I think that is very calculated, there are no landlord groups that are in favor of this legislation. Not a one. So the idea that these council members are up here like going to Galatoire's on the weekends and hang out with these people who are happy with the way things are, all of them hate this bill. Other than the small landlords who I appreciate that showed up and said, I'm a good guy and I think you should do something, they all hate this bill. And they would certainly prefer that we do nothing. And I will tell you, there have been moments today listening to advocates who are so disappointed with where things are. The easiest thing to do today will be to say, you know what? I'm not giving you what you want. I'm just going to do nothing. But if I do nothing and there is no language to protect people from retaliation, decide code enforcement officials to respond to complaints generated by individuals or their attorneys or their advocates, that's not improving their lives. So I guess in closing, ladies and gentlemen, this ordinance as drafted is about moving the ball forward. And I am share disappointment in that everything does not go exactly the way you want. But at the end of the day, I have to look myself in the mirror and I have to look at things like today, I didn't vote to fund a trash contract and I'm going to get extra, right, Mr. Drew? So I'm going to get extra emails on that. The reason why I didn't fund it is because paying 2 trash contracts is burning city money we don't have, and rushing to have 1-a-day trash pickup when we have 1-a-day trash pickup and paying for extra didn't make sense to me. But I voted the right way knowing I'm probably going to get hate mail over it. And I know when we vote today, I'm going to continue to get hate mail. But what I will tell you is as long as I can look myself in the mirror, tell myself before God and my family that I'm doing the best job that I can do, I'll do it every day. So with that, I will move to approve this bill as amended. Can I get a second? And a second by Councilmember Jeruso. Please vote your machines. Are you recusing, Eugene? Press the button.
Oh, sorry.
There you go. 5 yeas, 1 recusal. The ordinance is reported as amended. We have a motion or suspension after this. Madam Clerk.
Councilmember, I thought we was doing number 20 on page 19 after this.
What's number 20?
It's the renter
That's fine.
anti-displacement.
We do that first.
Okay.
Oh, also, just for clarification, there was a question as to whether the red line was correct. The red line is in fact correct, the one that was presented here today. It's just a little difficult to follow. So the red line you all have is the correct bill with amendments.
We're now on top of on the middle of page 19. We have ordinance calendar number 33,901 by Councilmember Morrell. Anti-displacement fund as division 48 of Article 3 in Section 70 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to ordain Section 70-415.308 through 70-415.311 of the Code of the City of New Orleans within said division and otherwise to provide with respect thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This creates the anti-displacement fund so that when we have instances in which renters and the like are displaced from uninhabitable properties, it creates a fund through which the city can help them relocate. That's what it does. Do we have any comments online? None. Okay. That being said, I will move to adopt this ordinance. And I guess second by Councilmember Thomas, please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The anti-displacement fund is created. I think that's now we have the motion or suspension.
We have motion M 22-486 by Councilmember Morel, directing the Office of Code Enforcement and the Department of Safety and Permits to work together on a proposal to create a new full-time staff employee positions under the Office of Business and External Services to administer and perform inspections pursuant to ordinance calendar number 33,898, also known as the Healthy Homes Ordinance, within 30 days of the passage of this ordinance. We need to suspend the rules to receive this motion.
Moved by Councilmember Green, seconded by Councilmember Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. The rules are suspended.
Now we need to further suspend the rules to add it.
So moved if there's a machine problem. So moved. Oh, there it is.
There you go.
Fine.
Moved by Moreno, seconded by Thomas. Please vote your machines.
We got to get fast speed on.
6 yeas, no nays. The item is added to the agenda.
And now you can discuss it.
This, simply put, this is the belts and suspenders to the Healthy Homes Ordinance we just passed, which creates the position. Now, it creates the position, and then in working with code enforcement, safety and permits, we will create how many of the people necessary to fill this type of position so that it can see full implementation. I will move at the appropriate time if there are no comments.
I'd like to be added as a co-author.
I apologize. Councilman Russo did want to be added as a co-author. Mr. Burnside.
Greetings, Council Vice President Morel. I got a slight smile on my face because you solved my problem, but only after I'd filled out my card. When I heard the word "the position," I was under a panicky thought for a moment that we were going to hire one guy and haven't looked at all these wonderful landlords. And I was just scratching my head going, you know, there's a sort of imbalance here. But then you go ahead and say "the position," but how many people fill and all these kind of things. So I think I'm in pretty good shape. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. I'll move to adopt. Seconded by Councilmember Thomas. Please vote your machines.
I'd also like to be added.
6 yeas, no nays. Councilman Green would like to be as a co-author as well.
It's about jobs. What page?
And now we're going to go to page 31. We have motion M 22-485 by Council Members Moreno, and Harris, directing the City Planning Commission to conduct a public hearing to consider amendments to ordinance number 4,264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS as amended from time to time, the comprehensive zoning ordinance, to update any and all relevant articles governing the zoning and use standards for short-term rentals, both commercial and residential, in a manner that is both compliant with the holding of the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit in Hisnell Stark versus City of New Orleans, case number 21-3643. and continues to safeguard the city's health, safety, and welfare. In the course of this study, the City Planning Commission is directed to consider the council's desire to continue its efforts to prevent nuisance, promote affordable housing, and protect neighborhoods' residential character, which are recognized as legitimate local purposes by the courts, while removing any distinctions regarding the ability to operate an STR based on a property's homestead exemption status. By Councilmember King. Amendment. Number 1, on page 4, the 7th bulleted text after the words revisions to add zoning districts definitions, use permissions, and. Number 2, on page 4, after the 7th bulleted text, adding the following additional bulleted text. Revisions to definition, use permissions and standards applicable to all transient lodging for consistency with applicable zoning interpretation memorandum of the Director of Safety, Department of Safety and Permits. And a description, an amendment to direct the City Planning Commission to extend its consideration of standards applicable to traditional bed and breakfasts for consistency with short-term rentals to include zoning district definitions and use permissions, and to direct the City Planning Commission when considering amendments to the comprehensive zoning ordinance to review definitions, use permissions, and standards applicable to all transient lodging for consistency with applicable zoning interpretation memorandum of the Director of the Department of Safety and Permits. That is the amendment.
Are there any comments on the amendment online or otherwise? I'll move adoption of the amendment. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilmember King. Oh, we have thoughts on the amendment? Okay. That is 6 yeas, no nays. The amendment's adopted. The bill is in its posture. No, I can. So, ladies and gentlemen, because I think there is probably going to be some confusion between this and the other 2 ordinances that are on the docket. This deals with directing the City Planning Commission current STR laws. That is what is required for the council to consider changing the STR laws. That is additionally required because of the Fifth Circuit decision, which has previously been referenced, that because of the decision made at the Fifth Circuit, we have
housing. In reality, short-term rentals provide an economic lifeline for our city. Short-term rentals directly support middle-class jobs, and guests that stay at short-term rentals spend their money throughout our city. If you ban or severely restrict short-term rentals, you're not just destroying the livelihoods of those in the short-term rental industry, but also the livelihoods of those in the service and tourism industries, the very foundation of the unique culture of New Orleans that everyone is trying so hard to protect and preserve. Our company alone would lose about 10 jobs overnight if there was a residential short-term ban. These are good, hardworking people that care deeply about the city, and they'll struggle to provide for their families if a ban or severe restrictions to residential short-term rentals goes through, which is what the Planning Commission is going to decide. Furthermore, short-term rentals likely generate tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue, which is desperately needed to fund our city services. By no means am I advocating for a wild west of short-term rentals. I just want to make that clear. We don't want it to be a free-for-all. We need a sound regulatory framework for a fair and competitive short-term rental market, as has been achieved in other cities facing these same issues. There are three fundamental items for the Planning Commission that we're advocating for as they determine what the new rules will be. First, the new regulations need to be issued in a timely manner, specifically because by the time things open back up, law-abiding rental operators.
Mr. Myers, it's your time. Thank you. Up next, Ben Froman, and then Michael Burnside.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that they don't even understand why we're doing this. I think they're choosing.
Good afternoon, Council.
2 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Ben Froman. I'm a real estate agent here in New Orleans. First, just speaking on an overall point, then I'll get more specific. I think is, being in the real estate industry historically, I think we have a duty to call the neighborhoods what they are, right? The Ninth Ward is not the New Bywater, Hoffman Triangle is not Uptown, and Holly Grove is not Mid-City. I just want to make that overall point. I think we have a very strong role as real estate professionals to call the neighborhoods what they are. Also, my overall point is that when the City Planning Commission is looking, to find what the solution is that short-term rentals are not the end-all be-all of solving the affordable housing crisis in New Orleans. The issue is much deeper than that. So I hope with whatever solution comes up, it's not looked at as, hey, we solved affordable housing because we solved short-term rentals. I think that'd be very short-sighted and not taking in the historical context of everything that we deal with in New Orleans. Last point I'll make is that hotels and large corporations should not be the only institutions that can make a living from tourism and hospitality here in the city. Local or small companies should also be afforded that opportunity through short-term rentals so that all that business is just not monopolized by hotels and big corporations. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Burnside, followed by Morgan Clavenger.
Hello, council people. Michael Burnside, 2215 Felicity. 2 minutes isn't a lot, so I think I'm going to focus on one very small little aspect. I was up on the 7th floor the other day, and a lady from Safety and Permits was talking to a plumber, and she was emphasizing that he had the power to pull a permit or to put the permit because he was a, quote, authorized employee. The company he worked for could not do it. He was an authorized employee because he was a plumber and he had a Class 1 plumber's license from the state of Louisiana, and he had passed various tests and had various years of experience. It's like, I'm not allowed to drive an 18-wheeler even though I have a driver's license. There's levels. So the problem with short-term rentals, but the solution that we try to craft either runs into the concept of a legal personhood, which means rich people can just go make 1 million people and everybody can get a license or whatever, even though they're juridical people and don't have a biological body, or it runs into attaching them to property, which can obviously be re-subdivided, either lumping little groups together or separating a big group or whatever. So the question is, whatever solution we end up with, where do we attach it? And what I suggest to you is the idea of that already exists, which are these sort of professional permits. You know, you have different electricians. If you have a class 1B electrical license, you can do electricity, but you still have to report to a class 1A, and he's the one who has to pull the permit, and he's the one who calls in the inspector. So somewhere there has to be a biological human being whose biological body and whose limit on space and time restricts the flow that would happen in a legal environment with as many juridical people as you want. And at the same time involves a human being instead of property, where there's no human soul and no human brain and no human attachment to culture. So there needs to be a way that whatever the solution ends up being, that it's attached in some sort of manner that allows us to not like eat our own young. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Morgan Clevenger, followed by Sarah, looks like O'Keely.
Good afternoon, council. This is really frightening, to be honest with you. So many people have been through so many iterations of this law, okay? In 2019, after 3 years of being overrun, the city being raped by big corporations with this short-term rental scenario, we felt like there was a law that many people worked on that was passed that did protect neighborhoods, which was the homestead exemption owner-operated permit. And if you remember, that was the end of 2019. In 2020, 2 months later, COVID wiped out everybody's business for the whole year and for most of 2021 and most of 2022. So homeowners are particularly burdened right now because they also are trying to recover from Ida. So taking away income is really discriminatory in the sense that, just as the other folks said, it discriminated against their constitutional right by allowing commercial to have a playing field that homeowners do not have. It's discriminatory against homeowners. You know, neighborhood homeowners who have short-term rentals in their property support local businesses throughout neighborhoods. They get out of the French Quarter, they get out of the CBD, they see the city, the visitors want that. They love it. And we as homeowners have an opportunity to participate in the tourism economy, which otherwise we would not. So there's many reasons why we need to protect our homeowners. But as we go forward with this process, I just continue to urge that all stakeholders have a seat at the table while these processes go on for every step of the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Morgan. Up next, Sarah, it looks like O'Keely. Is that correct? Correct me, Sarah, when you get up there, please, if I said it wrong. And then followed by Timothy Jones.
It's Oakley, like Annie Oakley.
My bad. I was reading it wrong.
That's okay. It's a weird name. Anyhow, thank you. And I want to stay within the limits of, I do understand that, you know, we're skipping over 30 and 32 today. But like what was said earlier, I am concerned about the changes to this law in the first place. I'm also very nervous and I'm new to this, so I apologize. I'm a homeowner and, you know, have done short-term rentals. And I just have to use the opportunity to speak on, you know, I actually really support changes to, you know, how things are operating. They can't, you know, but really it's going to fall into how to go after the bad actors. I don't want to be a baby that's getting thrown away with the bathwater here as a residential SDR permit holder. Echoing what, you know, was said before, you know, we are creating a net positive. And I know that it's really easy to paint all short-term rental owners with the same brush, but we really are acting as a force of good within our neighborhoods. And, you know, just lumping everybody together as with the bad actors just isn't
isn't going to work overall. I personally, have hosted, at over 20 families throughout the state of Louisiana and Mississippi. My rental is located near Children's Hospital. So I routinely host for free.
Ms. Oakley,
at-
that's your time. Thank you. Up next, Timothy Jones, followed by, oh boy, I can't read this. It looks like Rourke. Nautilus from 7-Eleven Albar. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, good afternoon. Timothy Jones, 6729 Louis XIV. I am against the ban on short-term rentals, but that is with exception. I'm certainly not trying to displace anyone. If I can get a little bit of latitude, I'd just like to tell you a short story. I'm not from New Orleans. My wife and I moved here 10 years ago separately. We met each other. We fell in love here. We got married here. Which we did most of them ourselves, working all day and working at night in our home. The very week that we finished renovations and received our homestead exemption, a blanket ban on short-term rental permits was issued. And after years of work, being conservative people who don't have fancy things or own foreign cars, how we had set ourselves up was incredibly negatively impacted by that blanket ban. I would have thought there would have at least been a grace period to get your permit in before that ban was enacted, but it came suddenly and it's impacted us financially in a way that I'm not sure we're going to be able to recover from. I'm not against putting anyone out of their home. I'm not trying to start a hotel. I'm a blue collar guy who bought a house and wants to rent part of it to someone else short term. I just ask you to consider when you're making decisions in the future that you consider the small group of people like myself who are only doing this so that we can continue to do our jobs, which serve this community, but not be financially burdened by those positions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think it might be Robert Nautilus. Okay, it's whoever's got the address of 711 Alvar Street. Nobody. Okay, we'll leave it to the side. We'll see if they come back. Next one, Daniel Burton, followed by Kathleen Robinson. Daniel Burton, you still here? I don't see him. I'll put his card to the side if anybody sees him. Kathleen Robinson. Come on up, Miss Robinson. Followed by Ronnie Strickland.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Kathleen Robinson. Address is 547 Jefferson Avenue. I am a resident of West Riverside neighborhood. I've always wanted to own and operate a bed and breakfast, but I couldn't afford to have one until later in life. So I went ahead and did a short-term rental in the front of my house. I've been a premier host for the last 5 years with 0% cancellation rate and a 5-star rating, which will be decimated if I have to pull all of my bookings. I have bookings all the way until May 2022. My house was built in 1892. I pride myself in offering my guests an experience of staying in a historic New Orleans home, and I specialize in romance. In December, my guests were to exchange wedding vows on my front porch. I stay awake at night worrying how I'm going to tell them that I have to cancel their reservation. We as hosts have endured the hack of City Hall, where we were told for months to come back next month because there were no online applications. The pandemic, where there are no bookings, like they were saying, for a good year and a half. I had to take out an EIDL loan to cover my expenses. Hurricane Ida, I had to get a new roof, new fence, the wallpaper's coming off the walls. My insurance covered a third of it. So my insurance is doubled, my property tax is high. I have a sewer and water board bill of $800 of inflated bills, and my energy bill is tripled. Now I'm going to have my license taken away. And I should note that I applied for renewal of my license prior to your moratorium deadline, but it has been held up in the safety and permit office because part of the, there was a technicality with the application. And so the city attorney agrees with me that I should be allowed to have my renewal license, but it's been being held up by safety and permits. I do not understand how you could do a retroactive rescission of the residential STRs. Why is it unconstitutional to require homestead exemption?
Ms. Robinson, that's your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Strickland, followed by Britt Martin.
Thank you, council, for this forum. My name is Ronnie, 24 Hillary Street. I'm a devoted family man, a lifelong middle-class taxpayer, avid voter, small business owner. My family and I, we worked hard to get our house together a couple of years ago that was a little above our comfort zone, but we knew we had a plan. We strategically also bought this house to have a short-term rental in it. The majority of our guests, parents that visit their children at Tulane and University, there's many outstanding restaurants, local markets, Oak Street shopping that they come to see and enjoy. And I know my operation provides a service to my small neighborhood. I have one thing also I had this big speech, but 2 minutes is 2 minutes. So one thing I noticed, the California building just on Monday sold for $34 million, 166 units to a commercial entity. All 166 of those units are eligible for Airbnb short-term rentals. But something seems wrong when simple residents like myself are just trying to get by and provide for her family. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Strickland. Britt Martin? Britt? All right, doesn't look like Britt's here. I'll put that card to the side.
Hello, my name is Alan Johnson, the president of the Faubourg Merit Improvement Association. I live at 14. I don't think anyone has said that short-term rentals are the only way to address the affordable housing crisis, but it is one of the issues. We definitely saw that in the Marigny with short-term rentals being pushed into our neighborhood and many neighbors being pushed out. The lack of enforcement was egregious. It frustrated many of the neighbors. So I do appreciate this council taking that up with safety and permits and staffing those offices. A lot of the businesses that in our neighborhood that do benefit from short-term rentals would probably benefit more if they had full-time residents in that. We've seen that, and we've seen that how these businesses during the short-term rentals over the last few years have actually changed what their merchandise is in the stores. I'd like to thank the council for taking this up, but I'd like to thank you for taking up not just the residential portion, but the commercial portion. It's important that we look at all of them. If we're to look at density limitations, which we think are the key in the Marigny, it's important that we look at residential permits, commercial permits, and also the bed and breakfast permits. I'd like to thank Councilmember King's office for talking about the bed and breakfast issues. We have seen people buy bed and breakfast licenses and run them as illegal whole house short-term rentals. So encompassing all of those, anything that looks like a house should be treated as a house, even though some of them aren't commercial by zoning, but we all know a house when we see it, a double shotgun. I'd like to thank the council for bringing this up. We look forward to working with the City Planning Commission and yourselves as this comes up further. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Aaron Holmes, followed by Rebecca Jostes.
Good afternoon, council members. Erin Holmes, representing VC Pora, 816 North Rampart Street. Thank you again for taking for your immediate attention to the obvious problem created by the homestead exemption ruling. Now that this process is beginning for a third time, I want to express our general support for amendments to short-term regulations that will protect our neighborhoods and our communities in an effective and enforceable way. That enforceability is what we've been lacking. I am skeptical that the damage done in some areas can be undone. But I'm very optimistic that good regulations that are clear and enforceable rules, including a demonstrated appetite for enforcement, can be implemented. The rules need to, number one, increase platform accountability and the fees collected for their doing business in the city of New Orleans. They should also look to increase neighborhood protections and restrictions through caps, through blocks, zip codes, or zoning. We do not support removing any of the existing protections in place. If you open up new areas for STR usage, it does not magically mean that they will relocate over there. You'll just end up with more. Also, regarding the reissuance of permits post-regulatory overhaul, these need to be tied to past performances of the operators. No new permits for operators with a history of flouting the law. Also, please require that owners and operators be a natural person so that safety and permits is no longer playing whack-a-mole with the LLCs that continuously change their names. Lastly, it is budget season, so please make sure that the short-term rental office has the resources to do its job as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Rebecca Jostes, followed by, it looks like Angelica Smith.
All right. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for sticking with us. I know it's a very long meeting, so we appreciate your time. I'm Rebecca Jostes. I am representing Rare Space Hospitality Group. We have 8 residential legal permit holders that are normal people, bartenders, nurses, work for nonprofits. They wanted us as a management company to help them with this rental to be able to afford their mortgage, pay for student loans. They run out the other side of the devil, things like that. So mostly, thank you for today. We just want, if I can make one point, we just want to have a seat at the table when it comes to having these new rules and regulations. I think I know it's a very complex issue. There's a lot of people on a lot of sides of it. There's only so many houses in New Orleans. And so what is the best use case for them? I believe that we can find a realistic, reasonable regulations that we can kind of come and compromise and figure out how people can use short-term rentals when they are reasonable to help pay their mortgage and, find other solutions for other problems in the city. So I can tell you that my owners are great neighbors. They keep up with their neighborhoods. We support local businesses. We send people out. The tourism dollars not only go to local coffee shops, but they regularly donate to community food pantries. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Angelica Smith, followed by, looks like Jarrett Cohen. Angelica still here? About Jarrett Cohen? Come on down.
Everyone, Jarrett Cohen. I'm president of the Tremaine Neighborhood Association. Obviously very involved with SOS, but I'm also a short-term rental operator and owner, homestead, followed all the rules. I have a really unique vantage point in the sense that I also run a real estate private equity firm. And many of you guys don't know, but I'm also the first and only Black owner of property on Canal Street. And just like everyone else on Canal Street, we're doing upper floor developments with short-term rentals under a hotel license, of course. $10 million budget that we just got approved for, building permit filed, only Black owned in the city, okay? First and ever in 300 years of this city. Here I am in Tremaine, been there since 2018, doing everything that you guys have asked us to do, following all the guidelines, and then out of nowhere, you just rip the rug out from underneath us. It's appalling, frankly. And I understand that it came down from the Court of Appeals out of nowhere, et cetera, et cetera. But the fact that this public hearing wasn't done prior to coming up with this ICD is just, it's hysterical, actually. And you guys sit here and talk about property taxes being paid and, you know, and let me see here. What else did you guys say? I'm sitting back there just laughing to myself, mortgages being paid and fines being assessed to property owners and all these things. It's truly laughable. Here I am paying, what, $16,000 in property taxes? Are you going to reduce my property taxes for me not allowing to be able to do short-term rentals? I doubt it. And so here we are being an honest, good, you know, citizen here, resident here in New Orleans, and you throw us in the bucket with all the other absentee owners. That if you go to HEFTA's website, there's a form for people to report absentee whole home rentals. So we've been trying to do our part as well, but again, here we are.
Thank you. Max Trudullo. Max, your card got lost. If you can fill out another one, but JP told me you'd filled one out.
Thank you, council members. Maxwell Chardulo, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras. I'll just say that we first got involved in short-term rentals years ago because of displacement. These are something that certainly started popping up first in a lot of your wealthier white neighborhoods, the Quarter, Marigny, Bywater, Lower Garden District. But over the past 5 years, for sure, and probably longer than that, it's very clear that they've started to hollow out our historically Black neighborhoods. So we're really grateful to see that one of the options that we're studying is treating short-term rentals like the commercial uses that they are. That's how they operate in my neighborhood. I think that's how they operate in most neighborhoods. Perhaps there's a place for them, but it certainly shouldn't be in our neighborhoods. At the very least, it should be somewhere where we currently allow hotels. I think that you'll find you'll have tremendous support for that. I think, you know, the people of New Orleans are really tired of dealing with this. And I'll say one more thing too, which is that I think it's time to treat all neighborhoods alike. If the residential areas of the French Quarter and the Garden District deserve protection, I don't know how you could justify treating other neighborhoods without the same care. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Trudullo. I got another card. Emily Byrne. Is that you? No? Okay, that's you.
So I just wanted to speak. I am one of the community leaders for Airbnb, but also I do own my own home. I have a master's degree and I'm a school counselor. And really the only way that I can afford to pay my mortgage, but also keep up with the maintenance of a house in South 7th Ward, so it's not would be to have an STR, and I do rent out one room in my house. And so this would be very detrimental, but I think my story is very similar to many people's stories here in New Orleans, and that the reason why we do it is so that we could be able to afford our homes, especially with the rising rent, the rising everything that's happening. Like I said, I think my story is very similar to most people. So I just kind of wanted to reiterate, but this is probably a lot of what you're already hearing. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Let me do a last call for some of the cards from earlier. Angelica Smith. Hang on a second. Britt Martin. Daniel Burton. And starts with an R, lives at 711 Alvar. Right. I have another card here for Heather Sancanova. I probably did that wrong. I can't really read it. You tell me, Heather. Pronounce your last name.
Safranova, it's okay. Nobody.
Okay, thank you. Safranova.
Yes.
Okay.
So am I allowed to ask questions? Is that okay?
You can ask a question.
Okay, so are you guys familiar with the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal ruling in Santa Monica that protected and endured an ordinance that held Airbnb accountable for the illegal listings that they post on their website? Is anyone familiar with this ordinance?
Our legal team may be back there.
So there's a
Attorney Crawford.
federal
Yes,
ruling.
they said
that
they are.
Okay, so there's a federal ruling that makes it illegal for businesses to collect fees off of illegal listings. And that ruling has been protected by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals, which means the 4,000 illegal listings that are currently operating in New Orleans right now, collecting fees under your approval, because the city is responsible for negotiating that contract, aren't being policed by this motion to remove residential properties with homestead exemptions. Only 1,400 properties with legal residential homestead exemptions are being addressed, when in reality, overnight, Airbnb could shut down 4,000 illegal listings and appease everybody that's here to represent the integrity of our neighborhoods. That would be a simple solution, and that would save the city millions of dollars, as opposed to paying for this software that you guys are projecting to put on the smoke show of regulations that you guys have been pulling for the last 3 years. What I suggest is that instead of getting rid of the homestead exemption, that you replace it with an alternative where managers have to be on site and greet guests. Put the responsibility on Airbnb to force managers to meet and greet guests. Therefore, we can maintain the integrity of our neighborhood and save our city and our taxpayers millions of dollars by putting the burden of policing our illegal listings on us. Stop punishing the people who are doing things properly and go after the 4,000 listings who are doing things illegally, and put that burden on Airbnb to pay for that instead of us. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am. Elisa Cool Murphy, followed by Lisa Orwig.
Hi, y'all. Thank you for doing what you're doing today. And thank you for trying to solve this. It's a complex puzzle. And unfortunately, it's messy. And it's really messy since the ban. And that was in your control. Now, I live at 904 St. Ferdinand Street in the Marigny. I served on the Marigny board for 4 years. I was in the Mayor's Civic Leadership Academy. And I regularly host and run not-for-profit fundraisers. I'm also a real estate agent. I moved to the Marigny in 2016 as a single woman. I was excited that I could afford property, and I bought a single family home. And I took a piece of that and I turned it into a guest suite. I'm one of the people who, through some hiccup with the cyber attack, with COVID, couldn't get my license renewed. And I kept getting told, including at the Civic Leadership Academy and within my neighborhood organization, you're doing it right. You're not doing it wrong. They're not out to get you. But what did I get? An automated letter postmarked in California saying that I had to cease and desist. Why? Because a bunch of stuff happened that wasn't supposed to happen in the order that it did, and it's messy. And I'm not going to sit back and be quiet. And I'm one of hundreds of people like me. I know that it is. You got automation, you got appellate court, and now you got a big mess. And I've heard things and excuses for punting this with a ban, like there'll be a land rush. Well, I'll tell you something, I'm a realtor. We have less inventory in the real estate market right now than we did during COVID, and it was bad then. We've got interest rates through the roofs. People can't afford to buy, and this makes people eligible. Single women like me. No, I'm no longer single, and I now have a successful real estate team. I still contribute to the community, but I'm asking you guys to please reconsider a ban that disproportionately affects people that charge less than $100 a night, because we could really use your help in reconsidering that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Lisa Orwig. That's the last card I have.
Thank you for hearing my opinions today. My name is Lisa Orwig, and I am at 923 St. Rock in the Marigny. I have been an Airbnb superhost for over 7 years. This is my primary source of income. I live in my home in the Marigny, and I rent out my first floor. I have homestead exemption, and I have been a legal host since the city required a license to operate. I also own a retail store called Vintage Voyage in Marigny as well. But it is a budding business and does not provide me with enough income to support myself. If you take away my Airbnb, you will also take away my business, because I am the only person who works there. I will have to go and find another job to support myself. I believe my Airbnb contributes to the community, to the economy of my neighborhood and the entire city. I give my Airbnb guests suggestions for places to eat, drink, and shop in the Marigny and surrounding neighborhoods. I believe this directly impacts the income of local businesses, including small businesses like my own. If legal residential STRs are eliminated, there will be a chain reaction. affecting the incomes of not just the Airbnb hosts, but the neighborhood restaurants, bars, and businesses, the people who clean Airbnbs, and the people who manage them. I understand the city's concern over the Fifth Circuit decision, but I believe there are better solutions to the possible crisis that could ensue with affordable housing. I believe that putting together a task force that includes hosts would generate solutions for all of us, not just some of us. I have Airbnb reservations into 2024. If the city eliminates STRs, what will happen to the millions of people who have Airbnb reservations? I'm also concerned about the city proposing that commercial STRs remain unscathed. These changes, because these commercial STRs are also often the nuisance. In my 7+ years of being a host, I have never had a complaint about noise or my guests creating any problems. I only rent to 2 adults and no children, and I allow no outside guests. If you take this away from us, many of us will lose not only our incomes, but our homes. Please protect the people who elected you into office and not the outside developers. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Orwig. Anita, online comment? How many do you have?
23.
Read for 10 minutes. Whatever is not read, we will add to the record and people can read the comments online.
First comment is from Wallace LaFont Jr. I would like to see an open public forum that provides for residential short-term rental owners to be a cooperative part of the process of rewriting short-term rental laws. I'm a homeowner who rents out part of my home as a short-term rental, and I want to be a part of this process as this is my livelihood. I've seen lawmakers in similarly sized cities work with their constituents to develop fair and reasonable STR regulations. A flat-out ban is neither fair nor reasonable and could negatively affect the well-being of New Orleans. Perhaps one unintended consequence of a ban on all short-term residential rentals would be a class action lawsuit, which would not be good for anyone. I kindly urge you to reject proposals to rescind residential short-term rental licenses and do further research into this matter and cooperate with locals who follow the rules to better all of New Orleans. Next comment is from Christine Rivers. Please allow the citizens of New Orleans who operate short-term rentals to bring you their personal stories and share with you the information that can help guide the regulation of these licenses to the betterment of our wonderful city. As tax-paying citizens, active voters, and promoters of our culture, we deserve a fair hearing and to be represented. Nearly 60% of the parcels in the city are tax exempt, so homeowners carry the bulk of the tax burden. We are very much stakeholders. My husband, a native New Orleanian and a person of color, found a path to home ownership for us through a traditional shotgun double near the Ferret Business Corridor. We're able to provide our tenant, a school teacher and practicing musician, affordable rent, even in very challenging economic times, only through the income generated by our STR in a section of our side of our double. The loss of this income will very likely mean we must sell our home. We are both in the hospitality industry. My husband drives visitors to swamp tours, and I work with the noted New Orleans restaurant group. Between us, we already work 90 hours a week outside the home. STRs expand visitor experience beyond the French Quarter and bring them into neighborhoods, supporting amazing small mom and pop businesses and giving our guests a more genuine New Orleans experience. Please don't jeopardize our favorite small businesses that are what gives the city its diverse flavor. Guests often comment on how they love Bearcat Cafe, the High Hat, the Rook Coffee Shop, the Small Rouse's store, and even the Kitschy Dat Dog, all walking distance in our neighborhood. Our neighbors have positive experiences with our guests and really help them feel a part of the city. We've never had a single complaint. Instead, they comment on how much they enjoy meeting our guests and being tour guides on hidden gems. Please realize we are part of the economic tourism engine that drives our city. Please don't jeopardize our ability to stay here. Please give us a voice at the table. Michael Wong comments, allow for an open public forum and allow residential short-term rental owners to be a cooperative part of the process of rewriting short-term rental laws. I'm a homeowner who rents out part of my home as a short-term rental, and I want to be a part of this process as this is my livelihood. I've seen lawmakers in similarly sized cities work with their constituents to develop fair and reasonable STR regulations. A flat-out ban is neither fair nor reasonable and could negatively affect the well-being of New Orleans. Perhaps one unintended consequence of a ban on short-term rentals would be a class action lawsuit. which would not be good for anyone. I kindly urge you to reject the proposals to ban short-term rentals. Why are you punishing those who live here and are trying to make things work and are counting on having this as an income stream? Andrea Kuban comments, please allow short-term rental owners the opportunity to participate in rewriting short-term rental laws in response to the holding of the U.S. Court of Appeals in the Fifth Circuit in Hignell Stark versus City of New Orleans. I'm a resident and homeowner who rents out part of my home as a short-term rental. I want to be a part of this process. It affects my livelihood and the local community. I know the lawmakers and their constituents and other similarly situated cities have worked together to develop fair and reasonable STR regulations. I respectfully request that we work together to do the same in New Orleans to ensure the well-being of New Orleans, its residents and local businesses. Banning all STRs in residential areas is neither good nor reasonable, or rather neither fair nor reasonable. Moreover, it will have far-reaching consequences for your constituents, law-abiding and tax-paying residents and local businesses. When many of us face mounting financial pressure to survive, please allow a forum and method by which we can work together toward compliant short-term rental laws in residential areas. Next comment is from Mikhail Kucherov. Do we live in a totalitarian regime? Since when do our voices and opinions don't matter? We own properties in the city. We're paying taxes. We vote here. We hired you to govern. We pay your salaries. We don't agree with one-sided decisions and rules imposed on STRs. Before making any rules, a comprehensive economic study must be conducted and inputs from all stakeholders must be heard. Property owners' voices matter. A ban on STR is neither fair nor reasonable and will negatively affect the well-being of New Orleans. 1,000 hosts who are like me, middle-class citizens who vote and pay taxes in New Orleans. We are mom and pop small businesses, a backbone of the American and local economy. We are angry from actions of this government, starting with 2019 ordinances on this effort to kill middle class in New Orleans is nerve-wracking. After losing 2 years worth of business due to COVID, we are not going to take another slap in our faces. We're organizing, we are retaining attorneys, we are going to bring a class action suit against those behind these barbaric rules, and we will seek damages as we know our rights are constantly and slowly being taken away. Stop discriminating us, stop killing small businesses, and keep your hands off our properties and off our God-given rights. Don't change any rules or remove STRs and special zoning rules completely. They are not helping anyone solve anything. Read the study by Texas on STR that showed the millions of dollars coming from STR into their economy. Do a basic homework to understand the damage you're making with your actions. Housing in the city have always been expensive. Construction labor costs is going through the roof. Licenses, permits, regulations, fees, bureaucracy, discrimination. No wonder why big businesses don't want to be here. The city has income and prosperity, poor and broke. Solve that. And in case you did not know, affordable housing includes affordable home ownership. Stop discriminating homeowners. Stop interfering and controlling our lives. Get out of our way. We are the people. We are paying you to govern, and it's apparent that it's a bad investment for us from the way we are being treated. We will not stop until our rights are fully restored and until pro-business mindset comes back into government. Richard White says, I'm a homeowner who rents out one room in my house and I would like to be a part of this process. We need to work on fair, reasonable regulations. I have a lot of repeat guests who are upset and disappointed that they can no longer book with me. When I explain why they're not happy with the city, we could lose some tourists over the situation. Iwana Leonard comments, allow for an open public forum and allow residential short-term rental owners to be a cooperative part of the process of rewriting short-term rental laws. I'm a homeowner who rents out part of my home as a short-term rental, and I want to be a part of the process as this is my livelihood. I've seen lawmakers in similarly sized cities work with their constituents to develop fair and reasonable STR regulations. A flat-out ban is neither fair nor reasonable and could negatively affect the well-being of New Orleans. It appears that this motion discriminates against homeowners who operate residential short-term rentals only and not the commercial short-term rentals. Perhaps one unintended consequence of the ban of all short-term rentals would be a class action lawsuit, which would be not good for anyone. Brian Smith comments the proposed elimination of residential STRs is seriously flawed. Before you make a decision, I implore you to consider, one, before any decisions are made, there should go through economic impact report. Residential STRs are community members living, working in New Orleans. That is, after all, what the homestead requirement was designed to do, keep local residents as ambassadors who care for their neighborhood, know their neighbors, keep it clean, noise down, versus out-of-town owners who get the neighborhood of its character and its care. Number three, if you approve this measure, your rash decision will force good, hardworking New Orleanians who bought a home and rely on the rent just to make ends meet to sell or move. Teachers, musicians, hospitality workers, and your fellow government employees among them. Number four, bias. This clearly tilts the lodging economy towards the money deep pockets of commercial STRs. Simply put, this is the opposite of what New Orleans stands for. Number five, finally, residential STRs help spread the tourist economy beyond the French Quarter and NCBD. Local small neighborhood businesses will undoubtedly suffer even more than they do with inflation and COVID recovery. Stephen Shane comments. We ask the local government work and its constituent residential short-term owners to come up with a solution to help us maintain our livelihood. An all-out ban of residential owners is not in the best interest of maintaining and promoting New Orleans.
Thank you, Anita. Add the rest to the record, please. I do have one more card, Andy Levin. You can come on up, and this is our last public comment, then I'll take council members.
Andy Levin, 1210 South Rampart. I operate a short-term rental. I came to New Orleans just after Katrina as an artist. I'm a photographer. I earned enough money to buy a house. I've got a great little business going in an area of the city just off the expressway, which a block would probably be full of homeless people. If I wasn't living there, I'm going to go home now and clean the block up, which is what I do. I like to think that what I'm doing is helping to improve the environment of the city. I think we're going to come to a conclusion about this. It's going to be equitable and allow those of us who are doing the STRs in the right way to continue. We followed all the rules. I've invested considerable money in making my property compliant, getting all the permits. I'm totally legal. And I think that those of us who are doing a good job should be allowed to continue. And finally, we're blessed in New Orleans with a city that people want to visit. Tourism is going to be our way of making money here for a long time. And we just need to figure out a way to make it equitable for everybody, big businesses, small and alike. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. Councilmember Jeruso. Okay, he's coming right back.
All right, thank you very much. I'm older today and my brain is addled after this meeting, but I am confused by a number of the comments. And let me just start out by saying I appreciate the fact that so many people are here and we're commenting about this. Number one, the ordinance or motion to rescind residential STRs was withdrawn. So we are not voting on that today. The code change on STRs was deferred. The only thing we were voting on today is directing city planning to study what is going to happen to ensure that we comply with the Fifth Circuit. After that, I feel like there's been a conflation of a number of different issues, which I'm going to try to slightly untangle given this late hour. The first is, I heard maybe Aaron Holmes and other people talk about enforcement, and we agree that enforcement has to happen with the rules that are written, and we're going to check in during the budget process about where the STR office stands and what is going on. I will say, anecdotally, I am getting emails for the first time in 5 years from people saying, I didn't apply for my license for a year or 2 or 3. Why can't I get one now? And so STR enforcement is slowly starting to catch up with the scofflaws who haven't been abiding by the rules for a long time. I think Councilmember Morel said this well on the earlier matter. that there is nuance involved here. If you have a license at this moment, as an owner and an operator, nothing affects you. If you were somehow caught in the switches between the time that the Fifth Circuit ruled and the IZD, and you timely filed an application, then you have the right to not only appeal to safety and permits, but then also to the council. I am not asking this to open the floodgates to get a ton of STR applications, but I'm extraordinarily sympathetic to people who've had homestead exemptions for a period of time and who are either renting out a room or half of their house to where they are. So I think what is just trying to be done at this point is to say, A, you need to have good enforcement. B, that if you haven't had a license in years, that's on you. And we can't do anything about that. And for some reason that you got caught in the gaps in the law, then talk to us and to safety and permits, and let's see what we can do, particularly and maybe almost exclusively if you have a homestead exemption, so we can try and make that right while we work this out. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Jeruso. Anyone else with comments? Councilmember Morrell.
There's a young lady in the audience who was waiting diligently to make comment on one of the things that was withdrawn, and she'd like to make that comment on this item.
Come on up and you can give the card to him, to her, sorry, in just a bit. Sure. Just give us your name and your address.
Alicia Fink. I live at 5100 Britannia Street. This was initially meant for Article 32, which everyone's been talking about anyways, is revoking the RSTR permits. And I know that's being withdrawn.
Well, just to be clear, it's being withdrawn, not deferred. Withdrawn means it's taken down completely. Deferred means it may come up again. The ordinance which you're talking about is withdrawn.
Okay, so it's squashed.
It's squashed.
Cool. Well, I guess as far as I'm talking about now is the logistics of regular permit holders, RSTR permit holders not being able to renew. What do we do? Like, the short-term rental permit department isn't going to be able to process the thousands of permits for, if the window opens up on March 1st. What are the logistics of that, and how are people continue to operate their business?
I think that is certainly a bridge we're going to cross when we come to it. I think that part of the process that we have to go through now is the first step, which is what we have in front of us today, deals with activating City Planning Commission to come up with new recommendations and for us to work towards having a new ordinance. Then the council, when it receives a recommendation, has to draft one. We're going to work on parallel tracks. Safety and permits, whether they love it or not, knows that on March 1st, it's going to be a deluge of permits. And we have certainly poured tremendous resources into a specific short-term rental office at safety and permits. I'm sure when their budget item comes up, that'll be part of the conversation. Like, what do you need so that when this March 1st happens, you're able to handle that? Because we certainly don't want people, we've heard today, and I certainly agree, there were a lot of opportunities where the city dropped the ball, whether it be after cyber attack, whether it be during COVID, where some people legitimately tried to get their permits renewed, and because of the inability to get them processed, they kind of fell in this weird kind of crack. We are going to make sure that doesn't happen again. And I mean, I hear you. I think everyone here would concede, because we have that drop dead date, it certainly is going to be a deluge. But there's also kind of the hope that if there's always the possibility we could come up with a new regulation before March 1st. And even as we're working through the actual language from CPC and going towards council, we are going to be in constant communication with safety and permits to see if we have the four corners of what it looks like, when can people start applying, so that we can maybe triage and figure out how we're going to handle it. But I fully acknowledge and agree, March 1st is going to be really rough, and we have to be ready as a city government to process them as quickly as possible, because for those people who unfortunately did not have a permit or their renewal periods before March 1st, they're in a really bad spot right now.
Yeah, maybe if you just contemplate if there's a way to kind of bridge the gap between people who had legal RSTR permits, maybe make that a little bit easier for them when that date does open up.
Well, we will talk diligently to our legal counsel to make sure that whatever we do doesn't trigger another Fifth Circuit ruling, but because we certainly don't want to do that again. But I hear what you're saying. I think it is helpful that a lot of the information likely to be required will already be in the system. And maybe there might be some efficiencies that we can work out to process people who are already in the system without any specific preference. Was that a good legal answer? See, there you go. So you said that was okay.
Council members, we're now going to page 20. We have ordinance calendar number 33,907 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 90-121 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to the payment of police officers through the Office of Police Secondary Employment for secondary
And ordinance 33,907 is adopted. We on a roll now.
Yes, yes. At the bottom of the page, a legislative grouping, ordinance calendar number 33,908 by council members Thomas and Moreno. An ordinance to establish Article 14 shopping carts within Chapter 146 of the Code of the City of New Orleans to establish provisions governing the use, control, and abandonment of shopping carts within the City of New Orleans and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Since the amendment is on the agenda, I will not read it, but I will give the brief description.
Thank you.
An amendment to